Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Close. Dude, I pressed live at 3:45. It's 3:46. I'm seeing all of the late comments, and you guys are hilarious about why I'm late amidst doing his nails. Like, it's just like every time, even if it's 10 seconds late, we are going to get the good comments on why I'm late. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Welcome to the Market Close. We've got a very interesting, I don't know if that's the right word, weird. It's a market, if we want to leave it with no adjective right here. S&P 500 down 5% on the day. We have given back 50% of the gains that we got yesterday when the S&P 500 was up by 10%, which was very, very nice to see yesterday. Obviously, that was exciting for all of us getting to be part of one of the best days since 2008. We are giving 50% of that back. Now, there are a bunch of reasons on why I think we're giving back a lot of these gains. I know it might be a little confusing, so we'll break it down for everybody, but it really has to do with the bond market and their interpretation now that they've kind of woken up from the euphoria that was the 10% move that we had yesterday. And they're starting to realize, wait a second, there's still a lot of uncertainty. And that uncertainty is seeped into the market, and it's obviously taken away a decent chunk of money from the S&P to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars, as we're down 5%. NVIDIA down 7%. The NASDAQ as well, down 5%. Bitcoin down about 3%. Alibaba down 2%. The Qs down 5%. Apple down 4%. Grab down 4%. Celsius down 2%. Robinhood down 5%. GameStop down 2%. Pretty much everything across the board is red, except for Walmart, which got upgraded today, but that one's barely holding on right now. The S&P kind of marked the downturn for the entire market as the major indices, the S&P and the NASDAQ and the Russell IWM right here down about 5% of the day as well, 4.96% is what's creating a lot of the downside pressure currently right now. So why is it happening? Let's talk about what is going on. Why are we getting some pain, and how this ultimately can be interpreted from a macro perspective. Tanner's in the chat. He says Amit was late. The reason I was late was because of Tanner. I didn't want to blame Tanner again. I went with the excuse that someone made in the comments that I was doing my nails. So I chose not to blame Tanner. But now that Tanner wants to brag about me being late, it was Tanner's fault. I was on the phone with him, and he was talking about trying to become the 51st state. And so unfortunately, that is why I'm late today. Okay, what's happening? So I think there's 5 reasons to kind of explain what's happening right now. And we'll get deeper into one of the main reasons, which is the bond market. We have the former Fed president, who we're going to listen to in a little bit in terms of his comments on this trade policies and how the market is reacting to it. But these are the 5 things for why I think we are currently red. First of all, if you didn't hear in the morning, China is now having 145% tariffs levied against them. 125% announced yesterday, in addition to the 20% that we already had. 125 plus 20 apparently equals 145%. That somehow Apple has to be able to navigate. So that's a piece of uncertainty. Number 2, we still have 10% tariffs across the world. Yesterday, it sounded way better than like the 50% we had against random countries. But then the market woke up today and was like, wait a second, 10% tariffs are still pretty damn bad. It would take the average tariff rate in the United States from, I think, 4% to around 22%. And so that's still something that the market has to digest. Number 2 is Trump's budget plan will likely increase the deficit. We can go into the nuances of that, but that was passed by the House of Representatives today, 216 to 214. You know, one thing I found out, 2 Democrats over the past couple months died. And that is how the budget plan got passed, that they're going to try to get officially passed through reconciliation over the next coming months through the House. If they had those 2 Democrats, this bill would not have been passed. So, I mean, really barely got the bill passed through the House. It got passed in the Senate a week ago. But that is something that the market's afraid about as well, in terms of how are we going to pay for the $4.5 trillion of tax cuts. Number 4, lack of clarity on deals that are being negotiated. We still don't know what these deals look like. Is it Japan, Vietnam, Thailand? Are the deals going to be good, bad? Are they going to buy our treasuries or not? Like, there's all that stuff going on. And then you have earnings guidance that will still be affected because of all the tariff noise. Obviously, it's going to be less affected now that the tariff overhang is somewhat gone based on the 90-day pause, but still it's going to be hard for some of these companies to give guidance. All 5 of those reasons are, I think, pain points for why the market gave back 50% of its gains. But this right here is the number 1 and 2 reason for why this is happening. The 10-year and the 30-year. The 10-year is basically at 4.394. It did officially hit 4.4 about 20 minutes ago. And then the 30-year, these are treasuries, up at 4.864%, basically at 4.9 if you round up. That getting to 5% is not good. Not good at all. So from that perspective, I think the bond market is essentially saying, hey, we don't believe that the 90-day pause is actually going to be meaningful in the context of tariffs leading to inflation not being substantial, because obviously tariffs are inflationary. That's what the bond market is afraid about. And as a result, people are selling off their bonds because they think they're going to get a better deal in the future, or they just don't think they're getting compensated enough for the rate of inflation. Like if you're getting a bond at 5%, but you think inflation is going to be 5.2%, you're not going to buy that bond, right? If you think inflation is going to be 1%, you're going to buy that bond. So from that perspective, I think that is the biggest issue in terms of how the markets reacted as violently as they did today. The S&P 500, as we get into the close, recovering a little bit. There's those green candles. Now it's only down 3.6%, but we most likely will go red on the day as we end out this market close. Now, one thing I think that's also important that can't be underlooked is that we had a massive move yesterday. We were going to give some of that back. Like, that's just inevitable. There was no way we were going to keep the entirety of those gains, or at least I didn't expect to. I didn't know we would give this much of it back, but now that we're recovering, it seems a little bit more normal, down 3 or 4%. I know on an index that's still aggressive, but if we were up 10% on an index yesterday in the tune of 2 hours, we were probably going to give back some of that. And I think that kind of explains the volatility that we're experiencing currently right now in the markets. Do we see a recovery tomorrow? You know, I have no freaking clue. I mean, tomorrow's Friday. Fridays, you tend to get a bit of a dump anyway. I don't know if anyone wants to hold this market going into the weekend, given all of the different random headlines that we might see. So, yeah, I mean, this is just one of those markets where it is going to be really tough to predict the day-to-day, but hopefully we get a little bit of reprieve. Money market funds, we've got that data. Put in the chat if you think we increased or decreased. Last week, April 3rd, we increased by 11 billion, or sorry, we decreased by 11 billion. I have the new data right now. You can put in the chat if you think we have increased or decreased on money market funds. Everything is news dependent right now. That is correct. I mean, quite frankly, I've not seen a market that is so contingent on every little bit of headlines that comes out from the Trump administration, but it is, because he's created a massive level of uncertainty with these tariffs. And now everyone's looking for some level of reprieve, but that means that Trump has to be the one to give that reprieve. By the way, before we get into money market funds, these are the 4 quotes that Trump said today. Number 1, he said, I didn't see the stock market drop, which is hilarious because he saw the Dow Jones go up 3,000 points yesterday, but he didn't see the Dow Jones lose 1,000 points today. So now it's at 500 points, but at one point it was 1,000 points. So yes, Trump apparently did not see the stock market drop today. Second, he said the first deal on tariffs is very close. Third, he says, I have great respect for President Xi. He has been a friend of mine for a long time. And then he said, China and the US will be able to work out something that's good for both countries. When this news came out, like these quotes, markets actually started turning to the positive side. And that goes to show me that we are so ready for a China deal headline to go back to the moon. And I think once we get it, we will go back to the moon, or at least we will get closer to the moon than where we were. But if we had a 10% intraday rally just because of a 90-day pause, what happens when we get a real deal with China? Now, granted, it may take more time than expected, but I would be hoping it happens in the next few weeks. And if it does, I think the market would be excited for us getting that. Money market funds, we have got, for everyone that said decrease, a $25 billion decrease out of money market funds. I saw a lot more increases than decreases. So for those who picked decrease, you are correct. 25 billion. Now there are 7.01 trillion on the sidelines. This actually makes a lot of sense. Obviously, markets were excited yesterday, and this does include yesterday's outflows and inflows. So you probably had a lot of people towards the end of the day maybe take some money out of money market funds and put it in the market when they saw the Trump pivot, giving back again about 30 to 40% of those gains today. But we did see a sizable decrease of 25 billion. Small drop in the bucket when it comes to the 7 trillion on the sidelines, but it's nice to see that some money is leaving from the sidelines. So money market funds potentially bought the dip. We got 5 minutes until this market closes, and then we'll get into a lot of other headlines that we've had since the open. S&P 500 right here down about 4.59% again on the day. Oh, here's a headline that was interesting. A lot of you guys probably didn't see this one, but or maybe some of you did. Jensen apparently attended an event yesterday, a dinner at Mar-a-Lago. Or it wasn't yesterday. It was a few weeks ago, but the report came out yesterday. And apparently it costs $1 million to attend the event. After that $1 million event, which is pretty cheap, to be honest, if that's all he had to spend, sources said at the White House that it looks likely that the U.S. will not be putting export controls on state-of-the-art NVIDIA chips going to China, particularly the H20s. So, yeah, $1 million. That's all he needed to pay to. Dude, Jensen's worth 100-something billion dollars. Like, if all he had to pay was $1 million, dude, he probably read the art of the deal. He was like, oh, that was a good deal right now. So, I mean, whatever Jensen's got to do to make sure Nvidia is not harmed by the tariffs. He already got semiconductors outside of the paradigm of tariffs, and hopefully Trump doesn't put those tariffs on semis anytime soon. He does want to put them on to pharma, which should be coming in the next couple weeks. But that is one thing that is okay for Nvidia. Nvidia is still right here, down about 5.6% on the day. Yeah, a $1 million coupon to attend the deal. And by the way, everyone's done it. Zucks gave $1 million, Vlad gave $2 million, Elon gave $300 million, and his entire brand to Trump. So at this point, I think all these CEOs are realizing they just got to play the game in order to be able to make sure their companies are afloat. All right, we got about 3 minutes until the market closes. Abi, thank you for the super chat. Amazon, Meta, Google. What would you rank to invest now? It would be Google, Meta, Amazon. Google as 1, Meta as 2, Amazon as 3. My simple logic here is that I think Google is deeply undervalued. I think the market's not taking into account Waymo, Apptronic, which is their robotics play overall. I mean, 14 times next year's earnings is just stupid in my opinion, given their search revenue is growing at least at 15%. So I think Google's first, Meta second. I just don't know as much about Meta's financials, but I think Meta is still relatively cheap at these prices, even though we did see it below 500 the other day, which makes it a little scary to invest, right? Because it could get back there if their earnings are not that good. And then Amazon's third for me because the tariff exposure to Amazon is higher than Meta and Google. So that's why Amazon is third. Although I think Amazon over the next decade is, I don't think you're going to be upset holding Amazon stock. Amazon right here, down about 5.1% on the day. Nvidia, the one that got hit the most today. I did do a little bit of buying. I bought 20 shares of Nvidia, bought 20 shares of Hood, bought 50 shares of Grab, and I bought 100 shares of IBIT. So started the DCA into IBIT. The goal on that is more so to use it as a trading position to sell calls against. Didn't sell any calls against it today because we are red, but basically bought the dip on Bitcoin today. It looks like the Nvidia and Hood calls, covered calls that I have as well at 110 and 42. I think if we don't have any crazy pump tomorrow, those are going to be okay. So this market has been very rewarding to covered calls, but not as rewarding to cash secured puts or people who have been buying calls outside of yesterday. Again, I showed you guys that screenshot in the morning. Someone made 35,000% on their money. They took $200 and turned it into 70,000 by buying a 0 DTE S&P 500 contract. And it pumped on the news. By the way, if you see some headlines coming out from some very well-respected websites in the media talking about Trump insiders getting rich, I would take those articles seriously. It is very, very likely, in my opinion, that people close to the Trump administration profited yesterday. I mean, based on all the signs I'm seeing, it looks, and based on the fact that I'm seeing, a lot of these news publications already began their investigations, people want to know what the hell happened yesterday. And although Trump did say it publicly, like, you think his son doesn't know that Daddy Trump's about to pump the market? Like, obviously he knew. The question is, did he trade on that? And given what they've done with the crypto meme coins, I think it's more likely than not that Trump insiders traded on this news. So I think we're going to get a lot of investigations soon. It's not going to be investigations like from the SEC or anything, but it's going to be independent media publications like the Wall Street Journal. These guys, I think they're going to go into it and try to see if they can find a correlation. And if they do, it's not like anything's going to happen, but it's going to be one of those things where we'll find out who got rich off the pump, which most likely was people that actually knew that the pump was happening. 4 p.m. Thursday, April 10th, the stock market is now closed. All right, we end out the day when we give 40% of our gains right back to the market from what we got yesterday. 524 on the S&P 500, down about 4.36%. Again, it was up about 10.5% yesterday, so 40% or about 43% of those gains we gave right back. And that's how today's market ended. Market giveth, market taketh away. And today it took away some of those gains. The Qs down about 4.2% as well, giving back about 40% of the gains we got yesterday. Celsius down about 2%. Micron down 10%. The semis really got hit today badly. Rocket Lab down about 4.6%. Robinhood down 4%. GameStop down 2%. HIMS down 9%. Tessie got hit down 7%. It was a little bit worse for Tesla. It hit the low 240s, but now it's back up to 252. Palantir down 3.72% on the day after getting to 93 yesterday. Next Decade was down about 1%. Snapchat down 11% after a 20% pump yesterday. Uber down 2%. Delta, even with the decent earnings, they took away guidance. They're down 11% on the day. And then Google right here down about 3.7%. Again, the semis really took it badly. AMD down 8%, Nvidia down 10 or 7%, SMCI down 8%, Intel down 7%, Lam Research down 6%, Dell down 5%, Micron down 10%, Qualcomm down 6%, and then TSM down 4.8%. TSM will kick off tech earnings next week when we get tech earnings started. The banks are going to be starting tomorrow. SoFi right here was down about 7.64% on the day as well. Meta down 6.4%, IWM down 4.2%, and then you have the S&P down 4%. Nike also, it was down 11% at one point. Now it's only down 8%. It looks like anything with exposure to China, whether it's Nike, Amazon, Lululemon, or Apple, is going to get a little bit of pain. Lululemon right there down 6.29% until we get any resolution to what's going on with China, which I'm hopeful will happen soon. But as of now, we are not getting any momentum on that yet. Cool. So that's what we had. Trump is not live right now. At least I don't think so. We listened to him at the cabinet meetings today where he was live. I don't think he's live right now. Yeah, he's not live right now. I don't think he's signing any executive orders, but he did say again in that meeting that there is going to be significant progress on the China deal. And I think that's the next catalyst that the market's waiting for. Like, are we going to get a deal from China? And is that deal from China actually going to be something that the markets care about? Did you see the Oklo news? I have not seen the Oklo news. Let me pull up their chart right here. And then we'll keep going from there with some other headlines. Oklo down about 5.73% of the day. Oh, we do have a Sam Altman tweet that seemed rather bullish NVIDIA. I just got the Oklo news. The Pentagon cleared 8 companies, including Oklo, to build microreactors on military bases under the ANPI program. Cool. There you go. That's not bad for Oklo. Again, for those that don't know, it's a nuclear energy company. No earnings yet, but they do have a lot of deals, and Sam Altman is the chairman of the company. So there's probably an OpenAI relationship right there. All right, so these 8 companies, including Oklo, 2 of them traded on the public markets, BWXT and then Oklo, have been chosen to be able to work with the DoD. Now, yeah, it didn't do anything for the stock price today. I mean, that's kind of inevitable on a crappy day like this. Oklo right here up a little bit after hours, 1.23%, but was down 5.73% on the day. Oh, wow. Here we go. Trump administration is considering delisting Chinese stocks on U.S. exchanges per Fox News. Huh. Now, okay. I don't think they're actually serious about doing that. I think they're saying that because they want to sound strong. I don't think they're actually going to do that. Is Baba tanking on this? Baba, that might not be the... Okay, it's down about 0.3%. It was down 1% on the day. I don't know. Do you guys think they would actually do that, bro? They tried to in 2019. Really? Trump tried to do this in 2019? Well, if we do that, you know what's happening in China. I mean, they're going to do the same thing for us. So it's not like we're going to be able to keep our stocks on their exchanges if this happens. Huh. I mean, you didn't think they would put 100% tariffs, and they did it. That's true. I really did not think that we would impose 100% tariffs on China, and we did. Now it's 145%. So, yeah, I mean, that would be a tricky situation. There are a lot of volume in the U.S. markets in the context of China stocks. Alibaba, NIO, all these companies, they get tons and tons of volume. So that would be something that would be rather interesting. It's actually kind of bearish Robinhood because that's taking away some of their volumes. It's bearish all the brokerages if that happens. Sam Altman today tweeted, OpenAI usage has gone nuts over the past month. We also got those hundreds of thousands of GPUs that we asked for a couple weeks ago. To me, this is bullish NVIDIA. I mean, the fact that they're getting this much usage, the fact that they're probably surging from 500 million monthly active users, and that they got the hundreds of thousands of GPUs they needed, it likely means they're only going to be buying more and more GPUs when it comes to them being able to expand the uses of OpenAI. I mean, dude, if OpenAI gets 1 billion users and they're halfway there, most likely than not, they're going to get to 1 billion. Probably, I would say, in the next 2 to 3 years, if it takes that long. You're going to need a lot more servers, a lot more GPUs. And that's going to be relatively important for NVIDIA. Gene says, but they want to make a deal on TikTok. Don't get it. Well, that's a good point. I mean, they want to make a deal on TikTok. They're not going to be able to get their deal that easily if you ban Alibaba from being traded on Fidelity. So there is an argument that China can use TikTok as a negotiating leg. And what's also really important is that a lot of the Trump donors, Jeffrey Yass in particular, who's the founder of, or the chairman of Susquehanna Group, 70% of his net worth is tied to TikTok. He has or ByteDance. He has a massive stake in ByteDance worth about $21 billion. So part of the reason that Trump got elected, or that people wanted Trump to get elected, was so that he could save TikTok. And I think if China screws him on TikTok, the donors are not going to be that happy. So I think there's a world where TikTok's going to be levered in these negotiations. The question is going to be to what extent. Trump also wants to put TikTok in the sovereign wealth fund, which might happen, might not happen. But that's going to be an ongoing discussion in regards to how we end up getting a meaningful deal. Okay, cool. So that's what we got in the context of this current market. Again, for anyone wondering why the market is red, the real answer right here is this 30-year Treasury bond, 4.86%. This thing getting to 5% is going to have credit swaps explode, which we can't see. Like the Scott Bessent, I think, will do something before that happens, hopefully, but that would not be the best thing in the world. A couple other stats for you guys, and then I want to look at one of the former Fed presidents and get his thoughts on what's going on in the context of this market. So first of all, in the context of Canada, Doug Ford, Ontario's premier, said Trump doesn't want to make a deal with Canada. We were shocked that we weren't included in the 90-day tariff pause. This is unfortunate for two nations, true groups of people who love each other. So you got Ontario coming out today and say, hey, wait a second, this whole 90-day pause, we weren't included in that. So it doesn't seem like Trump wants to make a deal with us. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I just think that the 90-day pause were for all the reciprocal tariffs they were employing against every other country, not the main trading partners, Canada and Mexico. So I think that we're going to get a deal with Canada soon. I don't think it's just because we didn't take them off that 90-day list, but he's probably mad that they're paying tariffs right now and they haven't had that 90-day pause. Here's another chart that I thought was incredibly interesting. So U.S. interest expense doubled under Joe Biden's term from $534 billion in Q1 in 2021, aka the amount we pay per quarter or per year for interest, to $1.1 trillion in Q4, 534 to 1.1 trillion. Trump is inheriting this federal interest expense. And if rates don't go down, the interest is only going to get worse in terms of how expensive it is. So now per year, we are paying on a trailing 12 months, $1.124 trillion in interest. We got to get these rates to come down. Now, we made some progress on getting rates to come down when CPI came in at 2.4%, which was very good. The major stat that people ignored today, outside of the headline 2.4% versus 2.5% expected, was monthly inflation is down negative 0.1% month over month, which is incredible because it means that we really are seeing a decline in inflation. One of the major reasons we saw that decline was because of energy that came down 2.4% month over month, 6.3% in terms of natural gas. But what's also really important is that people probably aren't spending that much if we're getting a negative inflation read, the first time we got it since May of 2020, month over month. So from that perspective, we're probably seeing a little bit of demand destruction, which is good because we shouldn't get a lot of it because that's bad for earnings, but a decent amount of it is good to get inflation to come down. And I think based on that read month over month, that is one of the better things that we got today from inflation. Here's another headline that I felt was very bubbly, and I don't like seeing this, but nonetheless, this is what we're getting right here. Mira Murati, who was the OpenAI CTO, former CTO, because she quit a month ago, is raising $2 billion at a $10 billion valuation. Again, bubbly. I don't like seeing this. It's weird. I don't understand why these AI companies have to raise that. Well, I know why they have to raise so much money because GPUs are expensive. So I guess bullish NVIDIA. But the fact that investors are even thinking of investing in something that there's no product, there's nothing. It's just Mira Murati, CTO of OpenAI. She has the brand recognition to raise this much cash. It means there's a lot of liquidity out there that's chasing assets, which is why stocks work over the long term. There's just so much liquidity out there. In this case, it's in the private markets. But B, who the hell is making these investments? Like, what VC firms think that this is a good idea versus just buying like OpenAI at $300 billion? So I don't know. That feels bubbly. That also tells me there's still more froth in the system. Now, granted, this company might end up being $1 trillion company, and this is a cheap valuation. But as of now, it does feel like there's a little bit too much juice in the system currently right now. EU commissioner just said the EU will not tolerate Chinese goods hit by tariffs being redirected to Europe. Okay, so the EU coming out right here, the president saying, hey, if goods that are hit by tariffs end up coming to the EU, we will not tolerate that. They probably don't want to tolerate that because no one likes their economy being flooded with goods that aren't valuable or that are going to devalue the goods in that country. So it makes sense that the EU is coming out and saying that. The other headline we have this morning is that the EU and China are now negotiating on getting rid of tariffs off Chinese EVs, which it seems like whatever has happened with this tariff volatility in the United States has led the EU and China to work together potentially to re-navigate how they think of global trade. Then we got this headline this morning from the Wall Street Journal as well. This actually happened right after the market open. China privately is admitting to their role in the cybersecurity hacks that we had last month. In a closed-door meeting last December, Chinese officials indirectly acknowledged their role in the Volt Typhoon cyber attacks targeting the U.S. infrastructure. The remarks tied to rising U.S. support for Taiwan were seen by U.S. officials as a veiled threat. I think this is another reason Trump is being so stringent on the tariffs, because at the end of the day, if the CCP keeps getting away with this, particularly if it's because of our support for Taiwan, which Trump definitely knows about. He was one of the first presidents to call Taiwan or to answer Taiwan's phone call back in 2017 when they congratulated him on being president. Usually, presidents of the United States don't pick up that call because it's like bad for China. Trump picked it up and he was like, hey, thank you. And China got so mad 10 years ago. They're like, why'd you pick up the call? He was like, because they wanted to say thank you. So I picked up the call. But like, he should know these Taiwanese Chinese relationships are not good. Apparently, it seems like China is admitting to the fact that they did engage in some cyber attacks because of our support for Taiwan. I think that TikTok, everything we've got going on in the context of tariffs, all of that is implicated in this deal that Trump's trying to get. The question is going to be, will he end up getting this deal? Here is the former Fed president, James Bullard. Let's get his thoughts on what he thinks about tariffs and what the Fed's next move is going to be because of it.
I think the chair had it about right. Let's do wait and see from the Fed's perspective. I don't think this is about interest rate decreases right now. This is all about how are we going to reorder the global trade arrangements and what effect is that going to have, especially on global investment. I think the uncertainty is a damper to global investment, and that's why there's recession warnings coming around.
Oh boy, 10-year. There she goes. 4.41. 4.41. Ironically, as Bullard is saying, hey, more uncertainties are going to be caused by these tariffs, which is pretty much what Jay Powell, Goolsbee, all the Fed presidents have said. So it's nothing too different from the other Fed presidents. That 10-year crossing over a level we don't need it to cross over. Ironically, stocks are up after hours. Even the S&P's up, which is good in the face of bonds going up, but bonds going up is worse than stocks going up at this moment. 525.73 on the S&P. Nvidia's up a little bit. IWM's up. Meta's up. Amazon's up. Nvidia's up. SoFi's up. All of them getting a little bit of love after hours as these bonds continue to go higher. I know up 0.01 might not seem like a lot on the 10-year, but it is getting awfully, awfully close to levels that we just don't need to be at in this market. Like right now is not the time to be teetering against these levels. Even the 30-year 4.86. And the reason I'm saying this is because credit markets started freaking out 2 nights ago when we got to these levels. We were a little bit above. The 10-year was at 4.5 and the 30-year was at exactly 4.9. But getting close doesn't make things better at all. And so this is something that we definitely have to be able to figure out. Yeah, 4.5 or more is not good. And that's something that we're going to have to figure out. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yields are up, bonds are down. I'm sorry. I was using the wrong language. Yields are up, not bonds. Bonds are down when yields go up. But they are pumping like meme coins, dude. That is absolutely... Trump's got the whole stock market trading like a meme coin, dude. I mean, the fact that the S&P 500 went up 10% yesterday and down 4% today, I mean, tell me that's not a meme coin. This is an index. It should not be trading the way it's trading. Like, we should not have this much volatility, but we do. And that's the level of pain that we're seeing right now. Here's another reason the 10-year might be going up as well. Elon was at the cabinet meeting today, and he is projecting a $150 billion reduction from waste and fraud, which is good, but it's not as high as what he was projecting a while ago, which is why the bond market might be thinking, all right, if Doge is not going to be able to cut as much, then maybe inflation does end up becoming an issue.
Thank you. Well, thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd. Like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on, that's just crazy. You know, some of these things, people ask me like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's as the military would say, target rich environment.
Thank you. Okay, so like 150 billion is good, but from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Elon said they would do $1 trillion, right? Like, am I wrong? He said they would do $1 trillion. He just said 150 billion now, which is a little bit less than $1 trillion. And I don't think that's, again, if he can get rid of 150 billion, that's amazing, right? But the bond markets in particular really care about Doge, and Trump knows this. That's why he is still so friendly with Elon. He knows that he needs Doge to counteract a lot of the tax cuts that he's putting out, because you need to decrease spending if you're not bringing in more money. And if that 1 trillion went to 150 billion, I mean, that's just like, that's not enough. Like, it's just not enough. Now, maybe Elon's trying to lower the expectations here and then under promise, over deliver. But I can't get mad at the bond market for reacting to that number and saying, all right, well, we thought, you know, to some extent that waste and fraud and spending would go down. But if that number went down by the tune of about 500%, then that could also explain a little bit for why we are seeing a sell-off in the bond market, which is causing these yields to go a bit higher. No, it's not 150 billion in 2 months. It's 150 billion for fiscal year 2026. That's what the quote was from Elon. So, and again, I do think that's undershooting it, because they've already done on their website about 149 billion year to date is what they've said. So I think they're going to get a lot more, but yeah, they're going to need to be able to continue to raise that. Some people were saying that they would be able to do 150 billion a year. And so that, if you go over 10 years, that gets to $1 trillion. But yeah, we're not there at $1 trillion, at least right now. Fiscal year 2026, 150 billion is good. What are you talking about? No, I agree. It's really good. But again, we need a lot more than that on the spending side in cuts if we're going to get the bond market to be excited about buying our bonds and getting yields to come down. Again, the reason people buy bonds is because they think inflation's going down and they want to get a better rate on their guaranteed risk-free money from the U.S. Treasury over risking with stocks. And so if you think inflation's going up, if inflation's going to 5%, you're not going to pay 5% on a bond, because you're net neutral. You're not making any money. And so Doge is a key catalyst psychologically to be able to think that, and materially. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily going to be that big of an expense reduction, at least not yet, even though I think they'll be doing a lot more than that. Nike right here, up a little bit after hours. Bitcoin down about 2.5%. The NASDAQ still down 4% on the day, and the S&P 500 just up a little bit currently right now after hours. PPI tomorrow will be at 8:30 Eastern. PPI tomorrow at 8:30. Now, again, yeah, someone makes a good point right here. What about entitlement and spending? Entitlement and spending is the biggest amount of spending that we do in the United States. The problem is no one wants to touch that. And like, you know, it's scary to touch that. Those are food stamps, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. There's a lot of different things that come to entitlement, especially for some of the more underprivileged people in the United States. So being able to cut those is always politically risky, but that is where the majority of our spending is. And I think until we cut those, we're probably not going to have the best chance at meaningfully reducing the budget. Here's an update on tech stocks and how they did today as well. And then we will get into a few other stories that we've got right now.
To these market moves. This dramatic flip really just comes after yesterday's 17% increase in the SMH ETF, a good barometer for chips, 18% higher from the stocks. Clearly not the case today. Some of the drive, though, I have to point out, likely reflects some heavy short covering, with at least 13% of their float shorted within those two ETFs. So there are some people betting against the chip sector. And if you look at these numbers, you'll see really the damage is still quite substantial. And I mean by the numbers AMD, Micron, ON, Marvell, Microchip, all of these names are trading more than 50% below their 52-week highs. And then You got to talk about NVIDIA and Broadcom because both those names are driving the NASDAQ 100's movements downwards, just showing how much weight these two giants carry in the index. And with macro uncertainties growing by the minute, investors remain on edge with upcoming earnings and whether companies will need to walk back their forecasts in the face of these headwinds, Scott.
Yeah, Christina, thanks for that setup there.
This is why Jensen attending that event with Trump at Mar-a-Lago was important. But obviously, if tariffs continue to hit every sector, including the semis, that is not going to be a good thing. You guys are telling me right now there was a helicopter crash in the Hudson. Let me see if I can find that. The Hudson is in New York. It is close to me. Well, not really close, but I mean, I've been there many times. Helicopter Hudson. Wow, helicopter crashes into New York City's Hudson River. Holy crap. That is not good. That is, well, dude, there's a lot of helicopters that do that. I don't know if it's a tourist thing, but like there's views of the city with helicopters. And there's a lot of them that fly over the Hudson. Oh boy, that's not good.
Aaron, you've been tracking this. What can you tell us?
I'm right by the banks of the Hudson River on the New York side, Terry. The NYPD says the helicopter with passengers aboard went down closer to the New Jersey side of the river. Right now, I see police and fireboats in the water assisting with the search and rescue. You may be able to hear sirens behind me. A number of emergency vehicles have been racing down the West Side Highway adjacent to the river to aid in the response, but it is closer to the New Jersey side. I have a good view of where it appears the helicopter went down. According to police sources, there are believed to be fatalities in the water and on the helicopter itself, but we don't have an exact number just yet, Terry.
And Aaron, is there?
That is unfortunate, dude. That is very unfortunate. Oh, I got the video. I have the video of the crash. I just saw it. I don't know, dude. I don't know if I want to show this video. This is pretty graphic. It literally just popped up on it. I'll put the link. I'm not going to show it. I'll put the link in the chat if you want to see it. Oh, that's graphic. That's graphic. Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat. I don't want to share it, but there's the link if you want to see it. That is a bad crash, dude. My God. That's like one of those crashes where the helicopter's lost control. It's like flipped upside down, too. No, I'm not going to show it, bro. I don't want to show it. All right, I'm going to do a poll. If you guys really want to see it. I mean, it's not that graphic, but it's still kind of bad. I don't know. Sometimes with this stuff, you always want to be a little respectful in terms of how it plays out. Show it or not. We need 80% to show it, bro. We need a democracy here, okay? You guys need to be democratic about this one. If it's below 80%, we're not going to show it. Dude, how does it always get to 69%? Somehow you guys on these polls, the number always ends up being 69%. I don't know how it happens, but it happens. Okay, yeah, we needed 80%. We're at 69. Yeah, just click the link. You guys, I mean, the link's right there. If you want to see it, I'll put the link again. But anyway, I'm curious how this happened, right? So where did this come from? Is this a tourist one? Is this one of those news copters that was going around? 4 people, it says, were reportedly on board. And based on the look of this crash, it obviously does feel like 4 people may have lost their lives right here. All right. Well, that's an update in the context of the Hudson River. All right. A few more things going on right now that were definitely really concerning across the markets today. So we talked about the cabinet meeting. Oh, so let me give some clarity right here on this. A lot of people have been asking me about this one. Oh, 2 were rescued so far. Oh, that's great. Okay, perfect. That's nice. It's nice to see at least 2 people were rescued from that. This right here. So Trump did not ask the Supreme Court to let him fire Chair Powell. I know a lot of people think that's the headline going on. President Trump asked the U.S. Supreme Court to let him fire top officials at 2 independent agencies, and they filed an emergency request that could bolster the White House control over federal regulators. Now, the case is testing a 1935 Supreme Court ruling. I thought it was 1985 this morning, so it's actually even older than the ruling that I thought it was, that let Congress shield high-ranking officials from being fired, paving the way for independent agencies that now proliferate across the U.S. government. The legal wrangling ultimately could test whether Trump has the power to fire Chair Powell, which my opinion is that they're not going to give him that control. There's no way. Like, there's no way they're going to give him the control to fire Chair Powell. That's what I believe. Now, granted, we've got a 6-3 majority conservative court, a couple of them picked by Trump himself. Actually, 3 of them: Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and then the lady's name that I'm forgetting. But those 3 were picked by him. But still, I don't think that 1935 precedent, that's, close to 100 years of case law. I don't think they're going to go against that and give Trump what he wants, because Trump would immediately fire J Powell and put someone who's going to cut rates immediately. So I don't think it's going to play out that way, but there is a chance that that he has the ability to do that. Yeah, for those that are saying that watched it, it's really sad. It's really sad, dude. I've always thought about doing that New York tour on the helicopter, but I've never done it. And maybe I've never really officially done it because it's a little scary when you get in a helicopter and you go up voluntarily. But then again, it's like I would want to do it one day. It's just then you see these stories and it's always a little scary to kind of see how it happens. Yeah, the Fox News headline on Trump, we talked about that already, but Trump is considering delisting Chinese stocks. I don't think that's going to happen unless this trade war gets even more intense than what it is right now. I would hope that doesn't happen, but if it does happen, U.S. stocks are going to be out of China, Chinese stocks are going to be out of the U.S., and it looks like it's just going to be a antagonistic relationship over the coming months. Here's a bigger update on what Trump had to say with tariffs today.
75 countries have reached out seeking negotiations, but White House Council of Economic Advisors Chair Kevin Hassett said today that the number in active negotiations is around 15, and officials have said of those, 2 deals may be close to being ready for the president to announce. No word, though, on whether we're going to get any announcements today. Scott, back over to you.
I'm trying to figure out this line about transition costs and what that might mean and to whom. To the value of the stock market, to the value of investors' portfolios. What are the costs?
Guys, the 10-year is not slowing down, by the way. It continues to go up after hours. If this thing heads to 4.5 by tonight, we're going to have an issue. And I wouldn't be shocked if Trump tries to fight this somehow by announcing something positive. So that could be a major catalyst for tomorrow. They are not slowing down. Neither is the 30-year. It is getting awfully close to 4.9, and the 10-year is getting very close to 4.5. It is 0.04 basis points away from that. So that is something I think everyone needs to pay attention to tonight, because it could have major impacts tomorrow as well.
That he thinks we need to pay to go through this transition that he wants to take us through.
Yeah, look, I mean, the president has said throughout the stock market downturn over the past week that you have to be willing to take your medicine. There's a price you have to pay. He is clearly willing to tolerate a very high level of stock market pain. And I think we saw maybe what his limit was the bond market pain, but he's willing to tolerate a very high level of stock market pain that's, of course, absorbed by investors in order to get to this vision that he has of a reindustrializing, sort of 1950s economy style United States of America. We saw the president in the cabinet meeting talking about sort of reminiscing about steel plants in the country and the tall towers pumping out smoke and the industrial capacity going on for miles. And we've lost that. And he's frustrated by that, and he believes that these tariffs will be one of the tools to bring that back.
All right, Eamon, keep us up to date, as you always do. Appreciate it.
So again, the reason I think we gave back a lot of the gains from yesterday is because the market is really, really afraid of what's going on with bonds. I keep saying bonds are higher. I mean to say yields are higher. Bonds are lower. The way to solve this is people have to buy our bonds. That's what gets yields to come lower, because they have an inverse relationship. Someone said that maybe Japan is selling our bonds. I don't think so. Japan is a really big ally with the United States. I think Japan even confirmed in some statement yesterday that we look forward to negotiating with the United States on tariffs. I don't think Japan is selling off our bonds. I think it's China. And I think China might be calling up some other countries that own our bonds and maybe he's making some backdoor deals and says, hey, if you sell their bonds, we'll do XYZ with you, because they know it hurts us, because if our credit markets explode, that's not going to be a good thing. China's credit markets already are exploding, so they know how bad it hurts. But I don't think it's Japan. I don't think it's the UK. I don't think it's any countries in the EU. I think it's China. And then because China's doing it, the market's afraid, because they're like, all right, if China's about to blow stuff up, then this is not going to be good. And as a result, you might have a lot of hedge funds as well saying, all right, we were levered bonds. Maybe we're going to get out of this stuff, or maybe we're levered stocks. We got to cover our short. A lot of bonds, a lot of hedge funds that went short a couple of days ago might have got destroyed yesterday, and they maybe had to sell bonds to be able to cover their short calls. I mean, so many things could be happening in the background that could cause a credit crisis. And we just need to keep our eye on it. And every 0.01 it comes up is not a good thing. The 10-year right here, 4.42 now. We really need that sucker to go down. European Union seeks to make a completely balanced trade deal with the United States. Yeah, that was reported in the morning. The EU also delayed their tariffs by 90 days on the United States as well. So that was a piece of good news, but not enough for the markets. It goes higher when you sell. Yes. So bonds have an inverse relationship. When you sell them, the yields go higher. Whereas stocks, when you sell them, the prices go lower. When you buy them, the yields go lower. We want people to buy our bonds. And Trump really wants a lot of buying of our bonds so that we can refinance our debt, which is determined by the treasury markets and ultimately determined by interest rates. But interest rates are very correlated with the treasury markets. And if those yields come down on 10-year, 30-year treasury bonds, we can refinance the trillions of dollars we have into the future of debt at a lower rate, just like you refinance your mortgage rate on a car or on a house. But you need yields to come down. And again, the theory, which I don't know if this theory makes sense anymore. The theory was Trump is trying to crash the stock market to get yields to come down. It made sense for like 2 days, and then the stock market crashed and yields didn't come down. So it's like, I think even trying to crash the stock market anymore is not going to control it. Now they need another plan. And I don't know what that plan is going to be. But we've got to do something. Hedge funds could be selling it off too. Yeah, I agree. It could be hedge funds as well. I definitely do think China is playing a role here. I don't think China is just sitting on their bonds and not using it as some form of retaliation. But if it's funds, I think that's even worse, because, you know, we don't want to see a fund blow up. That's obviously not a good thing, but if the bond market is causing that, then that would not be nice to see. Here's what we had a Fed president speak today. Fed President Collins. Let's get an update from him, and then we'll keep going from there.
But renewed pressures could delay policy changes. That's renewed pressures on inflation. She says that confidence is needed, that the tariffs are not destabilizing inflation expectations before the Fed could act. And here's a direct quote. She says, quote, "The signal would have to be compelling to take preemptive action and do what the Fed normally does, which is that in the face of recession, declining growth, the Fed could come in and cut rates. Can't do that now without a clear signal. Fed policy could face challenging trade-offs, requiring a balancing act between competing objectives on both sides of the employment and the inflation mandate. The response is going to depend, as Fed Chair Powell has said, on the distance of employment and inflation from the Fed's goals." And then she talks about just what Ralph was saying. There is a wait-and-see attitude she hears in her district that is now commonplace among households and firms that could have a negative effect. Morgan, we've heard now, I think, 4 Fed speakers today. It's interesting to me, they are all basically singing from the same hymn book about not being able to really react here, about the way their policy choices are frozen because of what's happening with the inflation side. They can't address the growth side, at least not now. There don't seem to be any.
Every Fed president, dude, they're saying the same thing. This is also not helping the bond market. When every Fed president speaks, the bond market listens. They listen to every damn word they say. And when they're saying, hey, we can't really give you that much clarity around inflation because we don't know what these 10% tariffs or 145% tariffs on China is going to do, that's bad. And, you know, what's really surprising about the 10-year being, there you go, 4.42. It was at 4.419. Now it's at 4.423, continuing to get sold off right now. What's really sad about this is that CPI came in at 2.4% today. The lowest inflation in 6 months. Negative month-over-month growth in core inflation at negative 0.1. And still, it was not enough to get yields to come down. It's a little scary, dude. I'm researching a lot more about the credit markets, trying to understand like what happened in 2008 with credit default swaps. How did that create some of the problems we're seeing? What should we be looking for in terms of the spreads on credit swaps that need to be more tightened versus wide? And from what I'm seeing, again, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but the bond market controls a lot of it. And the one thing you just don't want are those yields to continue going higher. NASDAQ right here is still down 4% on the day. Bitcoin down about 2.4%. We do have a little bit of green after hours, but it's like relatively insignificant, 0.2%, 0.3%, nothing crazy. Tesla is flat after hours. CoreWeave, which was down 13% on the day, that's down. Palantir as well, down about 0.27% currently right now. Japan sold bonds, China not that much. Yeah, see, I disagree. I don't think Japan sold bonds. I don't know what the reason is for why Japan would sell them, especially when we're negotiating with Japan right now. I feel like that'd be too aggressive on their side. So I don't know. Maybe they did. We'll find out once the new numbers come out in terms of ownership of bonds. But I don't think Japan is selling. I was surprised to find out the United Kingdom owns $760 billion worth of our bonds. Japan owns $1 trillion, and then China owns the same, around $765 billion. I didn't know the UK owns as much American debt as China does. So, I mean, the UK really is one of our biggest allies for them to own that much debt. But yeah, they are up there as one of the companies or one of the countries that own our debt. 25% auto tariffs on Japan. That's why they sold. Yeah, that's fair. But again, isn't that negotiable, right? Isn't that what Besant's supposed to be doing today and tomorrow, is like negotiating with Japan? He did post a picture with the leader of Vietnam. By the way, this is what I mean with Elon Musk and those Doge cuts. Again, the headline a while ago was 2 trillion. Then it came down to 1 trillion. And now today he said expect savings of 150 billion in fiscal year 2026. Like, it's amazing to save that much. It's just not enough. It really is just not enough in the context of what Doge was promising and what the bond market needs. So Besant right here, he posted this picture with him and the Deputy Prime Minister of Vietnam. So it looks like negotiations are starting with Vietnam. I actually didn't know most of the Nike sneakers are produced in Vietnam. Some of them are produced in China, but the far majority of them are not in China. It's in Vietnam. There's a lot of other stuff from Nike that's produced in China, but the sneakers themselves, that is a Vietnam thing. So if we do get a Vietnam headline, we could see a potential Nike pump just off that headline if it comes anytime soon. But still, China is one of the big things that has exposure for Nike. Nintendo Switch 2? Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I didn't. One thing about this whole tariff thing is it's forcing me to like really learn about what trade we do with other countries and what stuff we need and where is it produced and how is it produced. But apparently Vietnam and Thailand are much bigger players than I thought in the global trade dynamic, especially with the United States. China's big, but Vietnam and Thailand are also pretty damn big as well in terms of how much we import from them. Bond markets today are scary. They're ruling everything. Yeah, they are not pretty, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It's just not pretty seeing. And I'm trying to, again, the logical argument is China and maybe hedge funds and just people are afraid of inflation expectations. But Trump gave us a pause and it just wasn't enough. And I think Besant's probably a little pissed off about that. He thought the bond markets would chill out after they got their pause. Well, I guess they're mad about 10% across the board as well. Now, if we back down from 10%, we're going to have a really creative explanation for why, because that's just going to look like we are kind of going back on originally what we said. But, you know, hopefully if we do have to lower it by 5%, maybe it's because we got some good deals done. But it's not. The stock market is definitely not enjoying this, and obviously the bond market is scared as well. Okay, we have bank earnings on Friday, in particular Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. Those are going to be big ones. Let's get an update right here on what to expect from the banks tomorrow, which is Friday.
This has been, it feels like a decade, a total 180 from the last time banks reported in January. All the gains this sector saw after President Trump was elected have been erased, and then some. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Citi, and Bank of America have lost a quarter of their value from their 52-week highs. The headwinds are numerous here: trade war uncertainty, and as a result, the markets are pricing in a higher recession likelihood, and all of that is creating outsized volatility in equities and rates. Credit default swaps, a security that allows professional investors to hedge or offset some of their credit risk, have also been widening among the big banks. I spoke with Ben Emmons of FedWatch Advisors about what's going on here, and he said this does not indicate a financial crisis. I will repeat, this does not indicate a financial crisis, but it is tied to the recent market volatility. Emmons says because banks hold treasuries on their balance sheets, there's a feedback loop. Bank CDS widens as VIX jumps on rising yields, which puts pressure on bank stocks and widens CDS further, I guess we should say. Emmons told me, quote, the loop is starting to intensify, which is becoming alarming to him. But much of the recent volatility has taken place in the 10 days since the quarter ended, making guidance and executive color on tomorrow's conference calls paramount here. Loan growth expected to still be muted. The capital markets revival has most certainly been pushed out, and credit normalization is supposed to continue. Luckily, we hear from a diverse mix of firms tomorrow with JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Morgan Stanley each reporting. Morgan Stanley Morgan.
I know lots of Morgans.
Yes.
Okay, I'm getting tired. And honestly, I'm tired for you. And we haven't even gotten through all those conference calls. Where are you going to see the pain more first? Is it going to be the regional banks that are sort of on the front lines with small businesses and with consumers and with lending into their communities? I just wonder, yes, these are the big banks. These are, we pay close attention to them. They sort of set the tone for earnings season. But I have to think that regionals potentially are more exposed here and thus could matter more in terms of their commentary in coming days and coming weeks.
The regional I care about the most is TFC. It is the 7th largest bank in the United States of America. It's a super regional bank. I made a decent chunk of money on this one a long time ago. If you've been following the channel since 2023, Chris got interested in this stock when it fell to 24. Right now it's back at 37. It got to 48 at one point. If they have a epic fall off, like back into the low 20s, that would be a decade-long low. So that one is one I'm looking at. And, they could have some hiccups on their earnings, but they're one of the biggest regionals in the world. I think they would be one of the last banks to have a bank run. So that is one that I'm keeping my eye on, ticker symbol TFC.
Would say it's a double-edged sword because on one hand you have regionals that are exposed to the U.S. economy. So if that starts to slow, which a lot of people are expecting to be something maybe in the second half of the year if it happens at all, that's something to keep an eye out there. But multinational clients are kind of the bread and butter of these big bulge bracket banks. So if there's weakening, if there's, the geopolitical tensions get in the way of cross-border deals, for example, or cross-border listings, or if it just kind of makes these international clients of theirs pull back and use banks in their own country, all of that could be a big concern for them as well. Now, that said, they do benefit from the offset of a lot of them have pretty sizable trading divisions. And so when you see the volatility like we've seen in FX, like we've seen in equities, like we've seen in rates, that could benefit them, when everything else is looking a little dicey.
So many factors to piece together. Leslie Picker, thanks for doing it.
The banks are going to be important, bro. Again, I'm looking at TFC because I would love to have an entry on that stock again. There's a 6% dividend. If we get it around 27, 28, I'd probably pull the trigger on my side just to begin the DCA. I did a lot of my fundamental DD on that stock back in May of 2023. And I can write up a one-pager and post it on Twitter for people to read through it. But incredible company. Love the CEO. Love the management team. They did some really good stuff with restructuring their student loan debt. They handled the Silicon Valley banking crisis in a really strategic way because people thought they were at risk, but they were able to meaningfully mitigate a lot of that risk. So if they take a deep decline off of something that is more macro driven with uncertainties, I would be looking at this one again. And I think you just get a better bang for your buck because it's a regional versus a larger bank. So they have a little bit more room to grow. NVIDIA right here down about 0.5% after hours. So any of those gains we had after hours, which were about 0.2 to 0.5% across the board, all of those are gone. Robinhood down 0.5%, NVIDIA down 0.5%, the S&P down another 0.12%, Apple down 0.2%, Bitcoin continues to decline down 2.4%, Nike down another 0.3%. It was up 1% after hours about 15 minutes ago. Meta right here down about another 0.5%. SoFi's up a little bit after hours. And then Alibaba right here down 0.75%. Do I still hold it? No, I actually sold it for Hood when Hood was like 14. So I sold it a while ago, but I would not mind getting back. I really, that was one of the first banks I really researched. It was the first banks I bought option. It was the first stock realistically that I bought options on. And that forced me to like learn what the hell I'm buying an option on. So I just spent a lot of time learning about banks, and I'm not an expert by any means, but with TFC, I've always had a warm spot in my heart just because it was one of the first stocks that really taught me about like the banking business in and of itself and like how does a bank actually make money. So yeah, if that sees a decline, I would be really interested. Now the companies that we have earnings that are going to have earnings tomorrow, BlackRock, that's a big one. JP Morgan, that's a big one. Morgan Stanley, that's a big one. And then Wells Fargo, that's also a big one. The Bank of New York, that is going to be, again, another regional bank, but they'll have earnings as well. On JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, they need to say that the credit markets are not bad. I don't think they're going to say that, but they need to say that. And if what they're seeing, because JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley are intimately tied with the credit markets, if they say, hey, we're seeing some weakness here, we're seeing some uncertainty, we're seeing market participants feel more afraid to hold bonds, which would make sense given the sell-off that we're seeing right here. The 10-year continues to go up after hours, now 4.425. And that 30-year, there you go, 4.87. It's getting up there. That would be something that also creates a little bit of fear in the market. So you have a bunch of catalysts tomorrow. You could have Basent say we got to deal with Vietnam tomorrow, potentially. You have the banks come out and say on their earnings that we think there are issues in the credit market that are not necessarily going to cause a crisis, but definitely are something to look at, which people are going to interpret as like a crisis. And that could hurt the bond market. And then you have Trump that could come out tomorrow and stop all of this and just say we're either doing a pause on China tariffs or we're reducing the tariff rate from 10% to 8% if it gets that bad. And tonight, when futures open, we're really going to see how tomorrow's expected outlook is for treasuries. And that'll probably determine if Mr. Basent walks over to the Oval Office and tells Trump that he's got to do something about this. Buffett is selling bonds. That's a theory. I didn't think of that. What if Buffett is selling bonds? Buffett owns, if I'm not wrong, I believe it's over 200 billion, 286 billion. Buffett owns 286 billion in treasuries. The Fed, our Federal Reserve, owns 195 billion. So he literally owns more than the Fed. Now, I don't think Buffett would do that because, well, he's a nice guy, right? He doesn't want to see the U.S. collapse. Like, I don't think he would. I don't know. Like, I don't think he would do that. He has no reason to retaliate against the United States like China does. So I don't know. I don't think Buffett. Also, if he's doing that, where else is he going to get 4.5% risk free, right? Like, because he would have to allocate that capital if it's out of treasuries. He's obviously not deployed the 340 billion that he's sitting on. Potentially, we'll see in 45 days when we get his 13 Gs. But as of now, you can assume, and even if he has, it's been maybe tens of billions, if that. Like, he's probably still sitting on a couple $100 billion of cash. So I don't think it makes sense for him to sell it because he would just continue to be sitting on cash. Corporate debt, yeah, that's corporate bonds. That's fair. He could have done that. Robinhood Gold. Dude, imagine Buffett pays $5 a month for gold. That would be incredible. Okay, so yeah, he would have to buy stocks with it, and we would have to see what stocks he's buying if he's selling off. That actually would make sense though, if he feels that the stock market is so undervalued compared to the risk that he would have to take on versus the bond market where he has no risk. But then I would be really curious, what freaking stock is it? Because I doubt it's the S&P. I really doubt after Buffett sold his S&P in December that he would buy the market again. I think it would have to be an individual name that looks incredibly attractive, which I would say there's at least 5 to 10 amazing opportunities in the market. Like even PayPal, I know the narrative sucks on it, but they're going to be buying back at this point 30% of the company. Like if you don't think it's a dead company in a couple of years, I think that does well. Obviously, you guys know I like NVIDIA, but Buffett would never buy NVIDIA. But I would be really curious if he actually does sell off bonds, where does that money end up going? More Oxy? Yeah, that's true. I mean, at this point, That one looks like he's going to own all of it, and it's just going to become part of the holding company. But Oxy right here took a nasty fall as well, down 9.3% on the day. All the oil stocks, their earnings, I don't know if we're going to get decent earnings from them, but all of those down from 7 to 8% on the day. He could buy out all of Chubb. Yeah, that's true. He could. Dude, what happened to the insurance stocks this year? Because did we all forget there was that massive fire in the Palisades? And like, wasn't the bear case for insurance that there would be so many premiums once that happened? Chubb is up 4% year to date. The insurance ETF is IAK, if I'm not wrong. That thing, yeah, is up 2% year to date. So insurance has been more safety than as it should be, because it's insurance. But the insurance ETF has been more safety than NVIDIA. It's incredible. Pretty incredible. Chubb reported their earnings already. The reserves are fine. Okay, cool. So Chubb wasn't impacted too much from the Palisades. I think State Farm and Progressive, those were the big companies that were going to get affected by the California fires. But we haven't seen too many updates from that either. NVIDIA right here is still down a little bit after hours. IWM as well, slightly up 0.09%. Yeah, Buffett owns 100% of Geico. So that one he completely owns. Maybe there's other insurance companies that he gets interested in, but insurance has been his bread and butter. He's loved insurance as a concept for so long. Amit, why would he buy PayPal? I just think that PayPal is not a dead company, and the buybacks, Buffett loves buybacks. I don't know another stock that is buying back as much of a percentage of their float as PayPal is. Like the Mag 7 companies are buying back their stock outside of Tesla, but it's not anywhere near the percentage of what PayPal is doing. But the narrative on PayPal, yeah, it's bad, dude. Like Apple Pay, Venmo, or PayPal owns Venmo, but Cash App, Robinhood. I mean, there's a lot of other competitors in the payment space, but even with those competitors, PayPal is doing fine. They have millions of users. They transact hundreds of billions of dollars of volume. They're growing top line 5% year over year. Like, I know it's not amazing growth, but that's why they're doing all these buybacks. And so I don't know. I would think Buffett gets excited about it, but then again, maybe it's a little bit more tech than payments, and that's why he stays away from it. S&P 500 just up a little bit currently after hours right now. PGR stock has been going hard. PGR, that is Progress Corp. This one year to date. That's Progressive. Yeah. Wow, that's up 13%. Progressive up 13%. Huh. Insurance has actually done good this year. Who would have thought, dude? Progressive outperforming NVIDIA. I don't think a lot of people thought that was going to happen, but there you go. Warren Buffett owns 51% of Farcoin. Where did we end out on Farcoin? Farcoin for that. Wow, we actually ended red. It was up 27% today. Now it's down 1%. All right, there you go. It finally tanked with a little bit of the Nasdaq. Thoughts on silver? I'm confused about silver. Silver should be going up right now. Like, silver has not been, I mean, it's up today because we saw the bond markets, but silver, I would think with all this tariff volatility over the past couple of weeks, you would think silver was $28, at least SLV, the one I'm looking at right here. This is BlackRock Silver Trust. This was $28 back in October. And it's $28 today. And I think the volatility we've seen in October has not put us in a bear market, but it's definitely put us closer to feeling like it's a bear market. And theoretically, silver is supposed to do well when we're bearish. So it is kind of weird to not see silver get momentum. Now, gold obviously has been doing a lot better as people fly to safety. Gold right here was up another 3% on the day, 2.95%. I'd rather buy gold over silver. Yeah, just buy gold, right? I'd rather buy gold over silver. I really would. Silver just hasn't been the pseudo hedge that you would expect it to be. All right, let's get a little bit more coverage on some of the moves that we had today, and then we will keep going.
technical perspective, which is why we think this is more likely a bear market versus this short-term kind of drawdown and a big V-shaped recovery back. It means that you have to be disciplined to add to the market on big down days, not to chase these bear market rallies that we saw like yesterday. Having the courage to step in when it feels really bad in those scary days when markets get oversold, like they did on Monday, where you have the VIX spiking to 50 and 50-day percentage of names under the 50-day gets to 6%. Those are all signs that you can have a tactical rebound, but then being very disciplined when you have the bear market rallies not to chase.
I asked this at halftime too, and I hear it from people on the floor that I go around and talk to. It's kind of hard to get all short now and get all negative now because you are literally a statement from the president away of just.
Yup. I mean, that's why it's hard to sell. One tweet and this market changes. And so I don't know. It is hard to be a seller right here, in my opinion, because one tweet and this market fundamentally changes.
Talk to President Xi. We had a good, productive call. We're going to continue to talk. They want to make a deal.
Yeah, I mean,
he says that. What does this do?
Yesterday was a great example of that. You also saw that on Monday when there was that false tweet that came out that said there was a 90-day reprieve. Market shot up on that also. I think this is a good reminder. You don't want to get out of the markets here. I know this can be a very nerve-wracking thing. We're getting a lot of calls from clients of what should they do. And Cameron, you bring up a really good point that you tend to get these really big up days. Even if this is a bear market, you don't want to be out when those happen. And some of your biggest days in the market typically happen within a month of your down days. And this is a time as an investor, and especially as a long-term investor, that you want to look at your investment strategy and see, okay, where am I off balance? Where can I take profits? Where can I reallocate back into the markets? Because it's a question of how long this is going to take to recover, not if it's going to recover.
The tragedy of this whole thing, as I think all of us know, are those who didn't have the ability to just sit tight. They got scared. They looked at their 401ks, IRAs, 529s, and thought it was going to get a lot worse, and were forced out of this market through fear from a self-inflicted incident. And now we're trying to tell people just to hang on. These are moments to buy, not sell. Great piece in the journal today, specific to 529 investors, how you don't have the affordability to wait. You can't wait around for a market rebound and big recovery for expenses that you have within the next months. For example, that's the tragedy that's going to come out of all of this. You look at the market today and you see the NASDAQ, for example, is down 4.2%. It was down like 1,000 points earlier. Christina Partsenevelos is looking at the chips, which are getting really beat up today. Christina.
Yeah, Scott, you've been talking about it over the.
I think the other scary part outside of, people selling out of fear was the margin calls. I mean, Steve is absolutely right when he says the amount of margin and leverage we have in this 2025 stock market is off the hook. And so I can imagine a lot of people just for even a couple hours or maybe a day or two, they didn't have enough to maintain their margin maintenance in their accounts. And then boom, Fidelity says, hey, we got to sell 1,000 of your Palantir shares for you to be whole on the margin. And it might have sold them at $65, right? So it's like the margin and the level of fear that I think people had that got them out of this market. 10 years still pumping after hours. That is definitely scary, but who knows, dude? I mean, if we make new lows, maybe it's not the worst thing if they sold. I am still of the belief. Well, let me ask you guys this question. I'm still of the belief that, dude, see, even saying it is hard to say it. When you go through a day like this, it's hard to say it, but I'm still of the belief. I'm definitely going to get this wrong, dude, but I'm still of the belief that we saw the bottom. 480, that was the bottom, right? Like, do you guys think we're going to see a new bottom? See, I struggle to say it because after all the volatility today, I'm like, well, did we really see the bottom, dude? Like, did we really? Can I legitimately feel that? I can say that, but do I feel that? I don't feel that. Now, I'm not going to make any action to like sell because I don't think we've seen the bottom, because I'm just like too afraid to time it. But I don't know if we really saw the bottom. I don't know if we really saw the bottom. Here's the question. Did we see the bottom? Steve says we saw the bottom. Steve is hell-bent on saying that. He called me again today to be like, yep, Sunday was still the bottom. I was like, Steve, we're down 5% today. He was like, I don't care. I was like, oh, of course you don't care. But I don't know, dude. I want to say yes. I want to say we're one China tweet away from being okay. I want to say there's not a credit problem, but there are some underlying issues that we have to figure out how to navigate. Tariffs aren't canceled. It's on hold for 3 months. Okay, so my disagreement with that is that I think the 90 days is nonsense. I think they just had an arbitrary number to be able to give them more time to make the deals. I don't literally think in 90 days that they will put on the tariffs. Now, you may be saying, oh, Amit, well, they said 90 days to get some deals. What happens in 90 days if they can't get any deals? The same response. They're not going to put on the tariffs. They're going to probably delay again for 90 days because if they do, the bond market explodes. Again, Trump didn't have some master plan, in my opinion, on April 9th after they institute the reciprocal tariffs 5 hours later to say, by the way, I'm pausing all the tariffs that I just initiated 5 hours ago. Because April 9th yesterday is when everything went into effect. I think Bessent told him, like, you can't do this, bro. Like, we're going to have a depression. Like this is not going to be good. And so, yes, was there some art of the deal? Sure. But there was also an understanding of you can't get away with this. Like, that you're just not going to survive. So if in 90 days we say, oh, by the way, our negotiations with Vietnam failed, we're tariffing them 40%. What do you think the bond market's going to say to that? They're going to say, no, you're not. No, you're not. Because we're not going to buy your bonds and we're going to sell them off pretty damn quick if you do that. So I think all the tariffs across the rest of the world, this is my opinion, they're gone. I think the 10% flat rate also is likely to not exactly be 10%. But I think the ridiculous rates we saw on that third grade poster board that he showed, that's gone. That's not happening. And the China 145% is also not happening, even if it's in legislation right now. Eventually that gets walked back. I just don't know when. And I hope it's soon versus not. What did we get out of the deal? Well, that's the thing. We didn't get anything out of the deal yet, outside of, well, Trump would say we got countries to come to the negotiating table. So now it's a question of, do you believe that Vietnam got so scared off of the 50% tariffs that we were about to put on them that they're going to offer us something so much better than if we had just called them up a month ago without going through all this and tried to get a deal done? I don't know. I would hope so. Otherwise, all of this was for literally nothing if we don't get any good deals. But obviously no one will know until the deals are fully in place, which hopefully we'll find out soon. USA is taking in $2 billion a day because of the 10%. Okay, so this $2 billion number in revenue coming in from tariffs, this number sounds good, and I agree. Like, yeah, $2 billion a day is awesome. The problem is, and this is what the bond market is telling you, that $2 billion is coming from something that will create more inflation. If you're getting all these tariffs, the cost inevitably is going to come on consumers, even if it's not entirely on consumers. And we continue to shoot up after hours, now 4.429. We were just at 4.425. Again, those little itty bitty moves is what leads to there being issues here, particularly for these yields. These yields are not supposed to be moving up like this. Stocks can go up 5, 6, 7%. It's whatever. These yields are supposed to be pretty stable. But the $2 billion that we're getting a day, it's not going to make a dent in the overall inflation that is created. Now, again, if Trump says, all right, we're going to cut some taxes so that people have less money to be able to pay for the cost of goods, that's great. But that's not resolving the fact that things are going up in terms of prices. And that's obviously what the bond market is reacting to here. The Fed's about to cut. I don't know if the Fed's going to save us, bro. I don't know if the Fed is going to save us. I really don't know. I want to say they will. Let me check the probabilities for May, but every Fed president came out today and said tariffs are extremely inflationary, 24% for May. And if they think that's the case, how do they justify, outside of some emergency rate cut, that we need to lower rates? I mean, here's another thing. Look at this. The dollar, its worst day, DXY, Dixie, since November 2022. And the last 30 years, there have only been 4 other instances where the dollar climbed over 1.5% while yields moved higher, especially with the 30-year climbing more than 10 basis points in a single day. 10 basis points might not seem like a lot, but it is in the bond market. And our dollar going down in the face of that is just a really weird thing. And I don't know what's going to happen because of it. I don't know how that plays out, but there obviously is an underlying structural issue in terms of what's happening there. Did you see the Intel CEO news today? I didn't. What was the Intel CEO news? Intel CEO. Intel was down a bit today. Oh, I just got it. Intel CEO invested in hundreds of Chinese companies over decades. Intel CEO invested in companies with connections to Chinese military. Oof. Interesting. Well, hold on, the Intel CEO, the new one, he's Chinese. Why is this a big deal? Wait, the guy's Chinese. This is the guy, Lip Bhutan. I mean, yeah, of course he invested in Chinese companies. I don't know if that's that big of a headline. Now, granted, he is running one of the biggest chip companies in the States. I guess you can make an argument that you probably don't want him heavily invested in Chinese companies, especially defense companies. But I don't think that's a big deal. I don't know if that headline's that crazy. Why would they cut unless something breaks? Yeah, I agree. I don't think the Fed's going to cut. I don't think they're going to save us. We've got to have something seriously break for the Fed to cut. And right now, nothing is seriously breaking. But I don't know. It feels like it can. It feels like there is a shot if things go the wrong way. Now, okay, so let's dive a little bit deeper into this because this is the stuff that matters right now. So I don't know everything about this, but I want to read through this because I think it'll give us a better understanding of what's going on. This is a good summary that I read this morning. Again, not an expert on it, but I think it's worth the read. So there is something going on in the bond market that is called the basis trade. Some of you guys might have heard of this before. Put in the chat if you've heard of the basis trade. I am not an expert on this. I am trying to deepen my understanding of the basis trade, but it has something to do with what's going on with credit spreads. Okay, so I think this is, okay, some of you guys have read it and it's scary. Yes, that's the one takeaway for everyone. It is scary. Here's basis trades for dummies, because I'm a dummy. And I want to read through this and then we'll analyze it on the back end. Okay, here we go. This is from Bloomberg. It's worth taking a detour to explain just what the basis trade is and why it became so popular. To do that, we need to go back even further than the dark days of 2020, all the way to the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. Scarred by the near collapse of the financial system, policymakers moved to make banks safer. They demanded that lenders hold more capital against potential losses and that they carry big buffers of high-quality assets that could easily be sold to raise emergency money, aka treasuries. The upside of all these measures was a safer banking system. The downside was a shrinking bank balance sheet, diminished liquidity, and risk-taking appetite in the banking system, which is kind of what 2008 called for because there was already too much risk. It was harder and more expensive for big investors to borrow from the banks. Without leverage, it was harder for clients to juice their returns. This was also a problem for the banks. Less balance sheet means less room to effectively rent risk to investors. That meant fewer fees because banks make their money by lending out money and getting a spread on the interest they collect from that money. But market participants are nothing if not creative, and they found a fix for this problem. Enter the basis trade. The trade allowed investors, primarily hedge funds and other active managers, to do two important things. The basis trade involved betting on the difference between prices of cash treasuries and treasury futures. To do this, they effectively go long the cash bond and short the synthetic futures contract. That creates their spread. The cash bond purchase is financed through the vast repo market, where market participants get their wholesale funding and short-term liquidity by tapping their broker-dealers. The profit is the difference between prices paid for the cash bond and the simultaneous futures contract minus the financing costs of the cash bond. Financing costs for U.S. Treasuries, ostensibly one of the safest types of bonds out there, were pretty cheap. I think you guys can see where this is going if a lot of the financing of the basis trade was done via U.S. Treasuries. So now this is the blow up in the basis trade. As markets came crashing down in March of 2020, the basis trade transformed into a problem instead of a solution. Suddenly, renting out balance sheet to clients in this way didn't look like such a great deal for the banks. Sure, they were paid for the service, but they were in the process of de-risking and balance sheet was scarcer than ever. Also, banks rushed for the exit and they did so all at once. This left hedge funds in a bit of a basis bother. Sure, they could hold their positions until maturity, which would give them some breathing room to realize losses. But as banks ratcheted down on risk, they could no longer roll over their positions. They had to liquidate their basis trades. To do this, they sold the cash treasuries, which causes yields to go higher. With banks unable to warehouse additional inventory as they de-risked, aka banks could not put those treasuries on their balance sheets, the market hit an air pocket. Yields on the benchmark promptly 10-year spiked as investors shed their positions. Again, we saw that 2 days ago. We're seeing that right now, kind of after hours. One could argue that there is some decoupling potentially of the basis trade again. The Treasury market crash was only halted when the Federal Reserve stepped in with a raft of measures. This again was back in March of 2020 to stabilize the bond market. It bought $1 trillion worth of bonds, and they even started buying corporate bonds. This is what everyone means when they say that the Fed printed money. Like the Fed buying up trillions of dollars worth of bonds to serve as a backstop to the pain that was happening in COVID, and then putting rates basically to zero, is what you could argue theoretically saved the economy, but also you could argue it's what's created the most inflation we've seen in 40 years. Today, basis trades are even bigger than ever. They're estimated to be worth $800 billion, according to Apollo. You can see that in the chart right there. In 2024, that basis trade continued to go higher as the arbitrage continued to get juicier. Very similar to the yen carry trade in theory, but the yen carry trade I don't think was as big as this has been, because this has been going on for a while right now. And the yen is not shorted as much anymore. And this has to do with, U.S. Treasuries, not just Japanese currency. So it seems like the implications are far-reaching. Basis trades aren't the only thing going on in bonds. Trump's presidential win set in motion another dynamic, the expectation that banks would suddenly be freer from onerous regulatory requirements, aka deregulation. This meant betting that cash treasuries would outperform interest rate swaps. Interest rate swaps allow investors to exchange fixed rates for floating rates. They are useful for hedging interest rate exposure, but as dreams of bank deregulation quickly began to die, they also meant that banks could warehouse risk duration without warehousing bonds on their balance sheets. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. A key function of central banks is providing liquidity. That's why we've all been quoting the bag-hot dictum for more than 150 years. Central banks should lend freely against good collateral, and U.S. Treasuries are still the best form of collateral out there. But things really are different this time, is what Bloomberg writes. News coming in from the White House is erratic. The U.S. seems to be trying to divorce from the rest of the world. That's all the tariff stuff. The economy is in a different place, and the Fed might be thinking of policy trade-offs in a fundamentally different way. So again, I'm not an expert on the basis trade, but I've been reading up about it a little bit more. This article is literally called Basis Trade for Dummies. That's why I wanted to read it for like the most basic explanation of it. What's going on in the credit markets potentially could be people saying, okay, so things are so erratic with US policy and things are so scary with inflation expectations that we may have to start meaningfully selling off treasuries to be able to cover the spread inside of the basis trade, which is exactly what happened during the carry yen trade. People had to sell off US stocks to cover the short on the yen when the USD to JPY kept going up randomly on August 5th. Well, it wasn't randomly. Japan raised their rates, and that's what made it happen. But that's what unwound that carry yen trade. If that's happening in the treasury markets at a level that is much higher, yeah, as Toby says, people are selling the long end to cover the short end. Exactly. If that's happening aggressively, which again, people are speculating about it. We don't have literal hard proof, but more and more of these bond yields are proving that something structurally is the issue. Then Trump's got a problem in his presidency. Trump's got a real problem if the basis trade is unwinding. And Trump's got an even bigger problem if the tariffs were the reason for why the basis trade is unwinding. Why is the basis trade unwinding? Again, there is a fear of inflation from tariffs. It's kind of that simple in the context of why people don't want to hold their bonds. If we didn't have this massive overhang of uncertainty in regards to inflation and then rates, theoretically, you could argue that the basis trade wouldn't need to necessarily be touched, even though we've had a lot of years of money printing. I mean, one could argue that what's the saying? The roosters were coming home to... What's the saying? The roosters were coming home to crow? How do you say it? I'm so bad at these metaphors, bro. The chickens were coming home to roost. Is that the saying? The point is things were going to explode up regardless. And because of all the money printing we've had over the past couple of years. I mean, there's a lot of the bear takes I read in 2024 were that you can't have $10 trillion printed and then get rid of inflation within a year and nothing else happens. And the tariffs might be expediting that. Now, I don't want to scare everyone and say, oh my God, this is like the worst thing in the world. Again, I'm doing a lot of research on it as well. And I think Besant's hopefully a smart enough guy to make sure that doesn't happen. By the way, if anyone knows about the basis trade, it is Scott mother effing Besant. So if anyone were to know if that would unwind in a dramatic way that would cause a massive credit crisis, I think it would also be Besant, which means I would hope, like, I don't think Trump knows about it, but I think Besant knows a lot about it. And if he does, hopefully he can advise Trump to do whatever they can to stop that from imploding. But now, granted, let's say worst case scenario, it implodes. What happens? Money printer. Fed comes out, they buy all the treasuries. They rescue us just like they did back in 2020. So it would be really painful, but I mean, who knows? Maybe we get interest rates back closer to 1 or 2%. Fed starts buying treasuries. But then I just think we're in a clown market forever, right? Like, we were in a clown market during COVID. We printed a ton of money, sent all these stimulus checks, put rates literally at zero. And then we had to clean up some of that clownish behavior in 2022. And we suffered for that. 2023, 2024, we had AI, we had inflation come down, but we did have a decent chunk of government spending. Now we want to get rid of the government spending, get rid of the low interest rates, keep earnings growth alive, and not have anything unwind in the macro economy, which I think is possible, but it's not easy. And the tariffs don't make it easier because it's just creating a lot more volatility for the bond market to deal with as well. Okay, the answer is roost, right? Wait, so is it the roosters coming home to roost? Oh, the chickens coming home. Is a rooster a thing? A rooster is an animal, right? Don't tell me a rooster. No, okay, a rooster is a bird. It's a type of chicken. Oh, so it's okay, got it. It's the chicken's coming home to roost. All right, there you go. Dude, I'm sorry. I read about the basis trade. I don't know these simple metaphors. It's a male chicken? I promise I did not know that, bro. I'm sorry. I did not. I thought a rooster was like a separate animal outside of a chicken. Okay, cool. There you go. Rooster. The chicken's coming home to roost. But that's the point, right? Like, if the basis trade unwinds, then I mean, the chickens could come home to roost. Wait, so what do you call a female chicken then? Is it a hen? Oh, I feel like I should know this. At 27 years old, I feel like I should know this. A hen. Huh. Dude, I'm not even saying this to be funny, bro. I really did not know that. A hen is a female chicken. A pullet is a young female chicken. Rooster, adult male. I'm not going to say that one. That's a young male chicken. And then chick is a baby chicken. Okay, I knew that. I knew chicks. Okay, I got that. That one I knew. Amid skipped kindergarten. Dude, I was reading really quick when I was a kid. I was doing math problems really quick as well. I got to ask my mom when I started reading. I think I started reading really early. Like really early, like way before kindergarten. I'm going to ask my mom today. When did I start to read? I was a smart kid, bro. I was a smart kid. I turned into a stupid adult with saying some of these things. Do you eat chicken? Yeah, I eat chicken, but I didn't know it was a rooster. So it is what it is. Anyway, the basis trade, it's an issue. And I'm going to be learning a lot more about it and try to get a lot more details on what the hell's happening here so I can explain it better. But it's scary to think about. I just would hope Besant, everyone's talking about the Trump put. It's the Besant put. The Besant put is what's going to save us if there is any saving of us. And I just hope he continues to have authority in the White House. Celsius right here is up a little bit after hours, same as Robinhood. What did you guys say in the poll on do you think we have a new bottom this year? 60% of you said we did not see the bottom. So if that's the case, we might end up seeing below 480 if people are right. Does PPI do anything tomorrow? Yeah, PPI is important, but I thought CPI was really important as well. And CPI didn't do shit today, dude. I think PPI is going to be fine. When the CPI number is fine, usually PPI ends up being fine. Like, it's very rare that PPI goes the opposite of CPI. So part of the reason that producers are, or part of the reason that consumers are paying less in the consumer price index is because producers are charging less in the producer price index. So consumers pay less. So I don't think there's going to be any issue with PPI. I think there's a bigger issue in trying to figure out when these yields are or coming down. Is it more forward-looking? Not really. I wouldn't say PPI is more forward-looking. It's an important metric, but I don't think it's going to make or break the bond market at all. It's going to be a little bit more rooted in what I think is controlling the bond market and the stock market and the crypto market to an extent are tariffs. Literally. I mean, we saw what happened yesterday. Trump tweeted and trillions of dollars went to the upside when it came to how the market interpreted tariffs. So I think we got to get a deal with China soon. I would hope it happens sooner than later. But if we don't, we are going to be in a period of volatility for a while. And the scary thing about this as well is like, okay, the bond market gave Trump about 4 days before they started losing their shit. And that's when he announced the 90-day pause. If they start losing their shit again, Trump needs, from my understanding, like conservatively, a couple weeks to make a deal with China. I don't think they have a deal that they can get cooked up in like a couple of days. So what happens if the bond markets are screaming that you've got to do something about this? Trump can't just say, oh, we have a deal, because you don't have a deal, right? You still have to negotiate a deal. So what is he going to say? What levers does he have to pull to calm down the bond market? The only thing I can think of is the 10% moves to 5% on tariffs. I don't know how they justify it, but I think that's one way. He can't tell JPOW to lower rates. That's not going to, I mean, maybe the Fed could do an emergency rate cut, but like they're not going to do it just because Trump's screaming. Granted, they might do it if we see that 30-year above 5%, JPOW might come out and say, you know what? Screw it. We're cutting rates. We're cutting some rates. Banks are going to be talking about the economy with earnings tomorrow. That probably will matter even more than PPI. Whatever Jamie Dimon says at JP Morgan likely will matter a lot. But I think this market now is about tariffs. It is about freaking tariffs and when these tariffs are going to be gone, if they're ever going to be gone. Samir says, I've been in and out of meetings all day and Amit is still talking through it all. Yeah, the market open was like 5 hours today because I was going to end it, but then we started tanking. And then we started tanking aggressively. And then we really started tanking. We were down 7%. I was like, oh, this is like nasty. And so I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And there really isn't an answer today other than yields went up and China 145%, which was announced early in the morning. So it was weird that the impact of that was like 5 hours later at like 12 p.m. But maybe that was why, the market got scared. But then again, when Trump had his cabinet meeting and he said, oh, we're going to get with the deal with China soon. I have a good relationship. Literally, the market started going up. It's like, it's so contingent on what this one guy says. And because he said something positive about the Xi Jinping relationship he has, stocks started going up a little bit. It really, really is incredible to see how the market is reacting to all this. The Fed will only bail us out if the 10-year goes higher. I agree. If the 10-year surges, you might end up seeing that plays out. Amit, sorry for the off-topic question. How do you say your last name? My last name is Cook-Raja. Amit Cook-Raja. So I would just spell it out C-O-O-K and then Raja. The funniest way I've seen my last name pronounced is Cucaracha. I was like, oh, I've joined a Mexican band. I didn't know that. But yeah, Amit Cook-Raja. I woke up, put the stream on, and we were talking about roosters. We were talking about the inability for me to know that a rooster is a male chicken. Dude, I can't make this up if I tried. Like, some of you guys think I'm trolling. If I tried to make this stuff up, I couldn't make this stuff up. But this is just how it is. Here's Besant today at the cabinet meeting, talking about why everything is okay and how they're going to get a ton of deals done.
Negotiations too, because I've had these countries call me up and Secretary Besant, we're happy you're going to be negotiating. Well, President Trump's going to be involved too. So bring your best deal on the budget. It's moving quickly in the House and the Senate thanks to your leadership. We're also going to have debt ceiling in there, so we're going to get an increase in the debt ceiling.
Which the bond market doesn't like. That's just more money that we're spending. Like, all of this stuff was just not exactly what they wanted to hear. Here's what Trump had to say about China today.
Work a deal. They've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond anybody, nobody. How people stood for it, sitting in my position, is not even believable. And we're talking about many presidents, not just a couple. But they did, and all we're doing is putting it back in shape. We're resetting the table. And I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. And I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Mr. President, China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things. Yes, please.
Also on China, the Ukrainians say they have evidence that Chinese soldiers have been found fighting for the Russians in Ukraine. Can the US verify this? And if so, what does the US plan on doing to China to counteract that?
We'll look into it, but I think beyond that, we're really looking to get that war stopped. They're losing 2,500.
I saw that headline as well. I haven't dug into it, but there are multiple reports that Chinese citizens are fighting on the front lines of the Russia-Ukraine war on Russia's side. Again, I haven't read too much into it, but yeah, those headlines did come out yesterday.
And even more than that, young people a week. They're Russian and they're Ukrainian. They're not American, but they're people. And we're seeing if we can get it stopped. And I think we're making progress. I appreciate the ballerina who was released. It was at the request of a very good friend of all of ours, actually. Dana White called me and he said it's the friend or the relationship of one of the fighters for UFC or one of the fighters. And Dana's an incredible guy, and we spoke to President Putin about it, and they made a deal. They released the young ballerina, and she is now out, and that was good. So we appreciate that. We hope that we're going to be able to make a deal relatively soon with Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting. It's so senseless. It's such a horrible thing. Would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen, and we were given that card. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it stopped. Got to get going. We got to get it. We have to move it faster. Likewise with the hostages, we're making progress. There's 59 hostages, but only 24 of them are living, and that's the way it's been presented to me by the mothers of some of the dead, mothers and fathers of some of the dead hostages, and they want the bodies of their baby, as they say, their baby, their young boys. They want them back as much as if they were alive. It's amazing, because when I met the hostages 2 weeks ago here, I couldn't believe what they had to go through, by the way. But when I met them, they said, yeah, there's 59, but 24 are living. And they actually consider, I guess if you're a parent, you do consider it this way, that the remainder who are dead, the 24 that are alive, the remainder that are dead, they want them back just as much as they would want them back if they were alive. It's really pretty amazing and pretty sad. So we're getting close to getting them back. We have a lot came back. A lot of people are very grateful. And some came back in pretty bad shape. Some came back there.
So that was the majority of what he had to say in the context of China and getting this deal done. But look, he can say whatever he wants about getting these deals. The problem is we don't have a deal yet, and the market's reacting to that. Here's another update. We got the March budget deficit came in $165 billion. We lost in the month of March, or that was the deficit, right? So we had $368 billion in receipts. The deficit ended up the outlays were $528 billion. So we spent $520 billion. We brought in $368 billion. The market thought it would only come in at $145 billion, but we came in $15 billion more than expected. So we brought in about $185 billion from individual taxes, $146 billion from insurance and retirement, $18 billion from corporate taxes, yada, yada. You can see the rest right here. And then we spent $145 billion on Social Security, $93 billion on interest, $80 billion on health, $67 billion on defense, $60 billion on income security, $26 billion Medicaid. and we're left with a deficit of 160 billion. So, you know, this could have also been another reason for bonds to be scared today, as the deficit came in well higher than expected, 160 versus 145, along with the fact that we don't have a deal yet with China. Which, again, I would assume it'll happen in a month, but I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow, and I don't think it's going to happen next week. Because it doesn't even seem like negotiations have started. Like the Trump embassy or the China embassy on Twitter is like putting out all these tweets on how we're ready to talk with the US when they stop doing yada, 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 yada. It's like, okay, so you guys haven't started a conversation yet? That means we obviously have not begun meaningful discussions right here. And that's not a good thing. This is what the China embassy put out today. It seems like they don't want to talk yet. They said, we will absolutely not sit by and let others take away Chinese people's legitimate rights and interests, or let anyone sabotage the international trade rules and multilateral trading system. That doesn't sound like someone you're negotiating with yet. We don't need negotiations to start. We just need an announcement that they're going to start. Yeah, I mean, any announcement on progress would be good. Which is why when Trump said, "Oh, me and Xi Jinping are, you know, really good friends," that literally stocks started going higher because of that. But at some point, we got to get this deal done. We got to get this deal done. What will be the revenue impact from tax cuts and people losing their jobs? That's a good question, dude. We are going to have more tax cuts, and we are potentially going to see more job losses, definitely in the United States government. Potentially in the private markets if tariffs cause enough volatility to lay off people. Yeah, that's not good for overall collection of revenues. Again, the Trump administration would say that growth solves that issue, so that if we have more manufacturing or we just have more companies do what they do, build new sites, build new HQs, etc., that would solve the issue. Essentially, the Trump administration believes that trickle-down economics will end up solving the deficit problems. I don't hate trickle-down economics. I don't think it's the perfect solution to everything, but I also don't think it's like an idiotic solution like some people think. I think there is merit to, hey, if people at the top have more money to spend, they're able to actually allocate more capital to be able to build more jobs. I mean, just think of it as if you're a small business owner, right? If you own a pizza shop, if you have more money in your pockets because you pay less in taxes, then you have more opportunity to give people jobs, which is why business owners really benefit in America, but W-2 employees don't in the context of tax write-offs and all those different things, because they're an employee and they pay corporate taxes are a small percentage of our overall tax revenue versus income taxes. I mean, you saw on that chart right there, income taxes were 185 billion. Corporate taxes were 18 billion in the month of March. So obviously there is some benefit to trickle-down economics, but it's not a perfect solution. And I don't know if we're just going to be able to grow out of all of our problems, especially if the tariffs to an extent will hamper the growth. Like I think this is the biggest thing around this administration. No one actually knows how they're going to solve the problems that they're saying they're going to solve in regards to inflation, rates, bond yields, tariffs, manufacturing. And yes, I know it's only been like 90 days since he's been elected, and there's a lot of stuff that he has to do to show that it works. But if people don't see progress by the end of the year, probably by the end of the summer, midterms are going to be ugly, bro. Politics is a dirty game. You've got a very short amount of time to prove that you are worth getting into office, because then campaign season starts and it's like, what do you have to run on? This is why Obama tried really hard to get the Affordable Care Act passed, and he finally got it passed in March of 2010, but he put all of his political capital against getting that bill through the door. And they got it. And it wasn't perfect, and they had to negotiate on a lot of things, but that is his legacy now. I mean, there's a lot of parts to his legacy, but that is the one thing that most people who are fans of Obama really respect him for, being able to get that across the board. Trump, in Trump 1.0, it was the tax cuts. That was the number one thing that he got passed. That was what people cared about. This time it seems to be tariffs. Seems to be that's the thing that he's staking the entire presidency on. And as of now, the tariffs have been a disaster. I mean, like, they've been an absolute disaster. We have no deals yet. And it took $10 trillion out of the stock market. Now, can it turn into a a beautiful solution? Sure. It's just going to take some time to see how that plays out. But the fact that Elon Musk is calling Peter Navarro a moron, which is the main guy advocating for tariffs, I mean, this whole thing has been just a mess. Do I think it can work, though? Yes. I think there is signs of this thing working and still allowing a bull market. But, I mean, we've just got to see real deals come in, and we got to see them coming soon for this to play out. Amit, I believe they know that, and that's why the market will roll near the midterms. Yeah, but it's one thing to say it. It's another thing for them to actually execute, to be able to make sure they save the market before the midterms, right? Like if they know they're going to get destroyed in the midterms if they let the market do what it's been doing. Look, if stocks fall to 4,000 on the S&P and it comes back to 5,000 before December 2026 when we have the midterms, I don't know if that's going to do it for people. They've got to get this sucker back to all-time highs before the midterms. And I don't know, dude, with this type of tariff volatility, I don't know if we can see that. Having said that, I do think any deal with China announced soon and any relaxation on the tariffs levied across the entire world, mixed with some other good pieces of news, I think that could be enough to at least get the credit markets to stop freaking out, to get earnings to be the core focus that companies will be judged on. And then if we get some of that deregulation, that pro-growth stuff, and the banks start benefiting, we have more capital spending, then I think we can have a really good 4 years, not only for the credit markets, but also for the stock market. But it all depends on the one thing he's staking this entire second term on, which is tariffs. Yeah, I agree with June. We can't go on like this until midterms. We can't do this. There's this, hold on. Did I save this? There was this meme I saw today of what it feels like trading in the market. By the way, Waymo's coming to Tokyo. That was announced today. So Waymo officially saying they are starting to collect data in Tokyo. So that we had that headline today. But I saw this meme of like something just getting hit back and forth, and that described this market. It's almost like you're knocking your head against a brick wall, real brick wall. And yesterday, it's like you stop knocking your head against it, and that was what felt good. Not that you like got a Band-Aid, not that you like actually fixed the problem. It's just that you stopped banging your head and you're like, oh, that feels better than banging my head. That was what the 90-day pause felt like. But then today you just hit your head against back at the wall as you realize that everything is not exactly perfect after you wake up and realize that we still have a crap ton of tariffs that we have to deal with across the entire world. The 10-year, it's holding steady at 4.425. It's not going up right now. It's been flat for like the past 30 minutes. The 30-year as well, 4.87. So those not moving too much right now. Waymo announced they were expanding to Japan like 2 months ago. Okay, so that is correct. However, today they announced something else in regards to Japan. The exact headline right here is Waymo has announced that it will start collecting data in Tokyo next week with test rides operated by human drivers. Okay, so it's not that they're starting in Japan, but it's that they're officially starting test rides in Japan. Yeah, you are right. I think the Japan headline came out like a few weeks ago. That's true. Waymo's moving fast though, bro. They're moving really fast. I mean, Tesla's not even in Austin yet, and Waymo's going international. Now, granted, I think Robotaxi is going to be a decent product, and I think they can heavily compete with the Waymos and Ubers of the world, and I want to go to Austin in December to see what it looks like. But yeah, I think Google is getting heavily discounted, even though Waymo is still super valuable in the business. What else do we see? Ryan says Trump is bluffing. He ran out of cards to play with the Chinese. Baba was green the whole day while SPY was negative 6%. I don't think he's run out of cards to play, but I do think he's losing more cards. Like I think him and Basent, they have some things they can use. And Ryan, thank you for the super chat. But yeah, I mean, if the bond market implodes, he's going to start to quickly run out of options. That's for sure. But I still think there's ways he can navigate it. Real Adventures, thank you for the $5 super chat. Since Jason can always tell when something's going to happen before it does, can you ask him whether it'll be green or red tomorrow? I think Jason's answer is going to be similar to what it was on Tuesday, which is that if we don't close above Friday's high to end the week, which is last Friday's high, which is 523, then we are likely still going to be in a pretty choppy market, which technically we closed above that today, 524. We didn't get to that 550 level that we got to yesterday, but tomorrow for the week, it'll be interesting to see if we can close above that Friday level from last week. You know, tomorrow's also like, I mean, like what's the logical reason for why people would easily want to buy stocks tomorrow? It's Friday going into the weekend. We already have a ton of uncertainty. Like, unless there's some nice announcement, I don't know why markets would turn green tomorrow. Nvidia down another 0.5% right here after hours. I did buy more Nvidia today, 10 shares, I think at 109. No, not at 109. It was like 105. But that one continues to go down. It was at, what price was it? It was at 105.94. 105.94. Basent was with Soros when they almost bankrupted England. Yes. And that had to do with currencies, right? That was a currency trade. So, and obviously it had to do with bonds as well. But like that's why I'm just so happy they picked Basent to be in this administration. Because if they didn't, I feel like they would be lacking a decent chunk of expertise in terms of how this is playing out. The BlackRock co-founder just gave a take on what's going on with yields and rates along with tariffs. Let's get his take and see how he's thinking of everything going on.
Ralph Schlosstein, Chairman Emeritus at Evercore, he has also co-founded BlackRock and spent nearly 2 decades as its president. Ralph, it's great to have you on the show. Welcome.
Great to be here, Morgan.
So I'm going to start right there because we just talked about some of the unwinding we're seeing in this market and some of the big moves across different asset classes. Just incredible volatility here. You've seen a number of market cycles and I would imagine a number of market disturbances. How would you factor this in versus what we've seen historically?
Well, if you look back historically, obviously the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, we had enormous volatility. In the COVID pandemic, we had enormous volatility. The difference here is that in both of those cases, it was exogenous factors that were causing volatility, and policy was effectively being used to reduce or offset that volatility. In this particular case, the volatility and the downdraft in the markets is actually precipitated by the policy of the government. And that's a little bit more alarming. And then I think the point that was just raised by your other commentator, what's very different here is normally when stocks go down as much as they have, there's a flight to quality, and quality becomes defined as U.S. Treasuries and the U.S. dollar,
which would cause yields to go down. But it's doing the opposite. This is the issue. When stocks go down, people should be going to quality, safety, aka United States Treasuries. And they're not. They're selling them off. This is the issue here. And if this continues to happen, it's going to be something that the Trump administration really has to take seriously, or else it could get bad.
In this particular downdraft in the market, we're seeing Treasury yields go up and the dollar weaken. That's kind of an alarming trend. To me, that's flashing yellow that something is going on here more than just deleveraging.
So what do you think is going on? And I look at the Treasury market specifically, and there's been some speculation in recent days that part of what we've seen, and I haven't seen data to back it up, at least not yet, that part of what we've seen in the Treasury market and perhaps even in the FX market has to do with foreign investors maybe selling U.S. assets.
Yeah, we don't have any data on that at all, other than anecdotal commentary, which I've heard some amount of in the last handful of days. That is concerning. I do think the markets generally are reacting to two things. One, extreme uncertainty as to what policy will be. I think there is some empathy among all market participants that that the U.S. hasn't always been treated fairly, both in tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade, and so there's some sympathy for the effort by President Trump to correct that. On the other hand, the dramatic shifts in policy make it very, very difficult for businesses, individuals, and particularly small businesses to make decisions, to make investments, to hire people. So what we're seeing in the real economy, and we don't have data on this yet, it's only anecdotal, but things are pulling back a little. People are pulling back a little bit. Companies are pulling back a little bit. And part of it is they don't really like some of the policy. It's too dramatic. But a big part of it is that just the uncertainty and the volatility of the policy itself.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, he's essentially blaming Trump for what's going on in the bond market. Trump's creating uncertainty. Uncertainty is bad for bonds. Yields are going up because people are selling off bonds due to the uncertainty, but they're not taking a risk on stocks because obviously we've seen what's happening in the stock market. So, you've got stocks going down, yields going up, and a administration that continues to create uncertainty. I mean, it's kind of sobering, right? Because that 90-day pause, it's like the initial headline, super bullish, super exciting. And then you wake up and you're like, yeah, but still, we've got some issues here. A, with China, B, with the EU, which we barely talk about because they're not actively kind of like engaging with Trump right now. We've got those 90 days to figure it out, but that's still an issue. We've got to figure out what goes on with them. And then C, with the fact that 10% across the board is still a substantial increase than what we've had before. And now the reality of that is setting in. Now, I don't think that means we have to get back to new lows or we have to continue to fall the way we were in a free fall the past couple of days. But it's one of those things where it does make sense giving back a little bit of the gains, in this case, 4% today, just because a lot of that volatility still matters. Money printer soon. Yeah, dude. I mean, if we see Jay Powell come out and says we are going to quantitatively ease this market, we are going to buy up treasuries and we are going to lower rates. I mean, I wonder how the market would react, bro. Because in 2020, again, I was watching some old clips from 2020 on what happened when stocks started going up. And like a lot of the smartest people in finance, they just like, they didn't understand it. And then it just clicked one day. There's like near the end of March, early April, when the rally was really taking off. And I was like, oh yeah, like where else is the money going to go? It's going to go into stocks. If we're printing money, if we're sending out stimulus checks, if we're doing quantitative easing, like treasuries are crap. No one wants to get 1% or 0.5% at the time for the next 10 years. You're going to take a chance on NEO or SoFi's new SPAC or Open Door or, any of these stocks because it's a perceived better return than the alternative. I wonder what level of money printing we would have to get to for the market to feel like that again in 2025. Given in 2024, 2023, it didn't feel like that. Was there some froth? Of course, but it felt like, oh, Nvidia's up because their earnings justify them going up, which is like how stocks should trade, right? Trading on earnings. There's always going to be a little bit more multiple expansion. There's going to be frothiness. There's going to be retail investors, all this stuff. But at the end of the day, like 2024 felt not like a clown market at all. Some stocks, yeah, definitely got super expensive, but it didn't feel like we were in some absurd market like 2020 where NEO was trading at $60. And we also didn't see any crazy IPOs that would make you scratch your head. But now we're seeing these AI startups get valued the way they are. And it does make you think, all right, like there's more money out there. It was a bozo market, 100%. It was absolutely a bozo market. And I didn't make any money in it because I was a bozo. A, I didn't really have a lot of money to invest, but B, it's like I didn't understand, dude. If I this is why like I hate when people use the Peter Lynch quote about like not understanding the macro, because it's like if you understood the macro, and you didn't have to be an expert, you didn't have to be a macroeconomist, you just had to understand quantitative easing equals money printing equals low yields on treasuries in the bond market equals money has to be allocated somewhere equals stock market and crypto, because we saw Bitcoin get to 69,000 that year as well. Like that little bit of logic, if you understood that, you would easily know, okay, I can throw a dart at anything and I'm probably going to be green. And then if you picked a really good company with a lot of momentum behind it, like a Tesla that 20x'd back then, you did really well. So I do think the macro definitely does inform a lot of stuff. But right now, like what we're analyzing isn't even macro. It's just like absurd, random things that the administration says every other day. And then the market tries to figure out how the hell to react to it. And that's what it feels like is happening across the market. Amit, did you see the copter crash in New York? Yes, I did see that. Pretty tragic. Hudson River. I believe 2 people out of the 4 you guys said were saved. But that was not good, dude. That was a very hard crash for the helicopter. And I wonder, was it a tourist helicopter or was it like a news helicopter? Because they have a lot of the news helicopters in New York City, but they also have a bunch of tourist ones. Amit, is it not true that when yields go up, bonds go up, which causes stocks to go up? No. So when yields go up, it means people are So exactly. So when yields go up, people are selling bonds because they're for whatever reason not interested in bonds. So theoretically, they should be buying stocks. But what we've seen is stocks going down, aka selling stocks and selling bonds, which is causing yields to go up. And we can't have that happen. You need to have like both of them work inverse towards each other. So yes, like theoretically, when people sell off bonds, they say, okay, I'll take a risk on stocks. But if you're not going to take a risk on stocks and you're not going to take a risk-free return on bonds, then like that's an issue. And that is something severely hurting confidence in both markets, the stock market and the bond market. Where is the money going? Yeah, I mean, it's going under the mattress. That's where it's going. Like it's dying to inflation, because like if you're leaving your money to die to inflation because of how scared you are of getting into treasuries, we've got an issue, bro. We've got some problems. Like that's just not supposed to be happening, especially when you're getting 4%, more than 4%. Like it's very, very weird. Does this dude not get tired of going live? Dude, you know, I don't know what it is about going live. I just like even today when we were 3 hours, I was like, we've been streaming for 3 hours. I think, you know, and I think I just like talking. And thankfully you guys like listening until I make a joke and you're like, this is a horrible joke. Why am I listening to this? But I just like talking. And going live is like my medium of expressing how much I want to talk, I guess. And that's why I'm here. So don't remind him, then we might stop. We love hearing him. Oh my gosh. Dude, I haven't been able to do a daily recap on the channel for the past freaking 4 days because these market closes are ending at like 7 or 8 p.m. And then it's just like, there's no point of putting out the video then when it's that late in the day. And I think I should be able to get it out today, maybe. I would love to record the daily recap in the beginning of the day, but the problem is I need to see what happens towards the end of the day to then like accurately make a recap. But then by the time the show ends, I'm like, okay, so like it's like 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Like there's no point of putting this out. No one really cares about the daily recap after a 4 or 5 hour market close. But I still want to put that out every day. But then every day, like there's just so much news to cover live, and so you're just I don't know. We're just here live every single day. And also, I don't know, it's just a better format for me. I obviously I've recorded thousands of videos on my channel. I like talking to the camera, but being live, there's something about it. I don't know. There's like a thrill. It's exciting. It's just something I got used to, and so I enjoy being live. Amit, your book is falling, but you guys notice everything in the background, dude. One day I've got to switch everything up, bro. Like I've got to just like completely switch and see how many people notice. There's just like so many random things. Oh, by the way, update on moving out. I called a new place this morning, and they have the view that I want. I don't know if they have the availability, but they said they'll get back to me soon. So it's in Jersey City. I'm really hoping this one works, bro. I am so freaking tired of searching for an apartment, but I really hope this one works. So I'll keep you guys updated if they have the availability for me. Hello from Japan. Hello. 2 people watching from Japan. Dude, I love Japan. I got to go there one day. I see all these videos. There's so many cool food spots. Like, there's this place called I'm forgetting the name, but it is Nara Park. It's a deer park in Japan. Like literally, so there are deer in my neighborhood. In fact, ironically, I saw a deer yesterday. I'm for some reason afraid of deer. I don't know why. Not like I have a phobia or anything, but like I don't know. When I see deer, I kind of like freak out a little bit. And maybe because here they like chase you in Jersey, but in Japan, bro, this is what they do in Japan. This is what they do in Japan. They freaking look at this. It's literally like, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. You can pet it, do whatever you want. It's not going to like attack you or anything. Like, look at this. This is wild, bro. I think I would be too afraid to do this in Japan. I really do. I think I would be too afraid to do this. 3 deer coming up behind you. Like, that's crazy, bro. But yeah, that's in Japan, Nara Park. So one day I have to visit. There's like random deer running around like my neighborhood. And I don't know, sometimes when I see them, I feel like they're looking at me and they're getting ready to like kill me or something. I don't know. It's like a weird fear I have. But yeah, in Japan, they're like freaking, you can pet them. It's friendly. It's like weird. I miss the money printer. I miss the money printer as well. But I also don't miss the money printer because again, we can't have a clown market anymore. At some point, the market has to be based on something real. There's a cat island. All right, you're fucking with me. There's no cat island, bro. There's no freaking cat island. Yo, tell me you guys are making fun of me because I'm afraid of deer. Like if you saw a deer 2 feet away from you, you're not walking up to it. That's for sure. So like for everyone saying, oh, he's afraid of deer, like you wouldn't walk up to the deer. Not in the United States. Like the whole concept of a deer in the headlights, right? Like deer tend to not be the friendliest creatures in the United States. What do you call a male deer? Okay, there's no way you guys know this. I don't know what is a male deer called. If this is obvious, I'm going to be annoyed. A buck. Did you guys know this was a buck? A young deer is called a fawn. Okay, I feel like I know that. I feel like I knew that, a fawn. And a female deer is called a doe. Did you guys know that? No, bro. Don't play me with it. Did you actually know that, or are you saying that to make me sound stupid? What? I was about to say an antler. Do you call it an antler? And then I realized, no, an antler is the thing on top of it. It's not actually, but... Dude, why do you guys know everything about all these random freaking facts? Like... Okay, everyone knows it was a buck. I swear I didn't know it was a buck, dude. If you put me on Jeopardy and asked me to answer that question, I would be like, what is an antler? Oh my God, dude. Everyone would have turned off their TV in that moment if they saw me on Jeopardy and I said that. Like everyone would have turned off their TV literally in a second. I'm not muted. I'm not going to check if I'm muted. I'm getting smarter than that. I'm not going to check. And if I am muted, then you're going to see me just talk like a mime right now. There's no way I'm muted. I'm not even checking. Dude, it's really called a buck? I didn't know that. I really didn't know that. What's a moose then? What's a moose? What if I didn't say antler, by the way, I would have said moose. That's a totally different animal. Yeah, that's it. No, it's a large deer. It's still a deer. A moose is a large deer with palmate antlers. and a sloping back and a growth of skin hanging from their neck. Okay, so it's a bigger buck. I'm sure everyone already knew that as well, right? Like, goodness, dude. Anyway, are we done? Are we gonna have stocks ever go to the moon again, or are we just stuck in this market? Could you imagine the next 4 years is a whipsaw back and forth? Just like dude, this is a lot, bro. Every day. I mean, the only thing that works then is covered calls, right? At least you know that those will print, but it is. I mean, there's obviously, we saw insurance today did way better than a lot of other industries. Healthcare is doing good. But this is a absolutely crushing market on the upside or the downside. Every time we find a new day to deal with, because we got new headlines to deal with on that day. Futures are out already, so let me go to futures. Are we green on futures? Yeah, but it's like barely anything. It's like up 0.04%. Mid Discovery Channel. It's up a little bit. You're saying show your setup. My setup's pretty simple. Like I showed it on Twitter a bunch of times. It's hard to show it right here because I can't get the camera, but it's just my laptop, my iMac, and my iPad, and that's it. And then the Stream Deck, and then the soundboard, and the cowbell. I'll take another picture of it and I'll show you guys, but it's nothing special. It's nothing like super crazy. Tabitha, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the marathon streaming today. Appreciate you, Tabitha. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. I enjoy it. I like talking, apparently. So yeah, I thank you for being here, being part of the show. Room tour? Yeah, we should do that one day, bro. We should this camera is not optimal to really do a room tour. My room's boring though, bro. It's a bed. It's a TV that dude, I lost the remote for this TV. So I don't even turn the TV. I don't know where the remote is. And my room's a clean room. It's just like I can't find this damn remote. You got this background, and then you got my setup, and that's it. It's like really not anything special. There's a baby picture of me, and there's an adult picture of me on the wall. Oh, you guys want to see me as a baby? I was a cute baby, bro. I was a pretty cute. All right, let me show you. I was a pretty cute baby. I think I was a cute baby, and now I'm a older buck, but I think I was a cute baby, bro. It was a cute baby. I think this was like 3 days after I was born. I actually have a lot of baby pictures. I don't have a lot of baby videos, but I have a lot of baby pictures. Never seen a baby with a manicure. Wow, that's funny. The hair is the same. Yeah, the hair is crazy. I look like I look like Trump just announced reciprocal tariffs across the entire world. That's what I look like in this. Like that was me 27 years ago realizing, holy shit, in 27 years I'm going to lose $130,000 in a day. That's what that face is like. So yeah, there you go. That's it. Other than that, my room is boring. It's not really that exciting. It wasn't 3 days after you're born. That's a 3-month-old. Let me ask my mom. It was at her friend's house. I feel like it was pretty soon after. Maybe it was 3 months. Yeah. No, it had definitely had to be. It had probably had to be more than 3 days. I was still in the. Actually, you know what's funny? I was in the ICU for like a week after I was born. I'm just gonna say this frankly. There was shit in my lungs, like literal shit in my lungs. Like it was weird, bro. Like it was. That's how my mom described it to me. She was like, you had like issues in your lungs, and they kept me in there for a week, and they fixed me, and so now I'm here. But yeah, I was in there. Most babies spend some time in the ICU, dude. Most babies, like every delivery is not literally perfect, and there's like issues you have to fix. So, oh, it's the NICU, not the ICU. Wait, what's the difference between the NICU? What are all these terms, bro? Neonatal intensive care unit. I'm happy I can at least talk about stocks because everything else I can't talk about. You were full of shit from the start. That's a good one. That's a good one. Still talking shit. Yep. Dude, my sister makes fun of me all the time. She's like, no, she's like, you had shit in your lungs when you were born. I was like, dude. She tried to convince me I was adopted. Like when I was younger. She's like, you're adopted, right? And I would cry to my mom. I was like, am I adopted? And my mom would be like, no, like stop believing everything she says. But yeah, for a second, I thought I was. That baby drinks Saratoga water. Oh my gosh, dude. I want to have some babies. I want to have 3 of them. I want to have 3 kids. Want 3 kids. Need 3 of them. 2 is cool because you have a sibling, but 3 I feel like is like it's like a little band, right? Like they can all stick together and stuff. So I want to have 3 kids. The deer in Scotland are very scary. See, like deer are not like the most the Japanese deer will allow you to pet them, but otherwise it's not easy. Yo, who in the chat has 3 kids or more than 3 kids? Mark says I have 3 children. I've always been hung up on that number. 3 kids. Christina has 4. I love it. That's incredible. I particularly I want like in a perfect world, I would want 2 girls and 1 boy. I've said this many times, but I like that dynamic of 2 girls, 1 boy. I liked growing up with a sister because I think there's a level of compassion that women have and empathy that men just don't have. I know I'm overgeneralizing, but I think my sister definitely taught me how to be more empathetic because I'm kind of like, let's get shit done. I don't care. And then she's like, well, think of it like this. And sometimes you need those perspectives, right? So I would love to have 2 girls and a boy because I think the 2 girls would like make sure he grows up and he's not a piece of shit, which is important. Tim says I have 3. Wow, Richie has 5. Or no, 3. I read 3 plus 2 plus 1. You have 2 boys and 1 girl. Okay, I love it. So the 2 boys are going to be, big brothers. So if you have 2 boys and 1 girl, it's the opposite. It's like the girl grows up learning that life's hard because you have 2 big brothers, right? And it's like they're a little bit more tougher. And on the opposite, it's the guy grows up and gets a little bit more empathy, in my opinion, when you have a sister. David says first you need to be able to talk to girls. That's true. That would also be important. Amit's kid's name, Grab and Hood. First of all, it would be Palantir and Hood if it was anything. But yeah, people have joked that I'm going to name my kid Carpy or Vladdy or something. I wouldn't do that. I think depends on how much money they make me by that time. Jeremy says we have 4. I love it. Scoozy says my 3rd kid is due next month. Wow, dude, that's special. Congrats. That's awesome. That must be a special, special time. It is. I think I'm going to enjoy that time of my life, dude. Like, I definitely want to be a parent. I feel like I've established that. Like, I want kids. I want a family. I feel like living alone and being a bachelor, that could be a cool lifestyle, but I feel like just having that family element would be dope as well. Obviously, you never know how it's going to go. Maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's 2 kids. Maybe there's 1 kid. Maybe there's no kids. No one knows the future, but that would be something I would like to have. How do you know you have enough sperm count? I don't. I would hope I do. That's a real problem, though. Andrew Schultz came out with a comedy special, and they ended up doing IVF because he didn't have the right quality sperm to be able to make to be able to have natural kids. So, I mean, that is a growing problem amongst the entire world, to be honest. And so, who knows? I have no idea how it would play out, but there might have to be other ways to get things done. Having kids are worth it. I agree. But they're expensive too, bro. I mean, I can't blame anyone who doesn't want a kid. Like, the study I looked at a while ago was on average, it costs $300,000 to raise a kid over 18 years. How much does it cost to raise a kid for 18 years? It's probably way more than 300K. Yeah, the average is 300 to 310. But like, if you live in like California or something, or New York City, it's gonna do like freaking, their school could get to 300K over the course of like 7 years before they turn 18, right? So I feel that number is highly downplayed, but yeah, it's expensive. It's very expensive. Saratoga helps with your sperm count. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Austin says I went out of my way to make sure I won't have kids. Hey, that's also an option as well. I think in the future, bro, there's gonna be ways to like freaking genetically modify. It's gonna be weird in the future, but it's gonna happen. It's technology. Shit happens, right? But I could see that playing out. Shane, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Spencer, thank you as well for the $5 super chat. She says virgins can't have kids. I appreciate the reminder. It is nice to know that. Phil, thank you for the $5 super chat. We are going to have a ball with you in Texas. Life's in the real world and out of the city. Yeah, May is going to be Houston for sure. So Texas should be fun. And then I want to come back in June to do the Robotaxi. But Texas should be fun. There's the futures. They're up a little bit more, up about 0.5% across the board. But nothing too crazy right now after hours. Okay, the Toronto stuff, I'll be putting that stuff out on Saturday. Yes, it's still happening. I think I'm bringing a friend with me as well, and we're booking an Airbnb together. So I'm going to try to confirm with him today. And then, yeah, we will most likely Saturday. The Toronto details will be out. So just watch out for Saturday. If you don't hear about it on Saturday, then Monday I'll post it in the market open. But most likely it is happening. Yeah, dude, kids are expensive. Kids are so freaking expensive. Like, I'm just thinking about the money my parents spent on me, like the stupid shit I wanted when I was growing up. And like, you know, it's like for your birthday, you want to get them gifts and stuff. It's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, just having to deal with being a parent. It's like, there is money to spend. And you want to be comfortable with spending it, right? And that doesn't mean spoil your kid or anything, but like some stuff you just got to pay for, and you need the money for that. S&P 500 right here up about 0.3% after hours as well. There you go. Adam says so expensive. Yeah, Adam recently just had a newborn as well. But Adam's doing okay. Adam's doing all right. Dude, Adam's going to be back on the channel. Adam has a fun announcement that he will announce when he's on the channel. But Adam's been navigating this market, even though there's been a lot of volatility. He's still doing pretty decent. Amit, your nails are sparkling. Thank you. It's nice to know that at least the nails are sparkling in the face of this economy. No kids. I'm living my best life. Yeah, Eddie, but you just got married, right? It's been like less than a year. So I feel like there's a grace period before you start having kids, right? Like the time where you just want to have fun with your girl. So I don't know. That's probably like 2 to 3 years people wait before they even think of that stuff. But it's expensive. It's still expensive regardless. K. Roger, just want to say thank you, Amit. K. Roger, thank you for being here as well. The market close is basically done now. I'm just yapping and rambling. So if anyone wants to leave, that is totally fine. But yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate everyone who joins these streams every day. It's really, dude, it's like not only my routine, it's like, you know, it's becoming part of people's routines. It's just like, all right, market open, market close. It's like becoming like, you know, it's just becoming a part of life. It's been a part of my life for the past couple of years now, but it's like, I personally still enjoy doing these every single day, like a lot. Like I really do enjoy doing them. And you know, I joke about hearing myself talk, but I like the concept of breaking down an argument and then crystallizing the argument and then making sense of the argument. Like the basis trade, I'm not fully well versed on it, but like I like the fact that we introduced the idea today. I'm going to take a lot of time and try to read up on it, get a better understanding, and then we can talk more, hopefully intellectually, about what that means for the market. Like that to me, there's a high of just being able to break down an argument. And it comes from my debate background, but like I really enjoy that for some reason. And the market, what is the market? The market's just breaking down arguments across everything with yields and interest rates and what the administration says. And it's just 24/7. How do you break down and analyze the argument? And then how can you make some money off breaking down the argument as well? Which is the fun part about this. Ruda says, wow, thank you for letting us leave. Yes, you have permission now. I can't call Steve, dude. Steve's busy. Steve will be on tomorrow for the market close, but he's been in meetings all day. Like, I love when you guys want Steve to be on the show because I love Steve, but like, he can't literally be here every day because he's busy. He's like, he has a real freaking dude. Steve works a lot. Like, I joke about him not working, but like, he is below C-suite, one step below C-suite at his company. So like, when you're that close to C-suite, you're like working and you're in meetings all day. You're with lawyers, all this shit. So that's why I appreciate when he joins the show because he has some free time. But I think also he loves just like answering and breaking down arguments. He gets a high out of just like trying to figure out what's the next stock. It's like you either got the bug in you or you don't when it comes to the markets. And like Steve's got it and giving his Seeking Alpha output every week. Like he really loves just talking more about stocks and speaking. And the chat loves Steve's as well. Correct. The chat loves Steve as well. Who's your celebrity crush? I think there's, I don't know. I'm not going to know her name, dude. There's no way. I mean, I can give you a basic answer. I think there's basic answer, Jennifer Lopez. But a more realistic answer is the name of a girl that was in a movie that I absolutely am not going to know her name. And eventually I'll try to figure it out. But yeah, I'll go with J-Lo. That's my celebrity crush. Carp. I should have said Carp. Oh, Morgan. Yes. Morgan Brennan is literal beauty, dude. Absolute beauty. She followed me on Twitter. I have to talk to her one day, bro. Morgan Brennan is absolutely gorgeous, bro. This woman is just gorgeous. For those that don't know her, she's on CNBC at 4 p.m. I think she's beautiful. I think she's absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, that's my real celebrity crush. Sydney Sweeney is a basic answer, although she is single now. She called it off with her man. Dude, I didn't think that was gonna work. So she got engaged to the guy before she blew up. Now she's like Sydney Sweeney. There was no way she was gonna stay with that guy after becoming Sydney freaking Sweeney. So I felt like that was gonna end regardless. But yeah, now she is single. J-Lo's old enough to be your mom. I know, but still, dude, J-Lo's amazing. Kathy Wood. Dude, Kathy got the Nvidia dip. She bought 300,000 shares at like 95. I mean, I know we give her a lot of shit, but as of now, she didn't do too bad picking up that dip. She also completely offloaded Path. That one is like not a big holding anymore. What happened to the Hood gold bars? I don't know. Hood had a glitch though. So I withdrew $3,000 from my Hood account. And then I put it back in like a day later because I realized I didn't need the 3,000. And then they gave me 3,000 tickets to enter into their gold giveaway. And I was like, I don't think it should work like that. I feel like just because I withdraw and then put it back in, I feel like because then why wouldn't everyone do that for like unlimited tickets, right? So I think they had a bug there. But yeah, I don't know when they're going to announce those gold bar giveaways. Yeah, I don't know when they're going to announce it. I would imagine soon, but I don't know when. They also freaking introduced they introduced golf prediction markets and like the other election prediction markets the other day. So there's a lot more stuff there. And again, number 2 on the App Store in finance. So looks like all this volatility should be good for them still. You found an exploit and this is, I didn't mean to do it, but I realized they just gave me 3,000 tickets and I'm like, I didn't know they would do that. Amit, were you studying finance in grade school instead of the basics? No. So my first, I barely passed microeconomics and macroeconomics in college. Like, and it's so funny because like all I do is study macro all day now. And I got into finance like by myself. And then I had a lot of really good mentors with me, like a Chris, like a Steve, to help me understand it even more. And by no means am I an expert or perfect, but I'm learning every day. But in college, it's so funny because I reflect on the macroeconomic classes I took in college, and I remember the professor talking about bond yields and the relationship with interest rates and all that stuff. But the way they taught it was this like regurgitated formula you had to memorize to then apply on a multiple choice test. And I hate that stuff. I gave up on that stuff like junior year of high school. I was like, this is stupid. And I just told myself whenever I take a class, like I'm just going to do the bare minimum to get by because I just don't care anymore. Like I made that decision junior year of high school because I was just tired of like memorizing stuff and regurgitating it. Like, cause I did that for a good 12 years. I got a lot of good grades. And then I realized, what's the point of this? Like, why does it matter? So once I finally started teaching myself things about the economy, literally on YouTube, that's where I got so passionate about it. But yeah, I really didn't learn it in high school. I remember even in senior year, I had to take this random class to graduate, and it was like a pseudo financial literacy class, but it was online, and it was all multiple choice. And I was like, I don't learn that way. I'm just like, this is stupid. Like this is not real. Like the basis trade, I read about it today. I'm gonna watch a bunch of videos on it. I'm gonna read a bunch of articles, and then I'm gonna work with Grok to help me deepen my understanding, and then I should be able to talk about it. I feel like that's how you learn stuff versus memorizing it and trying to regurgitate it effectively. This is why you don't know the difference between a chicken and a deer. The other reason I think I don't know these basic facts about life is that in high school, I'm telling you, I was on the debate team and I studied philosophy a lot. So if you guys wanted to talk about like continental philosophy, analytical philosophy, all that stuff, like I'm game to talk for hours. But when it comes to knowing that a rooster is a male chicken, I think I missed that part. I really did in high school. Like I really cared about debate more than anything. And I committed to learning about Immanuel Kant over male chickens. In high school, they had us to do a competition for who could perform the best in a paper trade stock market, and I was the worst. I think we did that as well, but I don't even remember. That was like years ago. I think they had to set up an account on MarketWatch. But yeah, I don't even remember what stocks I picked if I did that. Chris is self-taught. Yeah, Chris is self-taught as well. But his dad actually invested. Like I've been teaching my dad about the markets. Chris's dad actually was part of the dot-com bubble and it blew up, right? So, I mean, his dad unfortunately lost some money at that time, but his dad did know like about the concept of a stock. My dad didn't even know you could buy a share of Apple. Like he never like really understood what even that meant. So he was starting from the pure basics. But Chris, for the most part, is pretty much self-taught to understand everything. And Chris has had his own journeys as well. Chris has told a story many times on this channel about he was up like 250 grand on some corporate debt that he bought in some junk company that deals with oil. And then instead of cashing out, it went to zero because the next day, the way they filed bankruptcy, he was last on the list of the people that get paid out. And so like he's had plenty of lessons of seeing a lot of money that just disappears. Which is why he tends to be so bearish on the speculative names that trade at high multiples, because he's just seen when shit happens and it goes against them. What did Sam Altman announce today? So OpenAI announced memory and enhanced memory. So now this thing remembers literally everything about you. So today they said memory and ChatGPT can now reference all of your past chats to provide more personalized responses, drawing on your preferences and interests to make it even more helpful for writing, getting advice, learning, and beyond. This is actually a really important feature. Like if it remembers literally every time I've said anything, that just means that it should be even more accurate in giving me better responses. Yeah, it's a massive context window. Stock GPT, 100%, dude. Like it's kind of scary. Every time you type into it, it's going to remember. But yeah, it's definitely one of the core features that Grok probably is going to start getting really soon as well. Okay, so that was the OpenAI up. Doesn't that mean more compute? Yeah, to me, I mean, like, Now, I'm not well versed on exactly the dynamics between memories and GPUs, but from my understanding, if you're going to get that much more demand and people are going to require that much more compute because they're going to ask you to remember a conversation from last month and be able to tie that into their new query, yeah, theoretically that should be more compute. I feel like it should be more compute. I feel like that's bullish NVIDIA. Feel like that is bullish NVIDIA. So if I say OpenAI, call me Big Papa, it will remember that every time. Yes, it will call you Big Papa. I think I told you guys, my iPhone, in 2014, I told Siri to call me Big Papa. And to this day, it still calls me Big Papa. And so whenever I like share my contact with someone, like it happened the other day and it was really awkward because it was like someone who shouldn't be seeing your content says your contact says Big Papa. It should say Amit. They hit their phone and they're like, Big Papa, huh? I was like, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I like that was from 10 years ago. I mean to like, it was so funny. I need to like change that on my phone. I don't know how to change it, but I need to change it. Because like that's stupid that it still calls me that. At least it wasn't ass man. Yes, at least it wasn't that. You guys are saying that's more about storage and less about compute. Okay, that's fair. I'm not an expert on that, but I would imagine in general the usage that OpenAI is getting, 500 million weekly. I mean, literally Sam Altman said we are like our usage is more than it's ever been. Like they've got to be close to cracking 1 billion users within a year, dude. Like this thing is not slowing down. I mean, if you've seen this, I think I showed this a while ago, but if you just look at their monthly metrics in terms of visits to the website, which is not really users, but it's like one way to kind of figure out traffic. It's insane, dude. Look at this thing. 4.5 billion per month. 12.3 billion they're averaging over the past 3 months, 4.1 billion per month. It's insane, bro. Absolutely freaking insane. Doug says, my company instituted some crappy chatbot interface for our data lake, and it's not Palantir. It's so obviously not as good as even the sample Palantir apps. You know what's funny? A lot of companies are going to be instituting, as Doug calls them, crappy ChatGPT or chatbot interfaces. And a lot of them are going to be using OpenAI on the back end because that's all they know when it comes to AI. So OpenAI is going to be printing a lot of money from that. But yeah, it might not be as transformational as like a Palantir. In the same context, Google does 81 billion visits a month. So, I mean, ChatGPT is doing about 5% of what Google's doing a month, which is, I mean, like, that's kind of insane. Dude, Google's been around for 20 years. ChatGPT has been around for 3. I mean, like, that to me is just incredible in terms of how much they are growing. Now, are they worth 300 billion? I don't know, but they are growing like crazy. What is Grok doing? That's a good question. Grok, I don't expect it to even be near 1 billion. Grok is 85 million. 85 million per month. Yeah, so I mean, look, when it comes to now, granted, X users also use Grok, and X has to be like how many billions on X per month? X has 4.5 billion. Wow, X gets the same number of visits as ChatGPT per month. That's crazy. But Grok is still, 85 million is nothing compared to what OpenAI is doing. So the point is, all of this should keep helping NVIDIA. Does Webull IPO tomorrow? Do they? Webull IPO? Is it tomorrow? I don't think it's tomorrow. Let me see. When is the Webull IPO? I wouldn't be buying the Webull IPO. A, they're a Chinese company. B, their valuation when I read their S1 was stupid. They have like 7 million. No, they want to raise at 7 billion. And they only have, let me get the exact number. How many users does Webull have? It's significantly lower than Robinhood. And at the time, Robinhood was only worth 15 billion. And so I was like, okay, hold on. Why is this thing? Okay, I can't find the exact number. Let me see if I can find it. But like the valuation seemed weird compared to Hood. Maybe the valuation has changed, but yeah, I didn't really understand their valuation. Futures, by the way, are still green. We are up a little bit, nothing crazy, but they are green. Doug says it's opening on the back end. Yeah, that's what it makes sense. There's probably no contextual ontology, but they're just using the API. I don't know much about the new IPO on Robinhood called AIRO. It's a drone company from what I looked at today, but I know nothing about the company itself. But yeah, it is indeed a drone company. In the morning, I thought it was a weed company that sells vapes, but that's a different one. Amit, do you know New Jersey is the only place in the world that manufactures glitter? I did not know that. Is that true? Is New Jersey the only place in the world that manufactures glitter? Wow, I feel like I should know that. New Jersey is a global leader in glitter production. Okay, Google's saying it's produced in other places around the world, particularly Russia and Finland, but New Jersey is a global leader when it comes to glitter. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, so that is what New Jersey is being known for, glitter. Oh, only NJ manufactured in the US. Yeah, that's probably true as well. The US government is their largest customer. What, for Arrow? Dude, these defense tech names, every time I think of them, I just go back to Palantir. And I'm like, all right, like what really are they offering that's exciting? There's a lot of the drone ones that are popping up. And I'm like, okay, how much demand are we really gonna have for drones? Like, I just don't feel like I understand that entire thesis. And like the cream of the crop is obviously Anduril, but they're not public yet. So I don't know. I probably won't be buying the IPO. My mom works for Kroger. Her store is closing down. She's been there for like 28 years. Dude, that's wild. Is she going to a different Kroger? Or how is she dealing with that? Yeah, 28 years, bro. That's a big change if she's leaving Kroger now. You know, there's not a lot of Krogers in Jersey. There's really not. There's like I think I've been to one, like maybe once in my life, but I've never like seen a ton of them around the state. Anduril IPO looks like 2026, not 2025. I doubt it's going to be this year. That's a recession sign if a Kroger is closing. Kroger was a public company, right? No, it still is a public company. Okay, wow, it's up 10%. Kroger, year to date, up 9.6%. Damn, dude. Kroger is outperforming NVIDIA, Meta, Google. Like, this is pretty incredible. This market is pretty freaking incredible. What's their revenues? 34 billion, dude. Holy crap. Damn. 34 billion a quarter. Now that the year over years are down a good chunk. First quarter 2024 was really good though. 45, well, not really good, but at least it was a growth year. Every other quarter, August was a little bit of growth. Their net income was up 358% in August. May was still red. Recent quarter, down 13%. Oh, the stock's up. Stock's been safety. Stock has been safety against the rest of the market. Amid do members only for the chat. I never want to do that, dude. I never want, like, I feel like that would just ruin the chat, right? If you like restrict people from being able to be in the chat. It would help with the bots, but like the bots are not that big of a deal to make it members only. Also, members you have to pay. And that's like, I don't want people to pay just to be able to be in the chat. But no, I appreciate everyone who comes every day. I think part of like a good stream is like having a chat that like actually wants to talk and engage, right? If you restrict it, then that stops it. Although I'm not opposed to the subscribers only, because that actually does solve a lot of the spam and the bots. And it's not that big of a deal to ask from people versus paying. I keep trying to get her to move to Heb. She's loyal to her company. All right. Well, she's not leaving without finishing up her career at Kroger's. Kroger is the 5th largest retailer. I've never researched the grocery companies or the what's the other big one that's public? It's the one that tried to buy Kroger, or Kroger tried to buy them. I totally forgot the name. I think it's called AB or something like that. It's one of those, but yeah, I've never dived super deep into those. Angel says, hard to admit I've spent over 7 hours with you today. Dude, that's more time than with your wife, right? So Albertsons, right? Albertsons, that's the one. Yeah, Albertsons. Yeah, I haven't looked into them too much. Yeah, there you go, bro. More time with me than your wife. So dude, so many of you guys say that. Like, so many of you have messaged me like, dude, like, I don't know why I spend this much time with you every day, but I'm here. I'm like, well, it's not because I know what a male chicken is called. Someone sent me a video. I don't know if I have it. It's like deep in my DMs, but someone sent me a video of his 1-year-old like dancing to the market open. Like, he was just like dancing up and down while he was watching me speak. It was so cute, dude. I love when I see those. It's like, it's cool because, you know, it's just cool to see the kids learn. And obviously, you know, the 1-year-old doesn't know what I'm saying, but like the fact that they're just like part of that ecosystem, or like the kids are in the background or whatever. It's so cute to see that stuff. Does YouTube show you which users has followed or watched your streams the longest? I think there's a feature in the analytics that shows like, it's like a star next to your name if you've commented consistently or something. But yeah, that's the extent of what they show. My husband is legit jealous of Amit. Dude, it's crazy, right? Like, I never think it would happen like this, or never thought it would happen like this, but I was talking about this the other day. There is a unique relationship between streaming as a medium of content that I think we are literally at the infancy of. And because of that, I think it's just become this like this massive ecosystem that is allowed more and more people to be part of it. I think there's a relatability feature towards it. Like, instead of watching this big fancy setup, it's just like one guy in his room trying to break down what's happening. And then the chat is a big component of it as well, that like creates a real community, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But like, streaming really became a thing like a year ago. Like, realistically, like, people didn't go on, like, remember vlogging was a big thing on YouTube and everyone had a daily vlog, and Casey Neistat kind of started that revolution, and people like really built up their careers with vlogs. No one really daily vlogs anymore. And then it came into TikTok. And now I think that the component of being live with an audience is so special, and it's like fun for me. And that's why it's just growing as like as a medium that people are willing to consume content more, because the medium has to grow, right? Like, it can't just be like people like you as a content creator. People have to like the medium that you're in as a content creator. And they have to be willing to, like, no one's going to watch like 60-second funny videos if there's not a medium for people to actually care about those. And TikTok basically made that like one of the biggest mediums in the world in terms of content creation. And that's what got all the users. So I think YouTube and Twitch are kind of doing that with streaming as well. Dude, I forgot the Perplexity CEO is being interviewed right now on X. Evan invited me to that Spaces. I literally forgot that that's happening. I'm going to join right now. I'm going to see if I can ask a question. So let's see. Let me hop into this right here. So here's Perplexity CEO live. Let's see if I can get in here for a bit.
The so-called search tool taking up another step in the cognitive ladder, and not just showing web page links to you, but actually helping you with the higher level planning. But it's also interesting, you pointed out, we still haven't seen a ton of advancement in terms of being able to use APIs. I mean, we've seen things like computer use, but it hasn't really made that gap towards actually being able to automate a lot of what we actually touch on the web.
Yeah, that's primarily because the AIs are not grounded in how humans use and interact with these tools yet. So if you ask an AI to like go and do some recruiting work for you on LinkedIn or something, it's just going to manually enter your search strings on like LinkedIn.
Okay, that was kind of boring. Not gonna lie. Like, it's cool, but I've heard him talk many times on different interviews. It's nothing that crazy I think we're gonna get from there. There's also a lot of speakers, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to ask a question on this one. I forgot he was doing that. He told me this like a week ago. He was doing that. Arvind is awesome though. He is an incredible CEO. I've seen a lot of his podcasts. He's a really smart guy. Now, granted, is Perplexity worth 20 billion or whatever the rate? I don't know, dude. 20 billion's a lot for Perplexity, but he's built up a hell of a brand. He's gotten everyone to co-sign him as like a AI thought leader, even though I think it's just a GPT wrapper. It's just like a better GPT wrapper than all the other ones. But they're growing, and that level of growth will get you a high valuation. Do you think Trump will ban Chinese stocks? No, I don't think so. I think he will threaten to do it, but I think going that far would be like aggressive. Maybe he will, but I don't know. David says, Amit, does it get lonely? Just wonder. You know, it's a good question. It's so funny because like I'm not in a corporate job where I have like coworkers to talk to and stuff, and like to sit by the water cooler. That's like the phrase, right? Like with the water cooler in the office. But I don't feel lonely at all, bro, because the whole day I'm tapped into A, the markets, B, it's just like a lot of people that I talk to every day. Like even to get insights about the markets, right? So it's a lot of messages, a lot of obviously you guys, right? So it's a lot of your comments. By the end of the day, I feel socially exhausted without seeing a single person. I'm dead serious. By the end of the day, I'm just like, all right, I'm tired. Like, I don't want to talk about anything. And my dad comes up and he's like, oh, so what happened in the markets? And I'm just like exhausted. And I just don't even feel like regurgitating what I talked about for 7 hours. But I'm happy that my dad asks me because now it shows that he actually cares about the markets. But yeah, by the end of the day, I don't want to think about the markets, even though I end up thinking about it. This weekend, I really didn't want to think about it, but I spent all my time thinking about it. And I don't feel alone at all because there's like so much to talk to or so many people to talk to in the context of understanding the markets, even on Twitter, just responding to comments. Like that is a social interaction, even if it's not literally in real time, you know? But again, that's another reason I'm moving out. One of the reasons I'm moving out is I want to develop a real social life. And, you know, it's interesting because I do have a social life. It's just my social life takes place more with people I've met off YouTube at all these events that I've been going through. And like for example, when I did AIPCon, there was a bunch of other things I was doing that week. And I went a week early to meet a bunch of other people. And were those work-related things to an extent? Yeah, like it was networking, like I met the Robinhood co-founder and I did the podcast with the Figure CEO, but that is social interaction, right? And so it's like there's a part of the social life that mixes with the business, especially when you go to dinners with all these people and stuff. But in terms of actually having friends that just don't give a shit about the stock market, right? And literally just care about like, I don't know, the Lakers game or something. Yeah, I think I've given up that part of my life over the past couple of years, but I did that like voluntarily because again, if you really want to build something like a brand, there's some level of sacrifice that has to happen. And that sacrifice for me has just been like 10, 15 hours a day creating content. So it is what it is. Mid social interaction, goes to the park and people watches on the swings. Dude, I tried to go the other day, but then there was these two little kids there and I was like, I don't want to be the guy on the swings when there's two little kids there because they're going to want to get on the swing. So I just turned around. That's one thing about going on the swings, right? Like if you're older and you get on the swings, that's great. That's fine. But if you're older, AKA 27, and you're on the swings and you see a couple little kids, in my opinion, you better get your ass off on the swings because when you're a little kid, that is the greatest time of your life to go on in the park and be on the swings and like just like embrace the beauty of life without knowing that Jerome Powell is not going to cut rates anytime soon. So whenever I see like kids walk by, I just immediately get off because I don't want to take that experience away from them. But my favorite experience is when the park is completely empty. Actually, I saw the deer at the park yesterday. That's another reason I turned around. Like, I'm not going to swing in front of this freaking deer. And so there was no kids, but there was like 2 different deer. But when it's completely empty and I have time to think and I can just swing, oh my God, that is the best thing ever. Like really, that is like the best thing. When you're in a park alone, there's no disruptions and the swings are empty. That's great. It really is great. I did that a lot during COVID. There was a park near my house in my old house during COVID, and obviously everything was shut down. So I would go to the park every day for like 3 months and just by myself. I would be on the swings. That was like summer of 2020. But I enjoy it, dude. Like, I guess that's another thing. This question about loneliness. Like, I don't like eating food with other people. I like eating food by myself. Now, if I'm out to a dinner, that's different. But like I don't want to talk to anybody when I'm eating. I want to be on my phone and eat my food. Like and enjoy the food. I don't want to have to like sit and like actually talk while I'm eating, unless it's like, you know, you're at a fancy dinner or something like that. I enjoy being alone. I really do. There's not it's introverted, but it's also not, because like obviously my personality you're seeing right here is not introverted. It's like very extroverted, very, you know, talk with my hands, super loud and stuff. And I enjoy being with other people as well, but getting to be alone is also not the craziest thing. I don't like feel this sense of like, oh, I wish I had coworkers. I'm like, I don't know. Just happy to just do my own thing. Difference between being alone and lonely. Yes, 100%. There is definitely 2 differences between that. Admit, do you read books? Not really. I mean, yeah, I'm so much more of an audio learner at this point. Like, I didn't even finish Karp's book. I read like, I think the first 3 chapters. There was a couple segments at the end that I liked, but I didn't finish that whole book. Granted, because a lot of it I already know about, because Karp talks about it in his lectures. Like even Karp admitted like 95% of what he talks about in the book, which isn't written by him, by the way, it's his ghostwriter. It's just regurgitating what he talks about in the lectures. So yeah, my attention span was not going to allow me to finish that book. But like a lot of the thesis of the book, I already understand because I've listened to him so many times. But I love listening and then recontextualizing it and explaining it myself. And with Karp, I think I've listened to at least 50 to 100 hours of his lectures. So the core arguments in the book are pretty similar to that. But yeah, I stopped reading in 2018. I read a lot of books in 2018. I told you guys I had that like self-development phase where like I ordered all the Tony Robbins books and all this shit. And like, I think it's a phase everyone has to go through if they're like in a growth mindset journey. But in reality, all those books say the same shit, which is like, get up off your ass and go do something. That's pretty much what the books say. Like you really don't have to read it to figure it out. And now with AI, it's like, if I'm curious about something, I don't need a book to learn about it. I just read. However, there is a book I've been thinking of buying, and I'm probably going to be ordering this one. We're back. That's YouTube telling me it's time to get off, buddy. That's really what YouTube's saying. All right, we're back. We're good. We're book. We're back. The tariffs finally got him. Yeah, we're back. It's referred to as the Options Bible. There's 2 certain books, but this is the one I was looking at. This one I actually legitimately want to read. I think this one, and there's another one. But I'm actually going to order. I physically want to have a book around derivatives and like actually be able to take notes and read it. Drux read it, right? Yeah, I've heard about this book more and more. I feel like to more deeply understand financial derivatives and puts and calls and call debit spreads and all that stuff, I want to read this. Vlad mentioned it. Yeah, I don't know if Vlad mentioned the specific one, but he mentioned, maybe he did. He mentioned like an options Bible at the Robinhood Gold event. And I was like, it makes sense to like, if I really want to like get better at trading these, to just like read this. So this is one of those things I would actually physically order. And I would legitimately read because I feel like I'm actually getting something from it. Because I've worked with AI and YouTube videos to understand options and stuff, and it helps. But like, there is something about just like taking notes with your hand manually and just like having that be more ingrained in you versus like a audiobook or something. Someone asked about the Jersey City update. The update is that I don't have an apartment yet, but I called a location today and it looks very promising. I'm really hoping this one comes in because I'm so freaking tired of this apartment hunt, but I will keep you guys updated if it works out. The thing is, I don't know if they have a 2-bedroom because I went on their website and they only had 1-bedrooms, but I called them and they said they're going to let me know. I would need a 2-bedroom. 1-bedroom would be a bit too small. Phil says, I was gifted a Jensen book yesterday. Now I have something else to read over the next 24 months. Yeah, I mean, like that's the other thing about books, dude. Now, one of my favorite books, it's right there in the background. It's called When Breath Becomes Air. This book, When Breath Becomes Air. If there was any book I could recommend in the history of like my entire life, it's going to be When Breath Becomes Air. It's about a Stanford neurosurgeon who gets brain cancer. Some of you guys have read it. Yeah, Skywalker's read it. And this is not a spoiler alert, but he dies, right? He has level 4 brain cancer. And the book is like a memoir to his daughter that is born, I think, a year before his diagnosis. So that book I read in 2 days. That book had me I remember like it was yesterday. I got that book as a graduation present in 2016, but from my mom's boss, who she was really close with. And he actually went to Stanford as well. And I didn't think of this book for like 2 years because like I just graduated high school. I didn't care. And then in 2018, I was in that whole self-development growth mindset phase. And I pick up this book and I start reading it. And I was crying within minutes of reading. I mean, like it is one of the most emotional books I've ever read. And you're a neurosurgeon who's solving people's brain cancer. You get diagnosed with brain cancer and you have a daughter that's not going to be able to see her father grow up because it's terminal. Like it's one of those books where it's like, man, it really like it hits you in the face about what life is really about. When Breath Becomes Air. I don't even know how much it cost. Like honestly, dude, if you're into reading at all, I think like it's, how much is it on Amazon? It's $17 on Amazon. I think for $17, like this is one of those books you will not hate reading. It's one of the only books I really remember, to be honest. Like that tells you, like when you remember a book, like really remember it after what, 7-8 years, that's when it means it's a good book. Christina says, I cried so hard reading it. See, like I think I got to like page 5 and I started crying, bro, because and like the author is just like amazing at writing the word. Like he's just like the way he tells the story is just like, it's an incredible book, very emotional, but I think it's one of those things where you get some life lessons from as well. Bro is still live. Yes, bro is still live. Dude, like you guys were saying it's going to be 9 to 4 every day. I don't know, bro, at this point. Like who knows? It might be 9 to 4 eventually. I have 4 Bukowski poetry books and one of his novels. I love Bukowski. I've never read his books, but that quote right there, I've read it. I'm not going to read the whole thing again, but it's called Go All the Way. Anyone can look it up. Go All the Way. I think it's the best quote of all time. It's one of my favorite quotes. It's a long quote. It's 1 paragraph. But essentially the idea behind it is if you're going to do something, go all the way. And don't like half-ass something when you're trying to actually do it. So yeah, Charles Bukowski, incredible poet. Now Bukowski had some issues in his personal life, like a lot of poets do. But he had some pretty beautiful art as well. Just don't get wallpaper with inspirational sayings in your new apartment. Dude, I did the same. I did this in my college apartment. I had these random, like stupid, like success requires failure or some stupid, like, dude, I have such a different tone now to motivational, like speaking and motivational words of wisdom and stuff. Because I think all of it's bullshit. All of it's bullshit. Like if you really need that much motivation, you're just stuck in a phase where you're like, you want someone to tell you to do something with your life more than just taking the action. The ones that I vibe with are the ones that are more philosophical in nature. But the actual people that are just like, you got to work hard for your dreams. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like what? I got to work slow for my dreams. It's like, and it's not like there's anything wrong with what they're saying. It's just that it is so unbelievably obvious that it begs the question, who the hell is getting value from this stuff? And then I realized when I was in that position for like 4 or 5 years, when I was just like constantly consuming this like motivational mumbo jumbo, you realize, oh, the people in that position are the people that are really down bad and need some motivation, which is fair. Everyone has a phase in their life where they need that. But if you're stuck in that for a long time, it means you're lazy. It doesn't mean like you're not feeling motivated. It means you think you're doing something by listening to motivational speakers when in reality, you're just like filling up your brain with information that is obvious, which is that you gotta fucking work. That's the beautiful thing I love about America as well. I mean, like America has a bunch of different problems, but the individualistic nature of America, I do appreciate. And has that resulted in some bad things? Yes. But the good thing about it is if you are ambitious and you want to try to do something with your life, this is a country that will reward you for not even the success. Obviously, you can get massively rewarded for the success. We've seen this with the biggest tech companies in the world and founders, but they reward you for even trying. And if you fail, they compliment that you tried and they want you to try again. It's incredible. Like where in the world can you try to do something on your own, actually succeed and keep the majority of the ownership of what you've tried to build without giving up most of it to the state, which is what happened back in the feudal times. And then if you fail, the whole society is like, just try again. No one cares. This is not the same in Europe. Arnie in particular, we were having dinner back at AIPCon a year ago, and he told me in Italy, it's like scary to try new stuff. And like one of the reasons he hasn't like started a business or stuff like that is just like the way he grew up. He was always conditioned to be afraid of taking risks. And that can obviously affect a society from innovating, because if there's no Elon that's going to try to build a SpaceX, then there's no SpaceX. So that is the one thing about the nature of individualism in the United States that I really appreciate. Have you seen Matt Foley, the motivational speaker? I don't think so. The name is familiar, but I don't think I've like watched them. Gary Vee was a big one I watched. Who did teach me one thing. The one thing I learned from Gary Vee is gratitude when it comes to building an audience. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing I learned from him. And like the number one takeaway from all of his videos is just like, if people actually consume your content, don't sell out, and like be grateful for the fact that people could be doing anything, but they're choosing to be with you, right? And that lesson I've taken very seriously over my career. But a lot of his other motivational stuff, it's really for people that are stuck in a rut and that they need to try to get out of it. Yeah, the NFT thing I was not a fan of. He definitely, I don't know if his NFT project is going to work. He raised a lot of money for it. Look, I mean, I just don't know if NFTs are going to be a thing in the future. So yeah, there's a lot of little side things he's done that I'm not a fan of, but his overall core argument, I think, has been good when it comes to content creation. Garage sales, yeah, garage sales as well. Just Listen says, Amit, much respect for the effort you put in, bro. You become part of my daily routine. Have a nice day. Just Listen, thank you for being here, dude. Really, really appreciate anyone who takes the time to join. Who is this Matt Foley guy you keep talking about? Matt Foley. You guys said this is an SNL skit? Matt Foley. Oh, it's an SNL skit of a motivational character named Chris Foley. Dude, I can't play it. Saturday Night Live is going to copyright the whole stream if I try to play this thing. I feel like Chad sent me a video of Matt Foley before. If I text Chad about this, I think he'll definitely know. He sent me, I feel like I've seen one of these clips before. From the thumbnail, I recognize it. Yeah, I can't watch this, dude. SNL is going to be crazy about copywriting this. Nothing But Net by Mark Mahaney is a good read on. I've heard of his book. I have not read it, but yes, Mark Mahaney also, he's a really good analyst. I respect him a lot. So Nothing But Net. I have heard of that title before as well. Just woke up from a nap and he's still going. Dude, do you guys take naps? I don't really take naps. I either wake up late and that's it. But I don't like if we're ending the stream at 7 p.m., I'm not gonna like take a nap from 7 to 7:30. I don't know. I've never done that. I feel like maybe I did that in high school for a little bit. But I tend to either just go to sleep or not. If I take a nap, I wake up feeling like groggy and icky. Yeah, I've noticed if I take a nap, it's not like a power nap that's like recharged me for the day. It's like no, I just want to keep sleeping. Like I'm tired. It's never been like a productive version for me. Oh yeah, I did say I was going off stream to take a nap after I got sick in Cali. I didn't end up taking a nap. I remember that stream. I ended the market open at I don't know, 8 a.m., which is 11 a.m. Eastern. But then we had Robinhood earnings at 12 p.m. And then I had a podcast at 10 a.m. my time. So 1 p.m. Eastern and then 3 p.m. And then 4 p.m. Eastern for Robinhood. That was the podcast I did with Amir. So I stayed up and I did the podcast and then I did Robinhood earnings. And then after that, I Ubered to go see Vlad at the headquarters. So even when I should be taking naps, I just I don't know. It's weird whenever I try to do it. It never ends up happening. Sophia, thank you for being here. Much respect, Amit. I listen to you working from home. No nonsense, just facts. No banning, no memberships, etc. Respect the free platform from a Muslim brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. We're going to keep the show like that forever. Try to keep it completely without banning and censorship and charging people money, etc., etc. And yeah, hopefully we just have more and more data that drives a lot of the show. I think that's the thing I love about the show, right? Like, yes, obviously I had my opinion here and there, but a lot of it is just what's going on in the market and then how do we interpret it. That's what I think is, and I'm not perfect at that, but that needs to get better and better every episode. Wall Street Journal says the Supreme Court told the Trump administration to seek the return of a man who was mistakenly sent to a Salvadorian prison. So looks like their mass immigration effort to Salvador is facing some headwinds now from the Supreme Court. Bond yields right now, let's take an update on them. Hopefully they are pretty stable. Yeah, they're still at 4.425. Nothing changed, but still a little bit too close to 4.5. When do you come visit Austin? I think in May. I think May we're doing Houston and Austin. And maybe Dallas as well. We got to see. But most likely May. What does CVS stand for? I don't know. That's a good question. What does CVS stand for? Consumer Value Stores. Well, I never knew that. All right, there you go. CVS. We have a local CVS nearby, but there's not a lot of them anymore. There's not a lot of them. Show the Robinhood Gold card. You mean the real gold card? Okay, hold on. I have to get it. 1 second. Okay, I don't know where it is. It's like somewhere in that drawer. It would take probably too long for me to find it. I'll find it. I'll find it tonight, and I'll show it tomorrow. I can show you the regular gold card. Where's my wallet? Dude, I feel like I lose my wallet. Oh, there's my wallet. Hold on. It's basically like this, but real gold. That's all it is. I mean, it's not really that special. It's just real gold. It's in my, dude, I have like a bunch of these drawers right here. I probably put it with a bunch of other cards I don't use. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And then the back is nothing special. It's just your name. I really like that they don't have the number on the back. Like you can show this anywhere. It doesn't matter because everything's in the app. So the only difference between the other card is that it's like solid gold. That's all. Which is worth more now because gold is up. I think when he gave me it, gold was like 2,400 an ounce. Now it's like 3,000, 3,100. So there you go. What happened to the standing desk? This is still a standing desk. So I stand on this desk after the market open, market close, when I'm like writing stuff on Twitter and researching and all that stuff. Like, can you guys see this if it goes up right here? Do you guys hear that? Oh, you definitely see it. Yeah. See? Do you see it at all? Yeah, you have to see something because this is coming up. Now you see the mic now. Yeah, now you see the mic. And then it just goes back down. Yeah, shout out to Adam. It's what Adam taught you. Work your ass out before 30. It will happen. Forget everything until 30 and you will make it. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. That Adam Adam a couple years ago told me like that, and it's always stuck with me. It's just like, dude, work your ass off before you're 30. Like while you're at this age, no family and stuff, just like fucking work. Is the camera not mounted on the desk? No, it's like, dude, I gotta wait. Can I take a picture of this and just show you guys? Like, how does? Let me see. Okay, so this is what the setup looks like. Can you guys see this? Yeah, okay. So there's the two lights in the back. There's the camera. There's the Mac on the side, the iPad, and then there's my laptop. Like it's just three things on a table and that's it. So it's nothing that crazy. It's not like some insane setup. When I get the new apartment though, I think then we're gonna have a much more extreme setup. Like I have a lot of ideas on how I would set up like a real studio. Obviously with the bricks, of course. But yeah. Other than that, it's nothing too crazy. Turn the phone sideways. Hold on, let me do that here. Okay, yeah, there you go. This is what it looks like. And then I just have regular curtains in the back, and then there's my bed. Like it's really not a interesting setup. But it gets the job done, and it allows me to work all day. Do the lights get uncomfortable? Not really. I don't know, dude. It's like nothing's uncomfortable about this. There's like and because I stand during the day when I'm on the standing desk, my back's not hurt. Like in 2023 when I was sitting the entire my back was really, and then I realized like I should get a standing desk and like just like stand more. So yeah, it's like it's a pretty simple setup. You just got to come in and lose money for the past few months, right? Like I sit down and I lose money. That's it. And then I talk to you guys about losing money and you guys lose money and that's it. That's what we do every day here. I've been in this live my whole 9-hour shift done in less than 30 minutes. How long have we been streaming again? 3 hours and 20 minutes, dude. It's a lot of streaming today. A lot of streaming. Why not the natural light? Well, it's like not always sunny in Jersey, but the natural light doesn't work when you're streaming. You need like actual light. Otherwise, it just gets too dark. But I've had, if you open the curtains, there's plenty of natural light. But like today's gloomy, so you just wouldn't get it. Mid sleeps on the job. He's still at work when he sleeps. Oh my gosh. Amit, I worry about Hood rolling all their stuff out. It seems like a year and I still don't have the option to get a gold card. No worries. Yeah, no worries on this. Remember, underwriting credit is really difficult and they want to get it right. So that is not an investment thesis breaker about, oh, they're not executing fast enough. They have so many things they're working on, but the gold card, they can't give it to everybody. Even though they did announce they invited 100,000 people 2 weeks ago. So now there's 200,000 card holders instead of 100,000. So they did double it. And I think Vlad said he wants to get to 500,000 by the end of the year. But like, they just can't give out credit to people that are easily going to default, right? So it's a balance on that product. But I think it will expand more and more over time. Give me some Robinhood inside info. I have zero inside info I can give you on Robinhood. All I can say is that the employees are absolutely, it's the same thing as Palantir, dude. They all work so freaking hard. Like, and they actually care about the mission. I met an employee from 2018 and he was like, dude, I was like getting ready to quit when we were at $6. And then I saw some of your posts on Twitter and you were talking about the financials because the engineers don't know anything about the financials, right? They just know like, hey, are things working or not? And so those engineers were so like, just like not motivated after GameStop and then the bear market of 2022. But then in 2023, I was like, wait a second, 8 billion cash or 6 billion cash, 8 billion market cap. Looks like we got an opportunity here. And then it turned into this whole journey. And, you know, a lot of them decided that there was momentum here. And then thankfully 2024 turned out the way it is. So the point is a lot of those employees stuck with Vlad till the end. Yeah, look at this. Speaking of Vlad, there you go. He posted just now. Glad to see our relentless focus on improving the product paying off. There's so much more to do. #1 in the finance app store. Look at that. That means in the entire app store, that's only number finance, or that's only for finance. In the entire app store, Robinhood is, let me see. 15. Wow, dude. Holy crap. Dude, 15 in the entire app store? That must mean hundreds of thousands of downloads a day. April's off to a good start, even with all the volatility. We should be getting a good chunk of users coming to the platform now. So Intuit, yeah, Credit Karma is #2 now. But it looks like Hood is picking up some momentum. Trump just tweeted. Okay, here we go. Trump just tweeted. Mexico owes Texas 1.3 million acres of water under the 1944 Water Treaty. What the heck is this tweet about to say, dude? But Mexico is unfortunately violating their treaty obligation. This is very unfair and it is hurting South Texas farmers very badly. Last year, the only sugar mill in Texas closed because Mexico has been stealing the water from Texas farmers. Ted Cruz has been leading the fight to get South Texas the water it is owed, but sleepy Joe Biden refused to lift a finger that helps the farmers. That ends now. I will make sure Mexico doesn't violate our treaties and doesn't hurt our Texas farmers. Just last month, I halted water shipments to Tijuana until Mexico complies with the 1944 Water Treaty. My agricultural secretary, Brooke Rollins, is standing up for Texas farmers and will keep escalating consequences, including tariffs. Bond market doesn't want to hear that. Maybe even sanctions until Mexico honors the treaty and gives Texas the water they are owed. I don't even know how to comment on this because I have no understanding of the 1944 Water Treaty. But now I'm going to look up what it is and learn about it so I can talk about it tomorrow. I mean, this is like Trump literally gives you homework every single day and you have to figure out what the heck this guy's talking about this time. Yeah, apparently Mexico's stealing water. Apparently that's what's going on here from South Texas. I have no idea, dude. I don't even know what to say to that. But I'll research it. I'll see if there's any validity to what he's saying. 4.4 still on this 10-year as we are after hours. Just tell me when it's a good time to buy stocks. He did yesterday, and then we gave back some of it. That is still wild, bro, that he said it's a good time to buy. Like, that is just... It's crazy, bro. I'm telling you, bro, there's going to be investigations on people close to the Trump administration that took advantage of knowing what he was going to do with trade policy, and they either shorted or went long the market because of it. Like, I really feel we're going to see a lot more reports. There's no way they keep this under wraps, bro. There's no way that his inner group doesn't know what he's going to do, A. And then B, I don't trust any of them to actually be ethical and not make a market move on that, because we saw what they did with the meme coin. So there's no way that I don't think people are going to investigate. Now, again, I don't think he's going to get prosecuted or anything like that. I just think like there's going to be a lot of people asking a lot of questions. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to go to jail or anything like that, but I do think we are going to find out that people made some trades. Are you still holding your SoFi options? Yes. If I ever sell them, I'll let you guys know. I'm still hoping SoFi can be 20 by the end of the year. If not, at least 15. I don't think that's asking for much. So, yeah, I'm still holding those. All right. Do I think we end out the day? Do I think we end out the day? Trump tweeted about the Hudson crash. Let me check. He's been tweeting a lot. Dude, he's had a lot of tweets the past. Oh, he's nominating a ton of people for like, or he's endorsing a ton of people for re-election or something. Dude, that Hudson crash was bad, bro. That was bad. 6 more hours. Dude, I could do it. When we do the 24-hour stream, like, I will be more than prepared to execute on it because your boy's just going to be yapping through the whole thing. But yeah, I don't know if we do that today. 6 people dead, including 3 children. Wow. That stuff is heartbreaking to see, dude. Just heartbreaking. Especially because there's a lot of helicopters that fly over the Hudson. Yeah, all 6. So whoever said someone was saved, whoever said 3 people were saved, it's all 6 people were killed. So it wasn't like there was anyone who ended up recovering from that. Swivel Stick, thank you for the gifted 5. Appreciate it. That's a pretty cool name. Swivel Stick. Thank you for the gifted 5 memberships. And appreciate you being here. Uzi says, I see 10 choppers every day. Yeah, like there's like, New York is known for being a prime helicopter destination. And like, you don't see a helicopter crash like this one often. This one was either the engine broke out or something really tough happened to cause this. This is the mayor speaking about it. Let me just pull this up real quick on the Hudson.
Investigation into this tragedy. For more information, I would like to thank God we didn't lose any. Almost reminiscence of the plane going down here on the Hudson River. But thank God we didn't lose any lives back then. It's still fresh and it's still new. The investigation is ongoing, and we have the entire family members. We're lifting them up in prayer. Here's what we know at this time. At approximately 3:17 this afternoon, we began receiving multiple calls for a helicopter that crashed in the water. These calls generated the response of many agencies, as the Deputy Mayor Daughtry stated, including FDNY, NYPD, the Port Authority, and our Jersey partners, the police officers in Jersey as well, and the Coast Guard. 3 adults and 3 children were on board a Bell 206 helicopter that had left from the downtown Skyport just about 3 p.m. The pilot and the family visiting from Spain, what our preliminary information has at this time. Members of the FDNY and NYPD harbor units arrived at the scene, and divers from both agencies entered the water. At this time, all 6 victims have been removed from the water. And sadly, all 6 victims have been pronounced deceased. Again, we're praying for the families and our gratitude to the rescuers and the courage that was displayed in their dedication.
That is heartbreaking, dude. That is very, very heartbreaking to see something like that happen in New York. We need to make a Mick clap, and he will continue live streaming. Dude, my mom's downstairs. She's probably wondering, like, why the hell is this guy still live? Same with my dad. Every time I tell them, they're just like, why'd you go so long? I'm like, I don't know. I just like I kept talking. Like, that's how it plays out. Jordan says, Amit, you're killing it, bro. You helped me get through these work days. Appreciate you. I know a lot of you guys have said you listen at work, which is cool, right? If you have the ability to listen at work, you can just like have a distraction there at work. But yeah, no, I'm really happy people get value from the streams, and I just want to make it better and better and better. And obviously it's growing a lot, and there's a lot more people discovering and all that stuff. And yeah, I just want to make it better every day. I think part of making it better every day is just having, like, someone left a comment right here who's in the chat. I think I saw it early in the day, and they were like, They were like, I just found this channel, but man, the energy is awesome. And like, I want everyone to feel that every day. Like, no matter rain or shine, the energy is there. That's the most important thing. Sweetie, your dinner's getting cold. Dude, I'm telling you guys, my mom doesn't make me dinner. I eat one meal a day and I make it myself. Like, I know you guys think that happens, but that's not the case. I would be eating right now if I wasn't live. But it's either some soup, it's fish and rice, it's lentils, it's like really basic shit. My mom does cook food for my dad though. She makes food for my dad. My dad is still super old school. Like he has dinner cooked for him, but like she stopped making like dinner for me, come home, like dinner's ready, like after high school. By the time I went to college, like it wasn't a thing anymore. Sometimes she'll make a lot of food when people come over and stuff like, and I love my mom's cooking. It's great. But like, dude, she doesn't have the energy on a daily basis to worry about what I'm eating. Like she just like, she doesn't care enough about that. But my dad's just not going to eat if she doesn't make food. So that's why she makes some food. Do you do OMAD? Yes. And I love it. One meal a day, baby. I've been doing a lot of research on freaking fasting and ketosis and the idea of one meal a day. By the way, my mom goes the opposite. So we have this debate all the time. My mom thinks 3 meals a day is like the healthiest way to live. And I'm like, I feel like that's propaganda from the food companies. I really do. The more research I do, it's like, no, you don't need that much food every day. You really don't. And there's so many benefits to fasting, not only for your gut, not only for your protein system, not only for your body, not only for weight loss, but also spiritually, being able to say, I don't need food. I can get through this without digesting something. Once you get through the first 24 hours, the next 24 they still hurt, but like I think it's 36 hours. Then you really get this like keto high is what they call it. And you're just like super focused and you're not bogged down by whatever food you're eating. Oh, I eat a lot of bananas. I have a bunch of fruit, bananas, oranges, tangerines. Not really strawberries, even though I like strawberries a lot. Like yesterday, my lunch was 2 bananas. That was it. And I was like, all right, I'm good to go. Like, I think that's one of the things about food, bro. It's like, and obviously, I didn't really take care of myself last year with food, but it's like you don't need the fast food, but it's fast and it tastes good because it's junk food, but you don't need it. And once you tell yourself you don't need Popeyes, you don't need Burger King, like you don't need McDonald's, then you start changing your mind. And that doesn't mean you say you can never have it, but you just start thinking like, do I really need this burger, or is there another way I can fill myself up? 2 bananas can fill you up more than like a Big Mac. It's just, and a Big Mac makes you feel like shit. 2 bananas makes you feel like, all right, I had some fruit, got some potassium. So I've been trying to change my relationship to food over the past couple months, because 2024 was just horrible. It was just like nonstop trash, junk, all this stuff. And I feel like at some point, if you've eaten like that a decent amount of your life, you just like, at some point you grow up and just like, dude, do I really need this stuff? Like it's just not the best thing. The tariff diet. The tariff diet. Yes, exactly. It's the tariff diet. What's your favorite meal? My favorite meal is still Alfredo pasta. Alfredo pasta, Italian food. Italian food is absolutely my favorite pasta, or my favorite type of food. I'm surprised we don't have more banana jokes in the chat, dude. I thought you guys would run with that one, but thankfully you're letting me off easy on that one. But yeah, but bananas are one of my favorite fruits. Olive Garden, dude, people shit on Olive Garden too much. Italian, it's the best domestic version in this country of Italian food. That's like a food chain. So no biryani. No, I love Indian food. Indian food is my favorite food, and then Italian comes after. But yeah, Indian food is still, I love Indian food. I love butter chicken and naan. I know that's such a like basic answer, but like that genuinely, when we go to an Indian restaurant, that's what I order. I order butter chicken and garlic naan. That's it. I literally love eating that. Do you eat beef? Yes, I eat beef. My uncle, I think 2 weeks ago, he made goat. I had goat. I eat anything, dude. I don't really care. As long as it tastes good, like I'm not opposed to trying it. I've had snail, what do you call it? Escargot, right? That's what you call them. I had those in Vegas last time with steak. It was great. Alec Paneer, yup. Dude, I love all the Indian foods, but Italian's up there for me. Like Italian, for some reason, I really do enjoy. Like, it's not overcooked, bro. Medium well's not overcooked. You are so, like, everyone's wrong about this. Like, I just like this is I will die with this take. Medium well is not overcooked, not by any sense of the imagination. But medium rare, a little undercooked in my opinion. A little undercooked. What's your ethnicity? Indian. You pronounce escargot wrong. Of course I did. How do you say this thing? How to say escargot. Am I saying it wrong? Hold on. Let's see. Let's see right here.
Escargot.
Escargot. No, I think I'm saying it okay. At least I didn't say escargot. Then I would have quit this. I would have quit the stream right there. If I said escargot, I would have been mad at myself. So at least we are saying escargot. Futures are getting cooked, are they? Are they? Are we red? Oh boy, we just flipped red. You know why? You know why? It might be because Donnie T just said he's going to tariff the crap out of Mexico if they don't start giving us more water to South Texas. Maybe that's why the market's like, well, what do we have to deal with now? Freaking Mexico tariffs? The S&P is down about 0.4% after hours, but there you go. Futures easily flip red. VIX is up another 3%. Maybe because of Mexico tariffs. I mean, what other reason do we have? What other fundamental reason in the past 10 minutes do we have for futures going red other than Trump introducing even more volatility to the markets with Mexico? I don't know. Maybe it's for another reason, but well, where's bonds? Are we holding steady there? It's holding up for now, dude. Wait, where's are the futures any different? Let me check the futures on the 10-year. Alfredo's not Italian? What? No, Alfredo pasta is definitely Italian. Dude, this 10-year is at 4.45. CNBC is not showing it. It's not updated. This 10-year is at 4.45 right now. That 4.4 turns into a legit 4.5. We might have some issues. Dude, Alfredo's definitely Italian. What are you talking about? Alfredo's definitely Italian. Is Alfredo Italian? There's no way Alfredo. Yes, it says fettuccine Alfredo is an Italian dish originating in Rome. Yeah, this is definitely Italian. I would hope it's Italian. I've thought my whole life it's Italian. It's not in Milan. Yeah, but I would imagine Italy, the actual Italian food you can get there is like way better than regular Alfredo pasta. I want dinner. My husband is making burgers tonight. I'm starving. I think Christina's trying to say end the stupid stream so you can go get dinner. All right. I think we're ending it here. Thank you everybody for being here. I'm not going to clap because then I'll be here for the next 20 minutes. Wow, a lot of you guys are saying it's not Italian. All right, dude. I've always thought Alfredo pasta was Italian. Chicken parm's not Italian either. All the Italian food that I've thought is Italian is not Italian. Well, Olive Garden still has a good chicken parm and an Alfredo pasta. So there you go. All right. I think that's it for me. Thank you all for being here again. We'll be back tomorrow, ending out the week on Friday. And that's it. Yeah, the overnight market's open in 30 minutes, dude. This is the thing, dude. Like with this whole 24/7 trading, like it's just like you're constantly locked in. That's why at some point it's like I have to tell myself, all right, I'm just not thinking about the market anymore. Like I'm just not. Because you can just like be stuck on it all day. And at some point, you got I advise everyone as well. I mean, the fact that you guys watch market open, market close, you probably care about the markets. But I would hope people at some point in the day, whether it's after market close or in between the market open, market close, you just like shut off the stock market. Because especially with all the volatility we've been experiencing, it's obviously incredibly emotionally draining on people. Like, dude, Sunday night, we did the future stream, but like I went to bed. I did not feel the best, dude. Like, cause it was bad. Futures were like S&P down 5%. Futures is ugly. And it's like, you just go to sleep knowing like, yeah, shit's not looking good. And then 2 nights ago when I stayed up till 3 a.m. and I was seeing things implode, and Taiwan was down 5%. Japan was down 8%. Bond yields were up 100 basis points. Stocks were down overnight. Like, because once you've been following the markets enough, you put it all together to realize, oh, the equal sign to adding this, this, and this, and this is I'm broke. That's what it equals to. Like that. Like, and when you wake up in the morning, like you're just entering into being broke. Metaphorically, right? It's just like, you're going to lose some money. And not only you're going to lose some money, everyone's going to lose some money. And you might have some really crappy things happen in the financial system. And it's just like, it's scary to see that stuff happening in real time when you like actually are following the day-to-day of it. Like in 2008, you guys got me talking, bro. This is the issue, bro. I was ready to leave. And now I don't know how you guys do it, but you say something and my mind just like takes it into a conversation. But I remember in 2008, I was with my friend. His name was Ronald. I remember him like it was yesterday. Ronald came over and we were both watching the news. I remember this. And it was like CBS. And they were like, people may lose their homes. People may lose their houses because of the recession. This was like deep 2008. And I remember this because I went up to Ronald. I was like, dude, my parents might lose their house, right? I was like 11 years old. I didn't even know what a mortgage was or anything. I was like, oh, my parents might lose their house. And Ronald, the reason I remember the story is because he was like, my parents already lost their house. And then they moved a week later. And he was my neighbor for like 5 years. And so that's my extent of the memory from 2008. It's like they couldn't afford the mortgage anymore and they had to move. And but I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't know there was a subprime lending mortgage crisis. Now at 27, and whatever crisis this is, which is this whole tariff stuff, I would say I'm like really understanding a lot of moving parts of it outside of this basis trade that I'm trying to get a better understanding of. And it's scary because you're seeing things unfold in real time, right? And that's the hard part. Shout out to Jason. There he is. You guys fear-mongering this guy right now. Dude, you guys were pretty mean to Jason in the chat yesterday. And I get why. I understand. He said that TA could have predicted the 10%. I get it. And he knows as soon as you said it, like everyone was calling cap. You guys were being mean to Jason yesterday. And so Jason felt a little bad, but I think he's doing better now. I was like, dude, like, yeah, sometimes people are going to be mean. It is what it is. One of you guys saying it was deserved. This is what I was trying to tell him, because Jason was just like, why do you think everyone was so upset? And I was just like, well, it's because you said that TA could have proved a 10% rally, and people are just not going to buy that. Now, I believe Jason probably genuinely believes that because he's so good at TA. But the general public, like, people are not going to believe it. So, but obviously you guys still love him. I see a lot of comments right here. Jason's a good guy. We love him. We love Jason. Yeah. Like this is the other thing I told him. I was like, yeah, maybe they don't believe that TA could have proved the 10% rally, but I think a lot of people still care about technical analysis regardless. So that's the compromise here. And that's my feeling as well. That's what I told him. I was like, look, I don't think TA found the 90-day pause, but that's okay. It doesn't have to, because after we get the 90-day pause, now we need to do TA and see like what's going on here. Like, is there something we can look at? And I think that's the compromise that most of you guys think of as well. It's just a mixture of fundamentals and TA versus just like 100% one or the other. Jason is a good guy, just most of us don't trade. Yeah, that's the other thing I told him. Like, see, Jason's Discord would 1000% believe that TA could prove the Trump 10% tariff thingy that happened yesterday. But you guys aren't in his Discord. You guys aren't like super trading every single day. You're looking by the minute candles. You're placing different trades. Some of you probably are, but not the majority of you. And so for the majority of people, like, they're just not going to believe that that's possible, which is reasonable. I think it's reasonable for most people to believe that couldn't happen. But that's okay. I think there's a mix of fundamentals and TA together. I'm a Chris hater. Jason's not bad. All right, so you guys gave Jason some shit yesterday, but Chris, bro, holy crap. When he came on the market close yesterday, oh my God, you guys gave him a lot of shit. And Chris was wondering why he got a lot of shit. I told him, I was like, Chris, when you change your opinion as easily as you do, and you say, well, I wish I didn't vote for Trump, you're going to piss off some people. You got to be okay with that. I've said this time and time again. If you are in this business, the number one thing people value is consistency. That's why you love Steve so much. Because if he doesn't care about something, it's not like he's going to care the next day just because stocks went down. And if he does care about something like NVIDIA, he will keep talking about it and re-articulate his thesis all the time. But Chris, and I've told them, I'm telling this to them yesterday, I was like, Chris, dude, like, there is some flip-flopping here. And he's like, well, that's not flip-flopping. That's just looking at the data. I'm like, sure. But it sounds like you change your mind a little too often, and that's going to piss people off. Now, some people don't care. I think a decent amount of you don't care. You really love Chris's analysis. I love Chris's analysis. Chris will always be on the show just because his opinion on the macro I really value. But yeah, he does flip sometimes, and that can piss people off. It is what it is. I think you just got to be able to deal with it if that happens. But you guys gave him a lot of shit yesterday. The amount of Kamala Patel comments I saw, I was like, dude, you guys are ruthless. That's the other component of live streaming. See, I was supposed to end 10 minutes ago, and I find a way to connect ideas to get to another topic. This is like, it's weird how this happens. But I blame you guys because of the comments. But that's another component of streaming, right? Because it's you're getting real-time feedback from an audience. Like freaking Andrew Ross Sorkin on CNBC, right? He's talking to a camera and thousands of people are listening and watching to him, but he can't see what they're saying. So when you're talking and then you're seeing what people are saying, it's a different experience, right? And so Jason had never experienced like 50 people saying cap, TA can't prove this, yada, yada, while you're talking. I'm experiencing this every day. Like when I'm talking and people disagree, people agree, like there's just tons and tons of comments going back and forth. And so, and Chris yesterday got a shitload of, nasty comments at him. And so he's looking at the comments while he's talking. It definitely affects your psyche, right? Because you're seeing everyone say, you're a piece of shit, this analysis sucks. And then you keep talking and then you're trying to wonder, like, how do I keep talking when I'm seeing all these people say my analysis sucks? But that's when it comes down to, do you actually have a take? Because if you're just adjusting your take for the audience, you're never going to actually have like an authentic opinion, right? And some people are not going to agree with your opinion. That's the whole point of having an opinion, which is what I told Chris as well. It's like, dude, like, okay, if people are calling you Kamala Patel, whatever, like you're going to continue being you, and it is what it is. But you got to be ready to have an opinion and got to be ready to deal with the real-time feedback happening every time. Chat versus Chris, every time it's a blast to read through the comments. See, that's another thing about streaming. Literally, the show is being formulated, like the entertainment value of the show comes from the chat versus the guest, or the chat agreeing with the guest, or the chat engaging with the host, whatever it is. And when Chris comes on, it is like 50% of you are like, screw this guy, I hate him, turn him off. And the other 50% are like, Chris is speaking facts, he knows what he's talking about. It's probably like Republicans hate him, the Democrats love him right now. But it is the dynamic of streaming, which is what makes this medium of content so interesting as well. Yeah, that's a perfect thing by June. We are the content. You guys, the chat is the content. Like I'm just a vessel of communicating ideas, but then reacting to what you guys are saying. But I think that's what makes this medium so unique. It's like, it's this really interactive form of content, even if you guys aren't literally on the stream right now. So I think that's what that makes it exciting. What's the percentage of love hate on stream? I think it's like 95% love, 5% hate. The thing about Steve is sometimes you need someone to have an opinion. And so when I say, so what do you think about the Fed? And he's like, I don't care. It's like, all right, so like, no, like you need to say something, right? Like if you were on CNBC and you said, I don't care, they would be like, why the hell is this guy on CNBC? Like, what is he talking about, right? So when I nudge him, I can get, a good take out of Steve. And then I can get him going and talking and all that stuff. But if you don't know how to manage Steve, because he is a personality you have to learn how to manage, similar to Chris and Jason, it's just Steve's on a different level of like navigating. You're not going to get the best out of your guest. And I think some of the best hosts, some of the best podcast interviewers, et cetera, they know how to get something out of their guests without forcing their guests to feel awkward or uncomfortable, all that stuff. So I think a lot of you guys love him, but when he like doesn't really have an opinion on something and he just seems like he doesn't care, that's where a lot of you guys are like, this guy is super arrogant. Why the hell is he even talking, et cetera, et cetera. But outside of that, he's He's an awesome guy, and he's becoming a genuine friend, bro. Like you guys know, I talk to Steve off the stream, and we talk on the phone pretty much every day or every other day. And let me see if he'll pick up right now. Let's see, dude. See, this stream is gonna freaking go to 8 o'clock the way I'm doing this. There's no way he's in a meeting right now, so he should be able to pick up. Steve.
Yes.
I'm live.
Hold
on. They probably woke him up out of his nap. You there?
Yeah, I'm trying to get you on my headset. Hold on.
Okay. I'll give you a second. When someone like Steve teases you, it means he actually considers you a friend. Yeah, 100%. If you can't tease your friends, they're not really friends, bro. You got to be able to tease them. All right, you good?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm still live on the close, bro.
I'm gonna have my security people send you a phone. I'm gonna take care of it. It can be your call-in phone. You just need to hook it up to an Ethernet cord.
I wouldn't mind that because my phone is on Do Not Disturb all the time. I think you know that. So,
it is the most annoying thing because you were talking about trickle-down economics, and I was going to ask you to explain the concept to me, but your phone didn't even ring, so I'm going to take care of getting you a line.
Okay, so can we talk about trickle-down economics? Well, what do you want to say?
No, I want you to explain the concept to me.
The way I understand the concept is the rich have to pay less to run a business so that they have more to employ people, and that's how the economy works. Like, you need people at the top. That's why corporate income taxes are significantly lower than individual income taxes, because Jensen needs the capital to actually employ 100,000 people.
Somewhat.
Okay, so you explain it. I'm curious. I'm really curious to hear.
It's not just really on the corporate level. It's more, in my opinion, on the corporate tax rate has always been looked at as when corporations pay less in taxes, they have expanded margins, which makes them more likely to expand their businesses, which creates jobs, instead of holding capital for a rainy day. On the individual side is really where trickle-down economics comes in, because the theory behind it is when everybody, regardless of how much money you make, and it is more true for people who make more money, but when individuals have more money in their pocket, they're likely to spend. And as people make more money, they spend on larger items. Now, somebody like Bezos is probably the best example. And that ridiculous yacht he bought is probably one of the best examples. If you didn't have people like Bezos spending a ridiculous amount of money on a yacht like that, that yacht employs so many people because of the amount of parts that it goes into, the amount of people that actually assemble it, the amount of jobs.
So Bezos needs the money to buy the yacht, not the money to give to the government in taxes, because if he doesn't buy the yacht, those jobs don't exist.
Those jobs don't exist. And you can also use country clubs, restaurants, the whole experience atmosphere. If people aren't making enough money to go to a restaurant or have enough money retained to go to a restaurant, that's a lot of jobs, not just from waiters, bartenders, bossing, managers, and everything else.
Okay, but what about the people that say? What about the people that say this is all bullshit and the rich just get richer and you just don't want to give to poor people?
It's not, because it employs a lot of people. When people have money to spend, they go spend money. When money dries up and people aren't spending money, that's when you see businesses lay people off. It is not bullshit. It is the truth. If sales go down 20% for restaurants, they're laying people off because they can't afford to pay everybody. When restaurants are buzzing and busy, they actually need more staff, and they're in a position to hire. Same with everything else. So trickle-down economics is a real thing. The problem with it is a lot of people disagree that it is the best way to look at society. or the best way to argue the point. But it is absolutely real because if you don't have
but
people
here's an
buying,
argument. Bezos has $200 billion. If you took $5 billion, he still has $195 billion to buy a yacht, right? So why does that need to trickle down? Why can't we take more from him and let him still employ people on the yacht?
So there's no correct answer to that. Okay. So we need to be very clear. Like I look at things very objectively. I think everybody would agree. And
Not really,
look at
dude. You're
things
one of the
on both
most
sides,
biased people
but-
I know, to be honest. So I wouldn't say objective is there.
Hold on one sec.
I'm gonna mute. I literally grokked 3 counter arguments to trickle down economics to try to poke at his analysis right here. I do relatively agree with his point, which is just like,
Give me 1 minute. Hold on.
okay, cool. I do agree with his point that, like, yeah, rich people need to have money to spend to employ poor people, or not poor people, but people that need jobs as well. Obviously, people that are in tough situations, you need businesses to have the money to be able to pay them. But a lot of people just think it further creates the deficit, which could, be proved as well.
Okay, I'm back. I give something to my wife.
Okay, cool.
So, look, there is no correct answer on how much you should tax people when they get to a certain level. A lot of people would argue that they should pay more. Other people would argue they should pay what they're paying now or less, because if they're paying less, they're likely to spend more. I have a little bit of a different mindset. I think there's loopholes that should be closed. I don't think people should be able to borrow against their equities and not pay tax on it. I am not saying they shouldn't be allowed to borrow against it, but it shouldn't be tax-free. There are certain things that should be done. I also don't think I think the tax code needs to be rewritten, and I would be absolutely fine with a flat tax of a certain number. I sent you this. One night I got really angry. I rewrote the tax code.
No, you can't just gloss over that. One night I got really angry. I rewrote the tax code.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot. You can rewrite it in about 800 to 1,200 words. You don't need a complex tax code. Other people have been saying this. I mean, I've been saying this for at least a decade. People just started really talking about 5 years ago. But a 19% flat tax, no deductions, no matter how much money you make, works on individuals. If you make 100 grand, you would pay 19,000 federal taxes. If you make $100 million, you would pay $19 million federal taxes. Everybody uses the same roads, same lights, same fire department, same police station. So my thing is, we all get one vote also. We should all have the same tax rate with no deductions, and then nobody will be able to complain that people aren't paying their fair share, and there wouldn't be mechanisms for people to escape paying taxes.
How angry were you to one night rewrite the tax code? Like, what happened?
I saw how I really went through my tax return, and I was so angry that I was like, there has to be a better way to do this. And then I started doing the research on how much do corporations pay, how much do individuals pay, what's the actual budget, what's the number you need to get to, and then it's just taking the end result and just breaking it down, working your way backwards to come up with the numbers.
Okay, that's fair. Steve, this 10-year is pumping overnight. It's at 4.45. Trump just said he might want to put more tariffs on Mexico. Do you still think we bottomed for the year?
I mean, I don't know. We'd have to play the tape. I don't know if I said the year. I think we bottomed.
No,
I think.
Yeah. Okay. So do
I
you think we retouched the
bottomed
bottom?
on
That's my
Sunday
question. Do you think we retouched?
I think we bottomed on Sunday night, and if we didn't bottom, I don't think it's going to go down significantly further than where we were at in the overnight markets. I still think it's a knee-jerk reaction. This is posturing. Deals are going to get made.
So I want to agree with what you're saying, but the credit market is saying they don't care about this 90-day pause. because people are still selling bonds, and that's scary. Like really scary.
That shouldn't be scary. So
oh yes, it should. Yes, it should.
People are selling off their bonds, or the government is just selling more bonds to people.
No. This is either China selling off their bonds, hedge funds unwinding a trade. There's something called a base.
Who cares? Who
Okay.
cares?
No. You can't just say who cares to this thing. If we have a credit event where bond yields, especially on the 30-year, get above 5%, and Bassett knows this more than anyone.
This is more of a reason why the Fed needs to cut, especially after today's readings.
No, because people are selling bonds because they're afraid of inflation. If the Fed cuts, we're just going to have more inflation. That's more stimulus. That's not going to be encouraging to the bond market at all. Now, if the tariffs go away and then we cut, yes, I agree. That's fine. Especially because the CPI report was so good today. But Steve, the
CPI report wasn't good. It was incredible.
No,
and
I agree.
I gotta believe it's going to get better over the next couple of months, because you have not just oil, but other commodities declining.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Here's why it doesn't matter. If the tariffs are inflationary, that counteracts all of the declines naturally from shelter and oil.
But the tariffs haven't even gone into effect.
Well, the market is forward-looking, and when the tariffs do go into
effect, the market is forward-looking, but the reality is that the tariffs haven't even gone into effect.
Also, hold on, no, you are dead wrong on this. The reason we're showing negative GDP growth for Q1 is because everyone imported so much shit in Q4 to escape the tariffs. So even though they didn't go into effect, the fear of them caused Walmart to buy 1,000 more Samsung TVs.
Allocating capital to buy additional supplies is non-inflationary.
No, when you front run.
Have you seen the prices of TVs and stuff? They didn't go up.
Yeah, but Steve, when you front run all of the goods that you're buying in one quarter, it has an inflationary impact. We can't deny. We're not seeing that now.
I cannot predict it. Nobody can predict if this is actually going to be inflationary or not. We got to see what the numbers are going to be. And we actually need all these tariff policies to go into place for this to become inflationary. Right now, inflation's going down.
Okay, no, I agree. Inflation's going, but if bond yields aren't going down, it means the bond market is saying we don't give a shit about CPI because we're afraid about something else.
The bond market can do that for a little bit, but it can't happen indefinitely. And if the Fed starts cutting, you're going to see yields come down.
See, my fear is that if the Fed does any level of emergency cuts, we're in a clown market where the Fed's bailing us out again.
It's not emergency.
This is your ideology about the Fed coming out. You're not being objective.
It's not ideology. Go on Fred, type in Fed effective rate, get a 10-year chart, and then overlay a 30-year mortgage on it.
You're correct that we are significantly lower than the 30. I get it. The problem
you can't look at historical going back to the 80s. You can't. Historical knowledge about interest rates is out the window forever at this point, because you never had a period of time where rates were as low as they were over the past decade.
No, Steve, here's the other thing I think you're wrong about. Yesterday was a bunch of euphoria with the 10% S&P run off a 90-day pause. Today, we all woke up and realized the average tariff rate is still 22% with the 10% flat, which means that is still an issue the market has to reconcile with. And it doesn't look like they're going to make that 10% 5%. Where's the tariff revenue coming from then to pay for these tax cuts? There are some really tricky issues in the credit market, and that's what yields are showing us right now.
So hold on, credit market. The most important thing for the credit market now is lower rates, because you need businesses and real estate entities to be able to refi at better levels. There will be a credit crunch if the Fed does not do something. I shouldn't say will, but the chances exponentially increase if the Fed does nothing or doesn't cut soon enough. The Fed needs to start cutting now. They should really cut 50 bips in May and then 25 bips each additional meeting, because they took rates up higher than that rate is, and you really need rates around, I hate to say it, but 2.5%. because they backed themselves into that position. If they didn't go down as low as they did before the pandemic, then you wouldn't have had companies borrowing. Rates were 25 to 50 bips. They were under 1% for a period of time before the pandemic.
Yeah.
So that means that companies were able to get debt at 2%, 2.5%. Because of that, the Fed needs to get the effective rate back close to 2%. They're so far off the mark because too many businesses have to refi.
No, but Steve,
Because they're not in a
everything you're
position to
saying,
pay everything back.
everything you're saying, I agree with. But if we assume the tariffs are inflationary, let's just assume that's the case. J Powell is in a really tough spot because he can't just cut rates easily.
You keep saying inflationary, but if inflation is at 2.4 right now and it goes to 3.4, it doesn't really make a big difference.
Yes, it does.
In the grand
Yes,
scheme
it
of things,
does.
no, it doesn't.
What?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen,
if 3.4 is
in
the
grand
average
scheme of
rate, that
things-
changes everything.
Oh my God. In the grand scheme of things, if you're going to go spend $100 this year in the supermarket and next year you spend $103, doesn't make a difference. People are still spending $103.
The Fed for the past basically decade has said 2% is our target. You think the markets will be confident with them being like, actually, no, 3% is our target.
People need to have a different line of thinking and take a step back and look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is it is more important for the Fed to get rates to a neutral level because we need maximum employment. And we're about to embark on the potential for a credit crunch if the Fed just keeps playing it the way they are. I would rather have inflation not reach their neutral rate, but have rates come down and avoid a credit crunch, because that is a much better long-term scenario. The market did fine with rates at 4 and 5%. The market can do fine with rates at 2.5 or 3%.
Well,
Just
look,
remember that.
I think I think if the credit market keeps exploding, you will get your cut pretty damn soon because J Powell's going to have no choice.
The Fed needs to cut so they avoid a credit crunch. That's the most important thing right now. Allow companies to refi at numbers that make sense.
The thing is,
Because then-
we wouldn't need the Fed to do this emergency cut if we didn't have this whole tariff debacle, which is, I think...
That's not true at all.
Yes, that is
Even
true.
if you didn't have the tariff debacle, you still have a problem with debt.
Yeah, but the tariffs
One thing
aren't
actually has
solving
nothing
the
to do with the
debt.
other.
But the tariffs aren't solving the debt. So what's like how like?
But I'm not. Yeah, but you were talking about two different things. I'm not talking about national debt. The tariffs have nothing to do with the debt that businesses took out.
No. I'm just saying, in a world where Trump ran on, I don't know, whatever else he wanted to run on besides tariffs as his main platform, the Fed would not have to worry about this overhang of tariffs creating all this inflation, volatility,
Tariffs
etc.
would not. You are correct. If he didn't run on tariffs and tariffs weren't a thing, it wouldn't be part of the equation right now.
Correct.
And unfortunately, it's part of the equation. But they need to forego it and allow the tariffs to just run their course and do what they're going to do, because they have other problems which are more important.
I don't disagree with that, but I think it's just a question of how inflationary the tariffs actually will become, which we don't know. You're right.
We're not going to know until they happen. But you know what the best part about that is? If they become that big of a problem, it opens up opportunities for people to start businesses in the U.S. to solve a problem.
Well, here's another thing. Here, let me give you credit on this. If we do have tariffs, demand should, and let's say it is inflationary, demand should slow down, which is deflationary. So it could balance out.
There are so many scenarios that could play out. You could go back and forth and come up with 5 scenarios that are all plausible. You're not going to know which one's correct until it actually happens. But at the end of the day, just because you have increased tariffs does not mean that that is the end all be all. It's just controlling the narrative at the moment, and it doesn't need to. What people should be focused on is the Fed getting closer to their neutral rate, because we want maximum employment, and we do not want a credit crunch in not just the business community, but on mortgages and on credit card debt.
Okay, so this whole China, I think you probably saw they increased to 145%. How long do you think it'll take them to get a deal done?
I mean, look, there's a lot of people on both sides of the aisle that have been calling for this one way or another. And I don't understand why this is so much different than when Obama was talking about if we don't write the international trade laws, China will. We can't let that happen. I mean, I don't see how this is.
Okay, so how long? A month, 2 months, a year? How long?
It could continue to go on. I mean, obviously, we would like it to be cleared up within a month or so. We can't expect it to be overnight or in a week, but I would like to see this finalized in a month or two. I mean, it could drag on longer. Who knows?
I think we have a couple weeks before, maybe even a couple days before the credit markets seriously get upset, and then it's either JPOW or it's either Trump reneging on the whole China stuff. Because the 90-day pause did not just come from him having some master plan. It was him looking at the bond market, screaming, and realized he had to adjust.
They're going to have to readjust if the bond markets keep it up. But that doesn't change the fact that even if the bond markets weren't reacting the way that they are now, that does not mean that the Fed has additional time before they start cutting. Businesses still have debt that has nothing to do with the other scenarios. That's the biggest thing that people are overlooking and not talking about.
Well,
is we have to cut for different reasons.
No, I agree. There's definitely legitimate reasons to cut. I don't disagree. Gold is up 1%. The 10-year just went 4.464.
Mm-hmm.
The 30-year, this is feeling a lot like 2 nights ago before they announced the pause.
Yeah, and they're going to keep fluctuating. Doesn't matter for right now.
30 years at 4.93, Steve. This sucker got to 5%.
Okay, but think about this. If the Fed does a 50 basis point cut in May, 25 and 25 June, July, where do the rates go over the summer?
Okay, but that depends on JPOW actually doing it.
Exactly, but once again, they can't be late to the party. They actually have to be proactive this time. They don't have the luxury of continuing to sit on their hands and do nothing. There's no downside to them cutting right now.
It would be funny if they cut and then Trump takes off the tariffs completely, and all of it was to force JPOW's hand.
And that is a plausible scenario.
That is right. It's a legit plausible scenario, right?
Of course, we've discussed it. It's definitely a scenario. Look, the Fed has done a very good job, even though I think that they could have done things differently. The facts are that we had no landing, which was the best scenario. And they should get credit for that. But at this point in time, they no longer have the ability to wait and see what happens. Inflation's at 2.4. It's really close to their neutral rate. Trueflation is under 2%. Oil's under 60 or was under 60. Input costs are going down. They can't worry about things that they can't control with the administration. The data is showing that they need to start cutting. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I agreed with you yesterday that I think we've bottomed, but given this credit crunch today, I don't know, dude. It wouldn't surprise me.
Even if we didn't bottom, okay, great. You have more volatility. Do we really think in a year from now this isn't going to get worked out?
No, I agree. I think it could be fixed a day from now. But I mean, Trump does not want a stock market crash. I think to that degree.
No, he's tied his legacy to it. He's not going to allow it to happen.
You know, there was
going to allow it to happen.
There was a headline today. I don't know how accurate it is, but it was from CNBC. They said Trump advisors told Trump about all the credit stuff, and he said, "I don't want a depression, but I'm okay with a recession." That was the quote, which is why they paused. And I think that it's proving his point, right? He knows this is the whole short-term detox pain we have to go through to get to the brighter side, but he's acknowledging it. It might be tough.
Yeah, things are tough in life. There's no question about that. But at the same time, the Fed has to start looking at this from a different light. And I'm sorry, when the housing market is still 6% mortgages, 6.5% mortgages, and on a historical level, that's not crazy. But over the past decade, it is crazy.
Sorry, go ahead. You're good.
So the 30-year fixed is double where a lot of people are locked into. You can't have a booming housing market where there's such an imbalance with rates. I mean, I know a lot of people that got 2.9 on a 30-year fixed on a refi. I mean, that's a crazy rate. Nobody's giving that up to go to a 6% rate to move.
So someone says right here, Trump is showing loss in confidence, inflation's coming, or fiscal policy looks reckless. Fink and Diamond are ringing the alarm. Thinking the world won't dump treasuries is spicy.
Diamond's rung the alarm every other week for the past 10 years.
Okay, that's true. That's true. That's true.
I mean,
But this time it might be real.
So Diamond is one of the smartest fiscal and economic people there is. But at the same time, he's been ringing the alarm for a decade. I mean, there are people that still think the NASDAQ shouldn't be above 7,000.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair.
I mean,
that's fair.
And they were shorting the NASDAQ for like the past 6 years. It's like, that's not going to work out well for you.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like Trump listens to these people. If Fink calls him up and says, we got some issues, or Diamond.
I just would like to see cooler heads prevail and look at things differently. What does the Fed gain by keeping rate? Let's just say the Fed decides, you know what? We're going to wait and see what happens with tariffs, okay? And we're just going to wait till Jackson Hole to figure out what happens. Think about what the hell happens then. They leave rates where they are for the next 4 to 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing about
that. Their first cut can't be until September.
And that's why you can't sell this market, because Trump could change it tomorrow in an instant, right? Like it's. Oh, sorry, my phone was muted. I was saying, and that's why you can't sell this market, because it's really hard to navigate the timing of it, because Trump could change it tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think the Fed has the luxury to hold off, and there's no upside, only downside to holding off.
Well,
that's the big problem.
I mean, I'll tell you, Nvidia's down 2% overnight. The S&P is down another 0.5%. If the credit market keeps crying and we see it affect stocks, I think we get something from Trump sooner than later, because it's going to be a repeat of 2 days ago.
Okay, but don't think that they aren't talking to the Fed members independently. Don't think that there aren't.
Well, hold on. If they are, none of them have their backs today. Goolsby shitted on them. Waller shitted on them. James Bullard shitted on them. Like, all three of them today were like, yeah, this whole tariff shit is fucking stupid.
Okay. Regardless how they feel personally, they have an obligation to make the best decision for the country. And the best decision is not taking rates higher, and it's not keeping rates where they are. And that's their obligation.
Dude, if we get a cut in May with the 20% probabilities, because Jay Powell like makes somewhat of an argument around the credit markets, I don't know how the stock market, because I don't know if that's going to be bullish.
But think about it. What does he lose by cutting in that? He can cut 50 bits and say, we're going to cut here preemptively. We're going to see how it goes. We're going to be very clear with everybody. Instead of doing 25 bips here and 25 bips in June, we're doing 50 bips here. No matter what happens, we're not doing anything in June. And then we're going to wait and see what we do in July. Maybe we cut 25 bips, maybe we don't, and go into Jackson Hole and we see where everything is. But because of what's happening, we're going to give everything a 50 bip reduction. They lose nothing by doing that.
I just think that's a fantasy, asking that they, like, it's just not going to happen.
It could be, but it's also realistic because they really don't lose anything. Whether they cut
lose
25
legitimacy.
Bips in May and 25 bips in June, or they cut 50 bips in May and nothing in June, it really doesn't matter.
SMB Nico Research just put out a note. China looks like they're selling U.S. treasuries in retaliation to the new tariffs.
Okay.
I'm telling you, bro, everything you're saying makes sense. But if they start aggressive, and
It's
if
a
they,
form of retaliation.
yeah, but
they're trying to devalue the bond.
Yeah, so
yields go up.
Let's say China rings up.
It's a short-term problem.
China can ring up a couple friends called South Korea, Japan, the EU, and say, "Hey, we'll give you some deals if you sell some of your bonds." Like, they can make it painful.
Trust me, that's not happening.
How are you so sure that's not going to happen?
So if you had said, different countries, I would have said maybe. You just said certain countries that will never happen.
So look, I agree with you. I don't think Japan's ever going to sell our bonds, but let's play out the thought experiment. The United States is creating an isolationist policy when it comes to tariffs and trades. If you're Canada who's been pissed off at Trump for the past couple months and you're starting to get closer to China, there's a world where you could see countries say, you know what, we'll sell some of our U.S. bonds too.
Look, I am not opposed to the overall idea of what they want to happen. I'm opposed to how they're going about it, because the last thing that you want is to push people into China's arms. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, but it is certainly a low probability that it could happen. You want to do everything you can to isolate China, and he should be going about this with our allies and put the screws to China once and for all. Dismantle the WTO and just rewrite trade policies.
Look, I don't disagree.
China will have no choice but to conform.
Yeah, look, we obviously have to do something in relationship to the CCP, but.
And I don't like O'Leary going on TV saying that we should increase tariffs by 1,000%.
It was 400.
Look, we all know something needs to happen.
But like, no, but seriously, like Trump just said 145%. Why not do 400%? At this point, these numbers are all imaginary, right? Like, why not? Why not do 500%? Like, all these numbers are there's no way in hell Apple, Amazon, and Walmart are going to deal with 150% tariffs. So I think Kevin O'Leary has a point. It's like, if the numbers don't matter, if it's all magic play around numbers.
Because you don't want to be in a position where you find out they're not imaginary numbers. You want to come to a deal sooner than later.
I think the deal is going to end up being maybe 20 to 25%. Anything above that, I don't think China's they're going to be like, screw you guys. And they're going to hold out for some time. I mean, the point is they're going to elongate this process, which I don't think the credit markets can.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I'm still not worried about it.
Yeah, I mean,
short-term fluctuations does not matter.
Yeah, but this is not just the short-term. These are the things that are pumping that you don't want to see pump. This is not just short-term fluctuations. This is aggressive. And you say it's a short-term fluctuation, but that bond yield that we're seeing right now that we saw 2 days ago, that is, I feel, 99% of the reason we issued this pause.
Have you ever thought about this? What if China's doing it on purpose as retaliatorial, okay, with the intention of buying everything back at a higher interest rate so the U.S. owes them more money?
Well, that's horrible for us.
I'm just saying it's a strategic move on their part.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's why Trump needs to do something before they let that strategy play itself out.
I'm not disagreeing. I don't think anybody's disagreeing. We need something done sooner than later. And we really need to be going in on this with our allies.
Oh, is the Nikkei down? The Nikkei is down 5%. There you go.
Okay, well, here we go.
Oh my goodness, dude. It's annoying. I agree with everything you're saying, but this is.
Did you watch the video I sent you about the cupcake hack?
No.
Really?
Should I watch it right now with everybody?
Dude, it's the most genius way to eat a cupcake.
Oh, let me pull it up.
Props to Anne Hathaway for thinking about this. It's really super smart.
Who's Anne Hathaway?
She's an actress. Played Catwoman in Batman. She was in a bunch of movies.
I'm kidding. I know her. I'm not that uncultured. I know Anne Hathaway. The Princess Diaries was where I first.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, see, you're uncultured. You need to watch that. All right, here we go. Here's
you do not say that to me.
Dude, how have you never seen The Princess Diaries?
Dude,
what?
You've never seen Top Gun or Days of Thunder. Just stop.
You've never seen High School Musical or The Princess Diaries. Just stop.
No.
All right, I'm not going to hear that from you.
Watch something called High School Musical. Get out of here.
Dude, top 10 movie. Top 10
That's like watching a TV show that was named about a creek. What are we doing?
Goated show. All right, here's the Instagram video. Here it is. No, I can't play this. You send me all this music stuff. All right, I'm turning the music off.
It's not music. She's on a talk show.
No, but there's music in the background. See, that's the issue.
So mute it and watch it.
That's what I'm doing. So she turns it into a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
I've never thought of eating a cupcake like this.
Neither did I.
I'm assuming you did that today.
Well, let's just say I saw this after I ate a cupcake last night, but I still have one in the fridge, and I may be trying it pretty damn soon.
Dude, I love that you love your sweet tooth, and you just don't care.
Well, I sent you the picture of the cupcakes.
Let me show everybody. Let me show people.
I mean, those are the mini ones. Like, they make gigantic ones in the bakery there, man.
Steve loves his cuppy cakes. There you go. Well, these cupcakes are going to get pretty expensive when we tariff the shit out of China, so better enjoy it.
I don't know. I was looking at cocoa prices. They're down 30% on the year.
No, cocoa's done well. That's but that's Africa.
It's going down. I'm starting to look at Hershey again.
I don't want to freak out about it. I just feel like if these bond yields,
dude, you are freaking out.
No, you weren't up at 3 a.m. when these yields were above 5% 2 days ago.
What are you doing up at 3 a.m.?
I was looking at these yields go above 5%.
Why?
And 10 hours later, magical pause comes in on the tariffs. Like, you can't tell me that's not a big deal.
This is because you're shook. You're officially shook. You're staying up at 3 a.m. looking at yields. Like, that's going to make you buy or sell anything.
Well, I was on Twitter. Everyone was talking about it. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't have a real impact on what I do in my portfolio, but like, it's interesting, you know. And so
you need your sleep. Okay?
I'm not managing $1 billion where I'm afraid of what's going to happen to my portfolio. I'm just saying
you need your sleep. You should not be up at 3 a.m. looking at yields.
You're right. I do need my sleep. I'm just saying, if these yields get to where we were 2 days ago, don't act surprised when Trump makes an announcement, because he will have to.
Okay. But that doesn't mean that you have to freak out about it.
No, no one's freaking out. I'm just saying, like, this
Dude, you hear yourself? You're freaking out about it.
No, analyzing it is different than, like, if I was freaking out, I'd be selling. I'm not, I haven't sold anything.
You're staying up at 3 a.m. looking at yields.
I was interested in yields.
Uh-huh.
No, but seriously, I was like going down a rabbit hole and trying to understand what the hell was going on.
So instead of watching a single movie that's been recommended to you, you stay up and just watch a chart on yields.
Okay, I wasn't literally watching a chart. I was reading stuff. I was listening
Now,
to
if you
stuff.
said to me, listen, I'm trying to be like your neighbor, and I'm studying the yield charts because I want to trade currencies at night, like, all right, that makes sense.
No, I'm not trading currencies on it. I was curious about why are these yields going up?
Dude, when he told me that that's what he does, I was like, you're psycho.
Who told you that? Oh, your neighbor?
My neighbor. Like, he stays up all night long and trades currencies, and that's what he does for a living.
The chat says it's because I'm passionate. So that's my answer.
Okay.
Keem D, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks, Smith, for all you do. Thank you, Keem D. Steve, I was live 5 hours on the open, and it's about to be 5 hours on the close.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're still going.
I don't even know why. They just say comments, and then I react to them, and then the comments lead me to talk about something, and it turns into...
How much coffee have you had today?
Nothing. Although, got some diet lemonade here from Wawa. So...
Why would you drink diet anything?
Okay, I know diet stuff's not the best, but, if you need a little refresher...
No, it's got aspartame. It probably has aspartame in it and all that stuff.
Yeah, but coffee's not better. Well, no, one could argue coffee is better on this, actually.
Really? Seriously?
I'm just like, I like coffee, but I'm not like a big coffee guy. But I like Gatorade and lemonade.
You really like Gatorade?
No, I love Gatorade, dude. I love Gatorade.
Have you tried Body Armor?
No.
So much better than Gatorade.
Have you tried Powerade?
I'm not a fan of Powerade.
I feel like
Body Armor is so much better. It's got so many more nutrients in it. It's just so much better for you, I think. Tastes better.
Wait, but you're not drinking coffee, so what do you drink?
No, I'm off caffeine.
So what keeps your energy?
Natural.
The whole day you have no coffee, no energy, nothing.
Yeah, I've been off coffee for like 6-7 months now.
So do you need anything to keep you going during the day, or?
No, after the 3-day withdrawal I was good.
So you don't get like a Like a Red Bull or anything crazy like that, or
No.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
The only reason to drink a Red Bull is if you have vodka in it. First off,
Is if you have vodka? Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
like Red Bull is disgusting.
For those that are joining and saying, "How are you still live?" I don't even know the answer to that, but now Steve's here, so we're talking to Steve.
Well,
What did you have
to...
Go ahead, but
No, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, did you have an interesting day? Like, did you do anything, or it was a boring day?
I was busy as hell today.
See, this is what I tell them you're busy. Oh, they don't believe me when I say you're actually busy, but you are.
Yeah, I'm actually very busy during the day.
Do you know who Matt Foley is?
Sounds familiar.
Do you know who Chris Foley is?
I don't know.
Matt Foley is a spoof of Chris Foley on SNL. He's a motivational speaker.
Well, sounds familiar. I feel like I saw it somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, I was wondering if you watched it or knew.
I don't watch SNL.
Okay.
I haven't watched SNL since Sandler and Chris Farley were on it.
Yeah, I don't watch it either. But Matt Foley. Sorry, it wasn't Farley. Yeah, whatever. He was on SNL. Okay, so did you buy anything today?
No, I did not. I didn't have time. I didn't have time to do anything today.
See,
and hold on. The fact that you couldn't even get through margin call is crazy.
Okay, hold on. First of all,
No, don't tell me to hold on. The fact you didn't get through margin call is crazy.
that was the night I was up at 3 a.m. I was trying to finish margin call, I think, actually, as well. But I just got kind of bored, bro. The movie moved too slow, so I stopped watching it.
I'm convinced you can't sit through a movie.
I can sit in front of a computer for 4 hours and 35 minutes.
Right, but you can't get through a movie.
Well, movies aren't that exciting.
You couldn't get through margin call. I mean, did you at least watch The Big Short?
Wow, futures down 1.3%, baby. Oh my.
Oh.
Oh my. Steve, what's the 3-word response? Go for it.
I don't care.
There we go. There we go. Yes, I did watch The Big Short. I watched it twice. I love that movie. That movie's amazing.
Okay. And you watched Wolf of Wall Street?
Oh, I've seen that like 10 times.
Okay. Did you watch Wall Street?
Yes. With Money Never Sleeps with Martin Sheen.
Yeah,
Yes.
Charlie Sheen, Michael Douglas.
But yeah, Martin Sheen was in the other one. Yeah.
You watched Boiler Room?
No.
Really?
No.
Interesting. That's interesting.
I've seen parts of Margin Call, but again, it's not as interesting as like the other ones. Wolf of Wall Street and the other ones really, they'll keep your attention no matter what.
No, Wolf of Wall Street's cast is amazing. It's just a great movie.
Yeah, the 2-year, 10-year, June, we were talking about it with Steve. They're moving. Yields are moving.
Okay, great. They're moving on up. Who cares?
Dude, I don't think this is one of the things you can say who cares to. There's a lot of things, not this one.
I can say who cares to anything I want.
Oh, you have free speech. This is America.
Exactly.
But I'm saying Basent is looking at these right now and thinking, oh boy, we might have some problems.
You got some really smart people surrounding.
Really? Because Peter Navarro doesn't feel like he's that smart of a guy, to be honest.
Well, you're either going to listen to Elon or you're going to listen to Navarro.
He picked Navarro over freaking Elon. What does that tell you, dude? Like,
look, I have my own opinion on it. I really don't want to say
yeah, it tells you that this is stupid. That's what it tells you. That's what it's easy to. I can say that. You're really going to listen to Navarro over Elon? Navarro knows more about supply chains than Elon Musk. And then Howard Lutnick, who he's a respectable guy, but a lot of his opinions are just batshit crazy when it comes to this stuff, and it's very ideological, dogmatic. Basent's the only one who's actually managed a crisis with Soros and understands what he's doing. And I feel like if these yields explode tomorrow, he will make a call to the president and say we have to do something.
Don't you worry. He's not going to let the market go to shit.
Oh, they've already let that happen. That's far. That's not my concern
can get
anymore.
way worse. Don't even say that.
Yeah,
It
see,
can get way worse.
look at this tweet. This tweet right here. No, things can actually get way worse. You're not gonna be able to see this tweet, but This is what I'm saying, Steve. This tweet right here, this caption on this tweet, it's a picture of all the yields, and the caption is Besant's not sleeping tonight. I'm telling you, tomorrow, if these yields keep up, we're gonna have some issues.
Okay.
This is not one of those things that you can say who cares to. Besant, he cares. And as a proxy, Trump is probably gonna care.
No, hold on. When I say who cares, it can be a question, it could be a statement. You could say Besant and you'd be correct. Because he actually cares.
It's a good spin. It's a good spin. It's a good spin on this.
So I mean,
good spin.
You know,
you're good. You're good at
who
what you do.
cares means many things.
What'd you have for dinner?
You know what? I don't even think I had dinner yet. I should probably eat.
I had some oxygen. It was great. It was really
Oxygen, huh? I bet it tasted good.
Well, it's going to be the only thing I can afford pretty damn soon. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I had a very busy day. I had a bunch of eggs. I actually got a salad because I didn't feel like going to get a chicken parm. It was actually
You had a
3 blocks
salad over a chicken parm? What?
You know, there's an excellent salad place right next to the building I'm in. The chicken parm was 3 blocks away, and I really didn't have time to go walk to go get the chicken parm. As crazy as that sounds.
Oh my gosh. Well, tonight's going to be interesting.
For you, maybe.
Tomorrow's also going to be pretty damn interesting.
I mean, I'm a little annoyed that Boston, you know, I'm glad that they came back in the 10th inning and won because my money line bet hit. You know what? They couldn't have won by 2, so the run line bet hit also. Like, pretty annoyed.
See, baseball is the most boring thing. I don't even know what you're talking about right now, but it has something to do with hitting a ball with the bat. Like, how do people watch that, bro? Like, I don't get it. You stare at a guy hit a ball with a bat.
And this is coming from the guy staring at yields at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, but yields are more exciting than hitting a ball with a bat. He's probably going to miss most of the times. Like, I can't. Basketball is more exciting than baseball. I can never get into baseball. But, dude, for everyone saying...
I will say, the pitch clock is a big upgrade because it does make the game move quicker.
Oh, I didn't know they instituted that, but...
They instituted it. You know what would be great if lacrosse could become like a big sport?
Yeah, it's more exciting than baseball. That's fair.
It's just too hard because you can't follow the ball. It's too hard to say.
Yeah, for everyone just joining and saying, is this still the market close? Yes, it went on unusually long today. But
no, it's really not the market. The market's been closed for hours. It's not the market closed anymore.
That's great. It's like a mid after hours or whatever. But for all of you guys asking why are yields going up, the best answer I can give you is China's likely selling, or there's a hedge fund that's imploding, and eventually we'll find out about it. I don't think the average person.
You should figure out something to do tonight so you don't drive yourself crazy. You should go for a walk, maybe go to the gym.
It's too dark outside to go for a walk anymore.
Talking about it's too dark outside to go for a walk. What does that even mean?
I mean, like, it's dark outside, and it's like, I don't know. It's like usually I walk when there's like sunset, not straight in the dark. I mean, I could. But,
what does it dark being at have to do with anything? With going for a walk?
Do you go to walk outside in the dark?
Yeah.
How often do you actually go say at 10 p.m. let me go walk out in the dark? Like, I don't think people.
I don't know. If I feel like going for a walk, I'll go for a walk.
I go for a walk every day. I went for a walk today in the after the market opened, but like I don't go late at night.
I'm just saying, it shouldn't make a difference whether it's nighttime or you're afraid of getting kidnapped.
No, it's not that. It's just like, I don't know. People usually don't walk at night. Like, I don't think that's a crazy take.
Okay.
Dude, these yields, dude, Steve, I'm telling you.
Oh my God, these yields. Oh my God.
Look, hopefully this stuff subsides, but yeah, it's going to be tough.
You know,
it's okay.
I feel like you're getting shook.
I'm not selling. I've made this abundantly clear. Getting shook means actually
selling. I didn't say you're selling. I'm just saying it sounds like you're getting shook.
No, it's just reacting. Like, it's like, you know, you're reacting to what's happening right now. But
guess what? At some point, the administration is going to react to it.
Oh, well, they did yesterday with the pause. But the point is, it didn't work. That's what the bond market is saying right now. I just look 4.94, baby. Another 0.001 basis point. We are officially at 5.
Let's see what happens in a month from now.
We'll find out what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to find out in a month from now.
Yeah, look, regardless, I'm not selling. Steve's not selling. I know a lot of you guys in the chat are not selling. None of this affects my decisions, but it's incredible. Dude, we're living through what could be one of those things that's talked about in the financial history books, is what I'm trying to say. This is why it's
Got
so
news for you. 99% of the country could care less.
Oh, well, 99% of the country is going to be affected if this shit actually hits the fan.
That's not what I said. What I said is they could care less about
That's sure. They could go watch their baseball. I'm just saying. Like,
exactly.
They're saying I should stream till open.
If you did that,
can you stay on with me?
I would not recommend that. No, I'm not. I would not stay on with you.
Why?
I got things to do.
What? No, but
I have things to do.
Like what? Like take a walk and eat a cupcake? Like what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What? Dude, one, I need to be coherent tomorrow. That's first thing. Like I can't be showing up to meetings freaking just off. Can't have that.
I feel like you would still crush the meetings though. You'd be fine.
Yeah, but you don't want to have to. I shouldn't say. I call myself. I shouldn't say that. Let's rephrase that. You would like to have full coherency instead of having to really work for it. How about that?
So you've never done blow and then went into a meeting?
No.
I do that every day before the market opens. Dude. It's great. Like,
no, you know what? You're a better man than me.
I guess I am. Okay, so I think we should end it there. And
can you pick a movie and go watch a movie and relax so you stop thinking about the markets for a little bit?
I don't think after,
or start a new TV show or something.
I think after this close, given it's going to be 10 hours of talking about markets, I think I'll be done for the day. I think I'll be able to. I think I'll be able to just chill out. So I should be.
All right, good. So this is what you should do. You should go to Wawa. Okay. You should go get some snacks. Go home. Get comfy and put something on.
Yeah, but I'm not going to pay attention to whatever I put on. So it's like there's.
Well, I mean,
you know, honestly, I might watch Wolf of Wall Street again. That's
I don't hate that.
That's a good idea.
But the problem is you haven't seen enough movies.
Someone says, "I know you're going straight to X after this," which is true. I'm going to be tweeting up.
You are going straight to X after this.
I already have a tweet ready to put out. I just haven't posted it yet. And like it's...
Yeah, we'll be talking on the phone. You'll just be typing like, "What are you doing?" You're like, "Oh, tweet."
Dude, it's actually hilarious. I'll be doing the stream, and while I'm streaming, people will get a notification that said Amit just posted. And I'm like, when did this motherfucker type this thing when he's been talking? But I just find my ways to like that. This is my keyboard. I'm just like constantly
out of control,
finding a way. No, but this is the thing about being a content creator. You constantly get ideas, and like you want to put them out into the world, and so you're like, but then you're stuck on your phone looking at the feedback and all this stuff. You know.
You should go watch Industry on HBO Max.
No, that show is boring, bro.
Oh my god, what is wrong?
Oh, you should watch Severance, bro.
Yeah, you're not the first person that said that, but I'm not signing up for Apple TV.
No, it's a 7-day free trial. You can
once again, it's too much work because I'm not going to cancel.
Dude, I'm so happy you're so honest, bro. That is so honest.
Yeah, no, seriously. You know how many things I have that I just don't cancel?
Oh, how much do you think? How much do you think you're spending a month on shit that you don't even use?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
like $100?
Yeah, probably. I mean, look, Netflix. I don't use it. I just have it because you never know if you want to try to find. The problem with Netflix is, I had it. I signed up for it again because I wanted to watch The Recruit and Night Agent second seasons, which came out in January, and I just never canceled it. And every time I go on it, I can never find anything I want to watch. And I get discouraged. So then I hop over to Hulu. And I either go back to like Burn Notice, Sons of Anarchy, 24, or something like that. And then if I don't want to go to one of those, I go to Prime, and then I'll start watching something on Prime.
Okay, so you pay for a lot of content services. Nvidia's down 3%, by the way.
Okay, good. If Nvidia's at 106 or 103 or 98, doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
No.
I love getting your reaction to it. That's all.
No, it doesn't matter because next week I'm just going to buy more.
Dude.
And I get it at a better price than where my cost basis is.
I hope we're fucking right on Nvidia. I really do.
I don't know how we're not going to be right on Nvidia.
Right now, Progressive Insurance is outperforming Nvidia.
Did you see, have you even looked at Taiwan Semiconductor?
I've spent some time looking at their financials. It signals to me you buy Nvidia if you're bullish TSM.
Yeah. Yes.
Like they're growing 60%, dude. Like it's insane.
Yeah. And they don't do that without Nvidia.
Not at all. Not at all.
So, it is what it is.
Tyler said, looks like our covered calls are going to be good. Yeah, I think my 110 Nvidias are going to be good. Trump tried to ruin them.
The other day that they were going to be underwater.
I know, because Trump said no more tariffs. And then the market woke up today and said, we don't care. And that's going to help the covered calls.
You should go watch Animal Kingdom on Prime.
Yo, what okay, I have to ask you two questions. What do you call a male?
Into it, Matt loved it. He finished the entire series.
Okay, I'll put that on the list. What do you call a male chicken?
I have no idea.
Yes. Okay, good. So I'm not
Is
the
it
only
a
one who
rooster?
didn't.
I
Damn
don't
it.
know.
Yes, it's a rooster. I didn't know that. Okay, I'm gonna get you. Here's another one. You either gonna be 2 for 2 or 1 for 2. What do you call a male deer?
A doe?
A what?
A doe?
No, that's actually a female deer.
That's a female?
I'll give you one more shot.
No. What do you call a male deer?
Take another stab at it.
I really don't know.
A buck.
All I know is venison is delicious.
A buck.
A buck?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
I was trying to make
that's
that.
That's why the round is called a buckshot. So that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh?
I was trying to say that metaphor when the chickens come home to roost, but I butchered it so badly, dude. I said I don't even know what I said.
Have you ever had venison?
What? That's deer?
Yeah.
No, I've never eaten a deer.
Oh, it's delicious.
Venison?
Oh,
it sounds like heroin, bro. It sounds like, what is
No,
this?
venison's delicious.
Deer meat. Oh, doesn't Joe Rogan talk about this a ton? Venison.
Well, he talks about elk more than venison, but elk's delicious also.
No, I've never had this. I'm not opposed to trying it. All right, Steve. I think that's it for today.
Okay.
The dollar's tanking, by the way, if you're curious, the Dixie.
No, I'm not curious.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Because no matter what happens, I'm still getting up and going to work tomorrow, and I have a lot more things to focus on.
That's true.
Whatever the markets do overnight is not going to affect my day tomorrow. It may just make my account show a different number, and my wife texts me and say, "Why are we losing money?"
No, look, I don't disagree with any of that. And my point is, we're all so involved in the markets that like we will all react to. Maybe you won't, but a lot of people are reacting to this, even if they're not selling.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, and people are wasting their time reacting on because there's nothing anybody can do about it.
No, but at that point, there's no point to even talk about stocks, right? Like I don't think that argument is fair.
Oh, it may not be fair, but it's true. There's nothing any of us can do about it. The administration's going to do what the administration does.
Well,
we have no impact on anything that's happening. So
Well,
stressing out about it.
I do think public pressure definitely influences some of the moves that we see. But I agree, in the large scheme of things, all we can do is watch.
Got news for you. Public pressure from people like Ackman, maybe. From us, no.
Well, look, if Ackman's giving public pressure, that means he's losing money, and that means we're losing money if he's losing money. So
no.
You can also, yeah, that's fair. Eddie says you can trade to the news, which means you can make money off it. So the people that are trading it, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're trading the news, you should pay attention to it. But I'm not trading the news.
That's fair. That's fair.
Go put on the first episode of Animal Kingdom.
Of what?
Animal Kingdom on Prime.
Wait, is this like a documentary about
No, it's not. Well, everybody thinks it's about like lions or tigers or something. It's not.
It's called Animal Kingdom. Like
Animal Kingdom. It was a TV show on TNT. I think it started like 2016. It's excellent, like really excellent. I'm surprised it was ever on TNT. Like I don't know how they got away with the stuff they put in this show, not being on HBO or something like that. But it's excellent.
I'd rather want to see something about animals, to be honest.
You would rather watch the Yields at 3 a.m. I get it. All right. I get it.
Dude, like, okay, so there's this thing called the basis trade, right? I'm not going to explain it to you, but it's some wild shit, and I'm learning about it. And basically, we could have a credit implosion if these yields keep spiking. That's another reason I'm thinking about it.
We're going to start calling you Scalpy at this point.
Wait, what?
We're going to start calling you Scalpy because when you start talking about a basis trade, you're just going to be trying to scalp the littlest freaking amount off of every little thing. Just stop.
But I'm not even trained. I'm just so intellectually stimulated by these ideas around fucking the economy and finance. It's like, it's exciting to me. And like, if we have an basically it's a yen carry trade on steroids.
I got a great idea. You should go back to school and enroll in an economics program.
Why? What? Like, so I can become Paul Krugman? Like
that way you can stimulate your mind. You can debate your teacher. Your classmates will laugh. You'll have a great time.
That's actually not a horrible idea. But then I wouldn't be able to like follow the markets all day. So
what are you talking about?
Well, when I have class instead of the market open, I can't really.
You've already graduated. This is what you do. You call up the admissions department, okay? You say you want to go for another degree. How many of my current credits will transfer over? And then
Dude,
you work
I'm not paying Rutgers another dime. Like, I paid them enough to not do anything for
me. Okay, you don't have to go to Rutgers. Go do it online.
Well, that would be boring, to be honest.
Okay, well then go to a community. Just sign up. This is what you should do. I'll pay.
No, this is what you should do. You should get interested in my intellectual theories about economics so that I can talk about it with you.
You realize I have an undergrad economics and MBA. Like, I understand what you're talking about.
Oh, I forgot. Well, then why don't you get that the yields going up is not good?
Oh my God. There are other things to focus on that are more important than the yields going up 0.5%.
There are, but not today.
That is why I'm trying to get you to take a bigger picture look instead of just the immediate reaction look and why the Fed should cut. Yes, yields going up is not great, but there are other things that are more important.
That's fair.
I will pay for you to go take an economics class from a community college near you, just so you can report back every day about how you debated the teacher.
I might take you up on that offer.
And you should record it on your phone and play it on the market close and do a whole segment about it. It would be hilarious.
Yeah, see, look, bro, Marko Klavanovic right now, it would probably be helpful that Treasury and the Fed address the situation in the bond market and any contingency or plan of action. Everyone is talking about this right now. I'm just like, it's not me freaking out about it in my room. Like, it's a thing. Even though it is me freaking out about it with 1,500 people in my room. But
listen, you're freaking out about it in your room. Trust me, they're aware of what's going on. They have a limit to how much they're going to allow to happen. Maybe they got there, maybe they didn't. But nothing you can do is going to change their limit.
I agree. There's nothing I can do. I'm just now curious what Trump is going to do.
I'm going to freaking send you, we're going to get you some sleepy time tea so you can mellow out.
Are you saying you're going to get me melatonin?
No, not melatonin. Sleepy time tea. Okay. Drink a cup so you can relax.
You know, I feel like I've had melatonin gummies before. I never had sleepy time tea though. But I imagine it's the same effect as melatonin.
I think that you should just get some sleepy time tea, sit on your couch, drink it and relax and watch some TV. And all will be right in the world when you wake up in the morning.
I'm just trying to tell you this is an issue and it will be addressed pretty soon because It looks
okay, and you
not-
freaking out about it is not going to do you any good.
Again, I'm not freaking out. I'm reacting. I'm not making it. I'm just like, it is so
I think that
interesting.
you should do a poll and see if people think you're freaking out or not.
I can do the poll, but like freaking.
You keep talking about you're freaked out.
No. Talking about, okay, so I talked about Palantir for 2 years. I was freaked out about Palantir. Like, no, like you get passionate about certain subjects. And right now, I'm telling you what's going on in the treasury markets are very, and the reason I'm so passionate about it.
You should take up golf.
No. Golf.
It'll take a lot of your time. I'll teach you how to gamble. And before you know it, you'll be
Golf
playing wolf.
is one of the most boring sports I've ever seen in my entire life.
Don't say that.
It is.
But
like,
listen,
you put
you'll
a
be
ball
playing
into
wolf
a
with your
hole.
foursome with Nassau's and Skins games going. You'll a whole new world will open up to you.
I'm just saying it's kind of boring. That's all.
No, dude, the amount of gambling that you do in golf is amazing.
All right.
Amazing. Especially when you're with people who know how to gamble on golf and are good at golf. Get a wolf game going. Yeah, Nassau game going with teams and individual skins. A lot of action going on.
All right. I think someone says golf is sleepy time. Dude, I fall asleep watching golf for MLB. But there are some really good golf games where like it's crazy like trick shots and stuff. But outside of that, yeah, I've never been that interested in it.
Okay.
Okay, so you're about to go get dinner, right?
Yeah, I don't know, my wife probably ate already, but since she wants to get anything, maybe I'll order something, or I don't feel like cooking right now.
Okay, and you're not gonna look at yields when you're eating. You're gonna be watching.
Why would I look at yields when I'm eating?
No, I'm just. So what are you gonna be watching when you eat?
I'm going to shut my computer off. I actually have not been in my computer since we've been talking. I've been walking around. I don't know. I'm going to figure out what I want to eat. I'm going to watch some TV.
I truly do respect how you live your life. Like,
why?
Because so I think I told the chat this, but you have your own bachelor pad where you live, which is insane. Like when he told me this, he was FaceTiming me. He was like, "Oh yeah, so I own this apartment right next to me." I was like, "What do you mean you own the?" He's like, "Oh, I own it." And then he walks in, and it's a freaking bachelor pad: TV, fridge, comfortable chair, computer. And I'm like, "Oh, so when you want to get away from the wife, you just literally go next door, and you're done." And the fridge is stocked too. So,
well, you know, what's the point of having a fridge if it's not stocked?
I agree. It's a hell of a life. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of good things on right now. Baseball is light. There's no more games on. The last game is being played right now. It's not even a game I'm interested in. Not a lot of NBA games on, so I'll probably revert back to TV. Maybe I'll keep going on Animal Kingdom.
All right. I think I should end the stream now. It's officially been 5 hours. So I should probably... Damn, it's almost 9 o'clock, bro. Holy crap.
Listen, you're living a wild life in your 20s, man. Wild life.
Wild life.
Wild life.
Wild.
Sitting at a computer, streaming, looking at yields at 3 a.m. You live a wild life, sir.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know if I could hang with you.
That's even funnier coming from you.
You may be too crazy for me.
Yeah, I think I am.
You
All right,
may
Steve.
be too crazy for me.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I'll talk to you probably later
All right.
tonight.
Listen, if you're looking at yields at 3 a.m., don't fucking text me. I do not need my phone going off at 3 a.m. Oh my God, the yield is up. The yield is
Coming
up.
from the guy who sends me Anne Hathaway eating a cupcake, you're telling me to not text you about yields?
At 3 a.m.
All
You
right,
can text me about yields at 7:30 in the morning, but not 3 a.m. when you're freaking looking at that.
All right. I won't.
And the reason I sent you Anne Hathaway eating cupcakes is because you like cupcakes. You actually went and got cupcakes over that.
I do. Yeah, I like cupcakes.
I figured you would find it interesting because that's a hack that I didn't even know existed.
That's fair. I've never seen a sandwich cupcake before. So
It is genius.
It is genius.
It's genius.
All right, Steve. Good stuff. I'll talk to you later. Thank you so much.
All right, you keep being a good role model. I'll talk to you later.
Later. All right, guys. I think I'm going to leave soon, but these yields are continue. There you go. 4.95. That is 5% if you round up on the 30-year. Someone is selling these bonds, basically 4.5 on the 10-year as well. And I think it's China. And if it's more than just China, aka a hedge fund, then we've got some issues. And if it's other countries besides China, we've also got a little bit of an issue. Now, look, again, I don't think this means sell your stocks. I'm not selling. Nothing impacts what I do in my portfolio. I just think that the next move from Besant, like what card does he play next? That's what I'm curious about, because he's going to have to play a card. You can't have yields go up and stocks go down. That's just not how it works. If people are selling off stocks, they should be buying bonds to get yields to come down. That is not happening. That is a core, in the words of Tom Lee, covenant of the global financial system that is not going the way it should be going. Now, granted, I don't think that means we get 2008 or something. I just think there needs to be a response by Trump or the Fed soon. And if this continues tomorrow, they're going to have to say something. They're going to have to. There's no way there's no way we have 5% yields or on the 30-year or close to 5%, 4.7% on the 10-year. Especially when gold's going up. So what? They're selling bonds to buy gold, and they're selling US tech companies. So what, gold's the safe haven? Like, no one wins in that situation other than gold miners, right? Like, what kind of response are you looking? We should be back. Yes. Give it a second. I think we are back. Yeah, we're back. Yeah. Yo, YouTube is telling me that I'm taking up the Google servers way too much for doing this. Okay, so what kind of response are you looking from Trump? Get the 10% tariffs to 5% so that inflation is less of a concern, or get a deal with China. Now, the China deal is not happening tomorrow. So he's going to have to do something about the tariff pause. And you never know. Maybe that 10% turns into 0% or something, but that would ruin their negotiation. It would ruin their negotiations that they're having as well. And that would also create issues, right? In terms of just like what Trump's MO has been around tariffs. So I think he either has to get a deal with China, which is not going to happen, or he has to reduce bond yields, or he has to reduce the tariff rates from 10 to 5 or from 10 to 8, whatever it is, to get the markets to stop freaking out and selling treasuries. But Trump just threatened Mexico, right? Yeah, for those that are just joining, he threatened Mexico 3 hours ago about water from South Texas. And he said he would tariff Mexico even more, which is not helping bond yields right now. As you can see right here on the screen, 30-year treasury yields rise to 4.95%, marking the biggest weekly increase since 1982. I know Steve thinks that doesn't matter, but really, in the past 40 years, this week was the largest increase on a 30-year treasury note. I mean, like, it's not about freaking out about that. It's just like, hey, that's something that I think we need to look at. Melanie says shit is breaking. I mean, something's breaking, because you don't see stocks and futures fall the way they are and bond yields go. That's just not supposed to happen. And it seems like everyone's running to gold out of fear. Yeah, look at the futures, bro, down 2%. Again, like, I think we're all used to the volatility, but if this holds tomorrow, we are going to be down another 5% easily. And that gives back the 10% gain we got from the tariff pause. Now, why does that matter? Does it matter because we create a new bottom for the market? No. Who cares if we create a new bottom? What matters is the pause couldn't change the market reaction across equities or bonds. That's what matters more than giving back the 10%. Like, we're all going to be even more poor, but what's going to matter is Trump couldn't figure out how to get the markets to actually care, which is more scary to me than losing money, to be honest. And I think that's going to be the interesting thing to see in terms of how Trump plays his cards tomorrow. The pause wasn't confirmed. No, I think, no, the pause was confirmed for sure. There's definitely a pause. Canada was upset because they're not included in the 90-day pause, but there's definitely a 90-day pause. I don't know if they literally have to sign some executive order, but what matters is the markets interpreted that as true. So there is a pause. It's just not enough. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Is this live? Yes, we are live. I should be leaving soon, but I don't know, dude. This is just interesting to me. This is really interesting. I need Trump to tell me tomorrow is a good day to buy. We need Trump to definitely say something tomorrow and get this job done. This is interesting. This is interesting. Again, I think 4 or 5 years from now, this probably won't matter unless it does, and that's an issue. But if it doesn't, then this will be just a journey we got to go on together. But you got to admit, it's a hell of a journey, bro. The largest increase in the 30-year bond since freaking 1982 week. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's pretty damn incredible. And again, my main point here is that it's proving that the pause didn't work. Or that China's just being crazy, right? It's either the pause didn't work or China's legit saying, we'll sell all our bonds at this point. They have about 750 billion worth of them currently right now. Mid is an AI agent live for 5 hours. All right, I think I should definitely get out of here. How are you still live? Dude, I don't know. It doesn't feel like that crazy though. It's just talking. Maybe I've realized today that I can go live a lot longer than what I thought I could go live for. But we're not doing a 5-hour market open and market close every day, dude. It's just this week has been one of the most craziest weeks with all the tariff stuff, and then obviously the futures on Sunday were decimated, and like it bled into the rest of the week. So I don't think there's going to be like a 10-hour stream every day, but I mean, this is pretty fascinating stuff to see play out in front of us. Pull out the bell. Oh my gosh, dude. One day we will do the 24 hours. We will do it. When's the Chicago meetup? Probably end of summer or early fall. Most likely. We got to get the Toronto one set up, which hopefully I'll have more details on by Saturday. And then Houston, and then Miami, and then we'll have Chicago as well. All right, cool. That's it. I'm out. Damn it. I did the clap. All right. I'm out. Thank everybody. Love you guys. To be honest, I'll be on Twitter pretty soon. So if you follow me on Twitter, you'll see some more stuff. But yeah, that's it. I appreciate everyone who stayed live till the end. Again, I'm just very, 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 very grateful for this community. And, it's everyone has their own form of escapism. Everyone has their own form of content that they enjoy consuming. And the fact that people enjoy this community and enjoy this content, enjoy Steve and the guests and all this stuff, it means the world. So I appreciate everyone being here. We'll be back tomorrow again on the Market Open, and we'll try to navigate everything that's going on in the markets. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all. Love you all. See you guys tomorrow on the Market Open. Bye, everyone.